Like to call on Margaret Micklin for a roll call.
Good morning. I'm going to do a roll call for our executive committee. Committee Chair Mark Craig,
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Landon Zimmer,
Here.
Committee Member John Coley,
Here.
Committee Member Wes Seegers,
Here.
Committee Member Tom Berry, and Committee Member Monty Crum.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Like to call on Executive Director Kyle Briggs.
Good morning. So I won't talk long, just want to kind of tee up based on our conversation during my interview with the executive committee. We were talking about the strategic plan. It is 15 years old at this point and needing to revise it. Based on y'all's feedback, you wanted staff, agency staff to take a look at, okay, well, what may have been missing or what's now outdated, and make some recommendations for you in terms of what changes we would recommend for the strategic plan. And so at this point, I'll turn it over to Amy Braun, who led the process piece of that. So Amy will walk us through what we went through to get to that.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Good morning. So in revising the 2010 strategic plan, we called on agency senior staff, our division chiefs, office heads, and committee liaisons to review the existing plan and provide some recommended updates that we will present to you today. And one of our priorities was to ensure that the plan remains relevant and encompasses the ongoing work of the agency and accounts for, as best as we can, what future challenges and needs we might encounter over the next 10 years. And we also wanted to assure that the updated plan is broad in scope. In looking at the plan structure, we have our goals. There are 5 in the revised plan. Those are the overarching targets for the agency that will help us realize the mission and vision. And under each of those goals are 3 to 5 strategies that are more concrete steps in helping us get there. And those are the components of the 10-year plan for the agency. And the implementation work will take place at the division and office level in 2-year work plans. And there will be specific objectives and actions or tasks that correspond to those goals and strategies in these 2-year work plans. And just a quick review of the process. We initiated a review of the existing plan content, the goals and strategic objectives, and met to refine those goals in late August. And so the group got together and really took a close look at the goals of the plan and thought about what adjustments might need to be recommended going into the future. We broke into smaller work groups to develop strategies for each specific goal, and then met again to review and refine those strategies at the end of last month. And so the finalized draft of those goals and strategies is what we present to you today.
Good morning. I have the privilege of actually going through a quick summary of the 5 goals and those strategies. But before I begin, I do want to give a thanks to the senior staff that participated in this over the last 2 months or so. A number of them are in the room, and especially Amy, who kind of herded all of us to kind of make this happen on the timeline that it needed to happen on. So our goal 1 would provide access and opportunity for safe and readily available participation in hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, and other wildlife-related activities. And this is a combination of goals 1 and 2 that were in the 2010 plan. And the general focus is on access to the resources and opportunities to participate. And for this goal, it's specific to our traditional activities, hunting, fishing, trapping, wildlife associated activities. The strategies all kind of deal with increasing or expanding access and opportunities. And we also included here the development of appropriate policies and regulations that would facilitate that. Goal 2 is to conserve, manage, and enhance fish and wildlife resources and their habitats to benefit the resources and the public. And that is a combination of goals 3 and 4 from the 2010 plan. Again, the focus here is on species and habitat conservation and management. As far as the strategies go, it includes things like implementing the Wildlife Action Plan, using best available science, and collaborating with partners. Goal 3 would be to engage the public through programs, opportunities, and public safety functions to build advocacy and support for the agency and the agency's mission. And this is a rework essentially of Goal 5 from the 2010 plan. And it expands, in this case, beyond the traditional agency functions, specifically those general public safety functions that our agency is now doing. The strategies include increasing awareness of the agency's services, building advocacy for the agency's work, and adapting to evolving public and resource needs. Goal 4 would be to maintain fiscal sustainability that meets current and evolving resource and constituent needs. Again, that is a rework of Goal 6 from the 2010 plan. Clearly, the focus is on financials. Here, strategies would include leveraging cooperative funding programs, reviewing and revising fees, maintaining a stable funding model, and managing the endowment fund. And then finally, Goal 5 would be to provide and maintain a collaborative work environment where employees are valued and recognized for their achievements and contributions to the agency's mission. And again, that is a revision from Goal 7 from the 2010 plan. The focus here is really about a strong, valued workforce, and strategies include fostering internal coordination and communication, allowing additional participation in decision-making, promoting staff recognition, enhancing recruitment and retention. And that is the goals and strategies.
Thank you. And so I know all the executive committee members had received this prior to the meeting. So at this point, we're really looking for your feedback. And if y'all are favorable to the strategic plan draft that we've sent you, then what we would do is we'll prepare it, get it in a little bit nicer format to send to the full commission as soon as possible, so that everybody has a chance to review. And then we would look for a final adoption in December from the full commission, at which time then staff would begin the implementation of that. So working with committee chairs for 2-year goals for committees, as well as the division and office work that Christian mentioned, because really it's important for that to come from the ground up as well. And so, that gives us about 6 months, 6.5 months to really let the divisions work, so that we can incorporate that into our annual work plan and our performance planning in July of next year. And so with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Scott?
Real quick, of those, what do you see are the most significant, changes or whatever from our previous plan? Or
So I think probably the one thing that wasn't in the previous plan is what Christian mentioned in terms of the public safety function. We do our enforcement, our LAWA staff, a lot of our staff do work for, hurricane response, emergency response that really isn't necessarily directly in our mission, but is absolutely a part of what state government does. And so that's the one thing I think that was really missing. Everything else is pretty similar in terms of what's there. It's rolled together a little bit better, I think, to be a little more concise. But I think that's the one big change. Christian, Amy, y'all have any other thoughts on that?
and I think that's key to educate the public on that role, the expanded role with the swiftwater rescue, hurricane relief, derelict vessels. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's been put on our plate that the public needs to to know about.
Yes, sir. And that's why building advocacy is a big piece of the strategic plan too. And that's work that our communications folks do, our education folks do, and then our officers in the field and all of our staff do on a daily basis.
Thank you.
John made a good point. Have we had any change in the derelict vessel, any funds, anything there?
No, sir, that continues to kind of fluctuate. I mean, there's still funding right now from the federal government through Coastal Fed that we're working with, but there has been no permanent change through the legislature. But again, if there is our piece of that through law enforcement would absolutely fit into this.
I guess my comment would be that, we put all this together to start with, we wrote it in a way that was, because it was the first time it ever been done. But we wrote it in a way that was fairly loose, broad, because we didn't know if we had encompassed everything that we needed to be involved with, that kind of stuff. And this revision, I don't have any problem with the revision whatsoever. It does seem to, I don't know that it narrows a whole lot of things, but I think we just need to be aware that we condense things sometimes, that we have the ability to still be adaptable to as the mission evolves and changes to and be able to expand it. So that was, I get the revisions. It kind of cleans it up a little bit and reads better, but we still need that flexibility that we wrote into it initially just to make sure. So
Yes, sir. And I think that still is there. I mean, we certainly talk in there about evolving needs of the public and the state. And so I think that was a piece of that consideration for staying broad. And then the narrowing in really is on the individual divisions and offices to determine, because what we really want is something that they can use as a guide that produces measurable outcomes, so that at the end of 2 years, we can look and make sure that we're actually accomplishing what we said we were going to accomplish.
I do think it's kind of an interesting observation. Here we are 10 years down the road, and basically all we did was just tighten up the language of it. That really, the mission that we saw then and now is just not that much different. So that's what a wonderful job that Commissioner Wendell did way back. Thank you, Steve.
Any other questions or discussions? Since we're ahead of schedule, Kyle, I've asked you several times, do we have any effect from the government slowdown on our agency so far?
Not yet. Again, I think there are a few grants that we may see some slowdown from, but in general, most of our funds flow, they're exempted. We're continuing to work with federal staff that are either doing hurricane or other recovery efforts. Fish and Wildlife Service staff are still able to work on hunts. It's one of the few things that they're able to continue to do. So we've talked about the Poquoson bear hunt. We've got a very limited bear hunt for the first time ever on Poquoson National Wildlife Refuge. We're going to have 4 disabled veterans that are going to be able to go on a bear hunt, and Fish and Wildlife Service staff are still able to work on that. So at this point, we're doing pretty well.
If that changes, keep us updated.
Yes, sir.
Just a general question, since we are ahead of schedule. What is the latest on, I think there was the potential easing of restrictions on some of the federal lands for timber management, habitat improvement, et cetera. Is that?
So I know Forest Service is working on that, but I'm not sure the extent. Brian, I don't know if you know anything other than that. I know they're looking at all of that opportunity to increase timber harvest that's in the president's agenda.
One thing is the rescission of the 2001 roadless rule that prohibits new road building. So
Yeah, I guess there's potential lawsuit coming about that, so I'm sure we'll have to wait and see how that plays out in court. I know CLC is pretty vocal about it.
That would help us with our elk habitat management and all of it gets.
So I think probably the larger thing that'll help with elk habitat is the agreement that we're entering into with the Forest Service for hurricane relief. And I guess since we're ahead of schedule, I will mention, we did sign the Good Neighbor Agreement I saw it in the paper the other day. It's $290 million to our agency over the next 10 years to do work on Pisgah and Mount Ayla. We are looking to have a ceremony, November 14th in Asheville. And we'll get everything out to y'all once we have times and locations nailed down. Yes, sir.
What would that's a lot of money. I did not know.
It is. It's potentially the largest good neighbor agreement in the history of the Forest Service.
What would it all entail being used, or some of the things that would be used?
So it's really focusing on recovery. So we'll be doing a lot of habitat restoration, stream restoration, you know, but I guess unfortunately and fortunately, because there's winners and losers and everything, you know, a lot of the habitat that was severely impacted was forested. And so now there's an opportunity to reset some of that to early successional habitat. We'll also be doing some inventories, probably doing some propagation work to kind of get a baseline of where we are with species on the forest. All of our staff were involved in those initial discussions when we were talking about, well, what could we do? And of course, they overachieved. And I mean, again, if it's truly the largest good neighbor agreement in the history of the Forest Service, that's a pretty monumental thing. And the Forest Service does have that funding at this point in North Carolina.
The money's actually been.
It's here for us. It'll be a reimbursement, but there's no match required. So this is an opportunity for us to do all the things on the forest that we've been talking about for the last 30 years of my career that we haven't been able to accomplish. And of course, recreation will be a big piece of that as well. You know, looking at boat ramps, trails, any of the things that fall really on things that we do. So, fantastic.
One quick, Brad. I know we had a discussion a couple meetings ago about best management practices. I know you were involved in that and trying to get them straight. Or is that being corrected or still a problem? Or do you have any idea?
I doubt it. I went to a couple meetings with our congressman's office where a lot of people, even with MAGA hats, were really complaining about how they had managed some of the cleanup from the hurricane. Best management practices at this point for timber harvest, timber prices are so depressed in Western North Carolina in particular that can't see any justification for expanding logging in the Forest Service. Just, you know, they're not going to do the cleanup work that needs to be done to justify the sale. They're going to be cutting larger timber that doesn't need to be cut. So, you know, no good news on that front from my perspective.
So
I was hoping for a different answer. Brad.
well, I will add, Commissioner Crump, that we have had conversations. We're continuing to have some conversations. The Government Accountability Office actually reached out and we met with them to talk about the stream restoration work that was going on and timber removal out of the streams, weed removal. So that was positive. We have heard from a couple of congressional offices asking about things, and we've talked with them about best management practices and things that might be more proactive, that if they could get in place ahead of the next storm, that would prevent a duplication of what happened this past time.
Any other topics, discussion? If not, we'll adjourn the executive committee. Voting safety is next. We'll wait. See if the other members show up. Yeah.
Together the meeting for the Audience Committee Safety. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as public record. Recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. Now I call on Ms. Margot Minkler for a roll call.
Good morning. Going to do a roll call for our voting safety committee members. Committee Chair, J.C. Cole.
Present.
Committee Vice Chair, Ray Clifton. John Coley.
Here.
Hayden Rogers. Tom Hazlett.
Here.
Reed Smith.
Here.
Justin Boyd.
Here.
And ex officio members, Mark Craig
Here.
and Landon Smith.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a forum.
Thank you, Tinkler. At this time, we're going to call on Mr. Will Tasola to get us started, followed by Ms. Betsy Ingrid.
Morning, everyone. I have one item for the one boating safety item this morning. This is permanent rulemaking notice of text for 10F 0301, general provisions. And amendments resolve ambiguities and clarify definitions for designated agencies and placement of markers. The designated agency definition now specifies that designees are responsible for both the purchase and placement of markers. And the placement of markers definition now includes the replacement of dislocated markers and replacement of missing markers, in addition to that initial placement of those regulatory markers. Additionally, amendments update agency contact information, reorganize restrictions into a single section of the rule, and alphabetize the definitions list. Staff will be recommending publishing notice of text with an open comment period and public hearing. Are there any questions on the proposed amendments?
This time we call for a motion.
This be to recommend it to the total board tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, so moved.
Second. Any questions?
Vote of the committee.
Some quick question. Am I on the voting committee? Because you called out this for me to be attending, but my name's not on the committee member.
Yeah, I made a mistake.
Oh, okay. I just didn't vote.
You're on everything.
I just want to make a motion for approving and voting.
Thanks, we figured that out, but I appreciate it.
That's why I was quiet. I was the second motion. I thought, oh, I can't remember. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This morning, I have 5 presentations for your consideration. These are requests for notices of text in several counties. And the first of which is Beaufort County, 10F 0303. And these proposed amendments to 10F 0303 will reduce the size of the no-wake zone in Broad Creek, remove no-wake zone in Catalina Creek, and in Tranders Creek and Little Creek, and also incorporate the names and addresses of boating access areas and designate responsibility for implementing placement of regulatory markers to various agencies as discussed by Will earlier. First on Broad Creek, this is a request from enforcement to reduce the size of the no-wake zone on a portion of Broad Creek, beginning north of the Washington Yacht and Country Club, southward past a large HOA dock at the Pamlico Plantation and ending south of McCotter's Marina and Boat Yard. The existing no-wake zone is larger than what is required to protect property and safety around marinas and fuel docks. And interestingly, just as I was prepared to send you all of this information, I received a call from one of the officials at the Washington Yacht and Country Club, and he was asking me about improper markings in that creek. And I said, well, it's great that you called because we're getting ready to fix it. So I think there is support for this one. Next, we have a request to remove an unmarked no-wake zone on Catalina Creek in the town of Bellhaven. Back in 2017, during the last periodic review of rules, staff recommended that this no-wake zone be removed then. However, the town stepped forward and told us that they were getting ready to do some improvements and some construction there and asked that we retain it, but nothing's happened since 2017. They can certainly come back and request a no-wake zone if and when the hazards to boater safety do arise. But right now, there are no hazards to boater safety, and the few vessels that do navigate through that creek do so at no wake speed because of their size. Next, we have Tranders Creek, a portion of Tranders Creek that's actually in Beaufort County and Pitt County. And this no wake zone was enacted about 10 years ago, but enforcement found that there are no navigational hazards in this part of the creek. There are a few private docks on the Beaufort County side, no docks on the Pitt County side. There are no diminished sight lines and no underwater hazards. So staff recommends removal of this no-wake zone from the NCAC. Next in Beaufort County, we have Little Creek, which is off of Blunt's Creek in Chocowinity. This no wake zone was enacted a few years ago, and enforcement has found no navigation hazards that would require it retaining in the code. And I did a historical review of the file that we had, and I discovered that just a few years ago, we enacted this no wake zone specifically because of hazards that are caused by personal watercraft. But as you recall, personal watercraft are regulated by their own statute, so there is no need to have this in the code. So we're going to request removal of this one. And then finally, as I said earlier, we will request in the notice of text to incorporate into the NCAC the names and addresses of boating access areas in Beaufort County, and also to designate responsibility for implementing placement of regulatory markers. Any questions about that one before I move on? Yes, sir.
These ones that we're taking a second look back at and taking off, was there a reason for that? And what prompted us to do that?
It's interesting. Management requested that enforcement take a look at all of the counties in North Carolina because there has been some, I guess, fear that there were too many no wake zones in the code that maybe weren't necessary. But over the past 15 years or so, we have assiduously been removing these from the code. And so we found that only these that we're presenting today are needed. We did find some in Dare County that look like they need to be removed, but they are session laws of the General Assembly, so we can't remove those. So that's where this stands with this.
I think it's a good idea to do a statewide review to make sure that everything that we have in place now is in concert or agrees with our current matrix, the new matrix that we put into place a couple of years ago.
I totally agree.
Legal challenge or whatever.
Yeah.
We've gone through that exercise.
Yeah. And it's going to happen again. I think, Will, did you tell me 2027 is the next periodic review for the 10F rules? So this will start over. We will readopt or not every single water safety rule into the code again. And that's a requirement of the General Assembly.
The next question would be for Chad and law enforcement. How arduous a task is that to do that?
It's really not. We just, and most of the officers in the field know what the ones that are really don't align with our current matrix. And we thought it would be more than this, but it's really not. And we go out there, we just redo the matrix. And if it doesn't fit, we can.
So it's not an arduous time.
Not a problem.
Pretty. Okay. I think it's a worthwhile exercise.
It definitely is.
I don't know whose idea it was, but it's a good one.
Thank you all. Okay, we'll move to Dare County next. And this is simply a request for some technical additions to the Dare County rule. And this is to incorporate one more boating access area into the NCAC. This is the Stumpy Point boating access area. I think we missed it on the map last time. So that will be incorporated into the NCAC. And at the same time, we'll designate responsibility for implementing the placement of regulatory markers there. Questions about Dare County?
I have a question. Brian, what county is the one that constituent has contacted us about where they're redoing a bridge and having that boat ramp access?
Sure.
Is that working?
Yeah, we're moving forward with acquiring a piece of property from DOT. We're gonna a new boating access area there.
He's completely happy with what the staff is doing.
And as these get added, we do put them into the NCAC. So hopefully we're catching up with all those too. All right, next is Exhibit J, Rowan County. These are proposed amendments to 10F 0329 to remove the no wake zone on High Rock Lake in a cove at Second Creek. And this no wake zone has been in the code for decades. And enforcement found in their assessment matrix that at this cove, it was enacted shore to shore, as I said, many decades ago. Enforcement found that this 80-yard wide cove contains residential docks and is used by local residential vessel traffic only. There have been no calls reporting no wake zone violations in this cove, and there are no hazards to boater safety in the cove that would warrant a no wake zone there. And tomorrow's staff will request that your approval to work to remove this from the code. And at the same time, we are adding into the NCAC for information purposes, all of the boating access areas and bridges, and also to designate responsibility for implementation of the regulatory markers. And these are on the waters of High Rock Lake, Tuckertown Reservoir, and Yadkin River in Rowan County. Questions about Rowan?
So it's been no way. And there've been no complaints. So obviously the no wake's working. But it looks like a lot of people, is there going to be a lot of pushback?
I don't know, because this no wake zone was enacted before the APA even came into effect in 1991. So I wonder if it was almost like a rubber stamp thing, you know, to put something on High Rock Lake because it was standalone for a long time. I don't know if they will object or not, but as enforcement found, it's residential docks only. It's traveled very little. There've been no incidents and no reports. So I don't know if they'll push back or not, but I guess we need to anticipate that possibility. Okay, next, moving on to Pitt County, you'll find that you recognize this when it is exactly what I just told you about in Beaufort County. This is just to remove from the NCAC that portion of Tranters Creek on the Pitt County side, again, because there are no hazards to boater safety that need to be mitigated there. Also, at the same time, we will incorporate into the code the boating access areas in Pitt County, and also designate responsibility for implementing placement of regulatory markers to the various agencies. And as Will discussed earlier, eventually we're going to have to change every single rule to fix this designation of responsible agencies and implementation of the rule. Yes, sir.
I'm going to go back to what Tommy said, and I'm trying to incorporate what you said, Monty. Are we doing this to bring everything up to our current metrics? It's my understanding. Okay. Well, my problem is if it ain't broke and it's been on the books for 30 years, why are we changing something and opening the door for somebody to push back on? That's my only question.
Well, and it's certainly the prerogative of the commission. You all are the ones to ultimately decide on that.
I just
For
don't
80
see
yards.
that. Why would you just wave a flag? We don't have enough controversy, and we're hoping to get something. Are these all of those or just that one? Well, I don't know yet. I've got tonight to decide.
Well,
Like I said, if we have to enforce some of our current ones, we need to be consistent across the state.
well, along those lines, let me now tell you all about the town of Nags Head. So Nags Head enacted or codified a rule in 2002. It's the only rule on the books for Nags Head. There is another area in Nags Head. In fact, it's the same area, the canals of this subdivision, but that falls under the Dare County rule. So as I tell you about this, keep in mind that enforcement found no need to remove those canals in Nags Head. However, they did find a need to remove this no wake zone, and I'll give you the history. When this rule was enacted in 2002, of course, we didn't have computers. We didn't have good maps. The coordinator at that time codified the rule, but the coordinates that were used did not reflect what the town applied for. So it is a huge no wake zone, far larger than the subdivision that was intended to be around. Not only that, the no wake zone was never marked. And so the town recently came forward and inquired about putting some markers out there. And at that time, enforcement went out and found that while there are numerous private docks that extend into the shallow waters of Roanoke Sound at Old Nags Head Cove subdivision, this is a unique situation here. There is no restricted visibility, no hazards to boaters leaving and returning to the docks. No boating incidents have ever been reported. The waters here average less than 2 feet in depth. Most of the vessels travel to and from private docks at no wake speed. Staff is going to recommend tomorrow repeal of this rule for the town of Nags Head for this reason, as the rule is unnecessary to mitigate hazards to boater safety. Any questions about this one?
I just have a general question, and I know I'm not on the voting safety anymore, but was formerly the chairman, but you know, I live in Holly Springs and we had that awful accident at Harris Lake. And it was near the shoreline. Folks were, they thought their boat were swimming behind it where the girl was killed and the lady lost a couple limbs and so forth. So I'm particularly sensitive to removing things where there's not been accidents or whatever, whether it's codified or not. And in fact, I'm not so sure we wouldn't have some liability potentially. Because this was a horrific, you know, accident that was near shore. I don't know if any of y'all know the details about it, or I'm sure you can expand on it, but it's and my sister knew one of the lady who lost the 2 limbs. So I'm, you know, I'm looking at this differently, as I don't understand why we're removing things where there's not been a problem. 2 feet of water, you know, we should be actually going and marking it if it's a no wake zone, not taking it off. But that's just, again, my, you know, biased opinion from the recent accident. So.
I'm not on the committee either, but you look on each end of that no wake zone, it looks like more or less identical situation that's not marked. So by your argument, we should mark the whole stretch.
Yeah, I think again, we have to be consistent with our approach on that. We can't be putting up no wake zones for any development because the development wants what it has to fall under our metrics. We have to rely on law enforcement to tell us whether or not it needs to be. So my assumption, Betsy, is the rules governing personal vessels is what applies to that area, not a no wake zone.
Correct.
But I guess there's rules with wave runners and jet skis within a certain distance of shorelines, are there not? That
I think Major Arnold can speak to that.
versus, I mean, should there be for boats within, you know, a certain distance of shorelines?
There are PLC rules that restrict them from operating greater no wake speed within those areas.
So boats can, but wave runners cannot.
Unless there's a local legislation, for instance, from operating, for example, 50 yards from shoreline and greater no wake.
How far would the Harris Lake, about how far were those boats swimming from shore when?
About 50 yards.
Closer to 50 yards.
50 yards, not quite.
It's probably.
But they were, that.
I was getting ready to say, the mitigating factor there is they blew like 1.6.
Oh, they had like 80 some beers, but
Yeah,
they were.
what did they blow?
39 beer cans.
1.7, I knew it was 1.6.
That,
Yeah,
he didn't
1.6.
blow that was put off the flood.
I mean, so I mean, that's a significant mitigating factor there. Would have been in no wake zone or not, he'd still.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not trying to be, because I honestly see your point. I don't, you can look at this thing 2 or 3 different ways, but.
Well, I agree 1,000% with the chair. I mean, guys, I'm a consistent. I don't care how rich, how poor, how this or how that, the rules are the rules, and they ought to be the same
We
for
got to do that.
everybody. And I'm good whichever side of that you want to go, you know, but we need to be,
I fall down on consistency too.
Chair, just as a reminder, this will be notice of text. So this isn't an actual approval tomorrow, it's approval to move forward with getting public input.
Okay.
So the public will have a chance to weigh in on that and work out decision at a later point. So this is what's been recommended by enforcement to provide that consistency. But ultimately, it's y'all's decision once you get that public feedback as to what.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess, would they, if there's some opposition to that, would they apply to have those, go through the process of having the no wake zone put back to what they're asking for, or what we're taking, what we're gonna possibly take out of text?
I would think they could do that, and then it would be amended to reflect what actually, is around that subdivision.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir. So just as a reminder, and then this was touched on already, but our enforcement officers do have to enforce no wake zones that are out there. Our management staff do get asked to be able to help move and place buoys on occasion. So there is a burden to our team to enforce no wake zones. They're there to meet boat voting safety trucks needed, if they're not, that's, I think, the purpose. Is the no wake zone needed?
You're always gonna have half of you for and half of you mad when you do wake zone. Anybody's been on the boating committee and dealt with wake zones the last, like we have, you know, you want, half of them gonna be happy, half of them gonna be mad at it. Boy, like. Which is why we need to be consistent, so we're not arbitrary, you're not being capricious and arbitrary. Brett?
I've always kind of wondered, when we say safety.
Yeah, I agree.
Does that mean, a bunch of docks and they get rocked around and all that? Or does it mean when boats are traveling, meeting and all that?
So Colonel or the Major probably answers.
Commissioner, there's a lot of different criteria. I mean, it's docks, it's line of sight, it's short turn, it's depth of water. There's all these factors we factor in that if they meet these, and it's statutory now, the statutes dictate what these things are. If we go in there and see this number of boat accidents that happen in there, all that, we put all that together and we make a decision on whether a no wake zone fits that area. I wasn't on these, I know, Major Arnold was, but that's typical. We have a whole matrix and we'd be glad to let you share that with you and look at it. You can see it's like 6 pages of stuff that we go through and look at to evaluate how we, if we think an area needs a no wake zone to mitigate those things or not. It's not just one thing and it's not just somebody.
And all of these requests for notice of text have the matrices in there, so you can look at those and see it's complicated what they do, and they do a great job evaluating.
Commissioner, right before you came on the board, we dealt with this, because we realized there's a lot of discrepancies in switching over, and that's why we asked the wildlife to come forward with a new matrix. They would apply from a date forward, and they did that. The commission approved that because of it, and then we're seeing a secondary effect of that now. That was the reason behind all this. It was confusion, and it was not. It was a whole lot less. It's a lot more consistent now than it was prior. In fact, we even got caught in a situation where we were in the process of approving some wake zones that had been approved in the old one and would not meet requirements of the new one, and had to go back and tell one or two of them, Betsy.
Yes, sir.
They got caught in that crossfire, but the other two got denied because it didn't meet the requirements of the new matrix. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it's, like I said, it's just, when you do the changeover to get the consistency, you're gonna hit these laps, for sure.
And an example of that is Nags Head, because there was no matrix in 2002.
Commissioner Wyndham asked that question specifically that day. Every I and every T crossed, right?
Is there a recommendation, Mr. Chairman, to consider this tomorrow?
We move it out to tomorrow for vote.
So moved.
The move properly second. Any questions? What's the pleasure of the committee?
Thank you.
Hey, would you take it up? We broke our record for a time in this committee.
And I appreciate all the questions. This was great. Thank you.
And we thank you for a great job bringing all those things to our attention.
Sure.
Yes.
What that's gonna be okay. We gotta send us the matrix.
Matrix or the ones? You want the template and.
Yes, good.
Yes, I'm glad to.
Now we call on Major Chad Arnold.
Good morning. I don't have any slides or presentation. I just wanted to make the committee aware of some upcoming temporary rule. We've met with DOT several times. They have proposed to to replace the NC 28 bridge over Cheola Reservoir, Little Tennessee River. That is just downstream from Fontana Reservoir or from Fontana Dam. They'll build causeways on both sides of the river banks, which is going to significantly increase water flow, creating a whitewater type situation. So we will be having proposing some temporary rule to create a safety zone in that area. This will be very tempting for kayakers. Currently, with the way the water is, as rocky as it is, motor vessels cannot navigate upstream unless the Brookfield Renewable is churning water. If they are creating electricity, then motorboats can go up and fish. We do have a boating access area just downstream from this area, but just wanted to make the committee aware that that will be coming. We don't have a date yet. It was set for October. Construction has now been backed off, so as soon as we find out construction date, I've requested a 6-month heads up so we can create this temporary rule for safety zone. That's it. Any questions?
Any more questions? Thank you, Major. Any further questions for our committee? Good, adjourned.
At this time, I'll call to order the meeting of Finance Audit and Compliance Committee. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. The recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. And at this time, I'd like to recognize Margot Mingler for a roll call.
Gonna do a roll call for Finance, Audit, and Compliance Committee members. Committee Chair, Lonnie Crump.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair, Brad Stanback. Here. David Hoyle.
Here.
John Coley. Jim Rosen.
Here.
Mike Oliver. Chairman, you have it.
Here.
Oh, and, excuse me, I'm so sorry. And ex officio members Mark Craig
Here.
and Landon.
Here. Thank you. At this time, I will recognize Elizabeth Davis, our Internal Audit Director, to give a review of audit and compliance. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Go ahead and jump in here just to kind of give you an idea of what we'll be discussing today. I'll provide an engagement update, an administrative update, and then we'll talk about some key performance measures and some statuses of some performance measures for the internal audit function. So to kick us off with our engagement update, this slide gives you an idea of where we're at in our timeline for engagements. We are in the process of finishing the procurement consult and working on a travel consult, with the Brant or the Go Outdoors operational audit and the cash audit plan to be conducted next simultaneously. We did complete 3 engagements since this committee last met. That includes the Go Gas operational audit, the Go Gas investigation, and a travel investigation. And I'll talk more about those in detail on the next slide. The project status pie chart here shows us what phase of the audit we are in for engagements. This chart is a little outdated. We do have 7 engagements that are considered not started, 3 engagements in planning. We only have 1 engagement in field work at this time, and that is that procurement consult. And we have 4 engagements in our quality assurance process, which means the engagements are completed and we're reviewing them for best practices, how we can make our processes effective and efficient for more future engagements. The bottom chart shows you the budget versus the actual. For every engagement, we budget hours and then we track the hours we associate with those engagements. So this is for the lifetime of the engagement that you're seeing here. We were over budget for the Go Gas reviews. That was due to needing to expand scopes to review transactions over an extended period of time, as well as needing to really vet recommendations to make sure they were actionable and beneficial for the agency. The procurement consults over hours due to the internal auditor 1 position being assigned to work on that engagement. That position is an entry-level position. So we do anticipate more hours needing to be put to that engagement than what would need to be originally assigned to the engagement, just because it's kind of an on-the-job training activity for the most part. Any questions about this slide? Yes.
Yeah, I remember in the past, you said that a lot of time, I guess, we're spent for training, or is the staff where your staff where it needs to be, because I mean, it should be to the budgeted hours. I know, and a lot of times being not having the right staff, you weren't able to get there before.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have had turnover in staff, so I've had to refill that position. So we're kind of going back through that training process. It's really kind of hard until we get somebody really onboarded to see how fast we can produce things. I'm highly optimistic once we have someone in the position for at least 6 months, you'll see a positive, a more of the sum of the total hours being more in alignment with the budget hours. But I do appreciate that question. Are there any other questions? So moving on with our engagement update, this slide gives you the observations that are in process or open by division based on the engagement. So I mentioned on the previous slide, we have completed 3 engagements since our last meeting. One of those was the GoGas operational audit, and it did result in observations that you can see here. That audit was a review of GoGas cards, and GoGas cards are fuel and maintenance cards used for agency-owned vehicles and equipment. So they're different from motor fleet. These are truly our cards to manage. The engagement scope included finance as they administer the card, as well as divisions with high transaction activity. So the highest transaction activity divisions were land and water access, law enforcement, wildlife management, inland fisheries, and engineering. And the scope of the review was fiscal year 2024, with some of that scope being extended as needed to review some additional transactions. There were 7 observations made during the review and 5 reports issued. The observations were associated with improvement opportunities identified for policies and procedures, both agency-wide as well as internal to the divisions and offices. There were card activation and deactivation process observations made, as well as card and transaction reconciliation processes with observations for improvement, accounting improvement observations, as well as card usage compliance observations. The way audit issues reports is we issue those reports to whoever has authority to oversee implementation of corrective actions. So for these reports, it was the division chiefs, office directors, et cetera. Due to the observations being noted in these engagements for administrative processes and division sharing administrative staff, these reports for some divisions were issued to 2 divisions. So if you see on the slide here where it says engineering/land and water access division or wildlife management division/inland fisheries division, that's because those reports were issued to both of those divisions since they share administrative staff. And you'll also see here where it has it has observations for 2 or 1 divisions in the row. That's because both divisions, those observations applied to them. Where there's only 1 division listed, there was only 1 observation associated with that specific division. Observations are not concerning. Generally, anytime somebody takes a deep dive into your processes, you're going to have opportunities for improvement. The only time they become significantly concerning is if management doesn't have corrective actions or doesn't do anything to alleviate the risk associated with the observation. For this review, all of the observations do have corrective actions, but many of management already have started addressing the items identified before the reports were even issued. So that's a very positive thing. It's very rare. You don't see that very often. So we really do appreciate the division chiefs and leadership within the agency being so proactive. In addition, I neglected to mention, you do see the director's office listed up here as a division. It was due to some of the agency-wide policies and procedures needing to be updated, as well as some resource needs to address some items identified that would be beneficial agency-wide for improvement. The other engagements completed included the GoGas investigation and a travel investigation, neither of which had any observations, so they're not listed here. The GoGas investigation spurred from the GoGas audit. And before I kind of dive too much into this one, I do want to mention the GoGas investigation was a collaborative investigative effort with law enforcement. And I really can't say enough how much I appreciate law enforcement's expertise, their professionalism, and their collaboration throughout the entire investigation. But to kind of give some more background on the GoGas investigation, kind of what happened was while reviewing transactions within the GoGas audit, there were highly questionable transactions that appeared fraudulent in nature. And due to the necessary time commitment an expansion in scope and the need to review those in a lot more detail, I separated it out into an investigation. It was substantiated that fraud had occurred, and there were highly questionable costs identified to the amount of right under $30,000. But as the audit had already identified control opportunities to mitigate fraud, there were no additional observations made. The other investigation that was completed was a travel investigation that was associated with an anonymous complaint that was received for an allegation of abuse of state resources within one of the divisions. The complaint was unsubstantiated and no observations were made associated with that investigation either. For both of those investigations, memos were issued to the division chiefs who have authority over the positions. And just to kind of let everyone know, if there was ever a concern with an investigation, the way the reporting process works, it always goes to, at minimum, the division chief level, but it would be escalated as needed to the director's office and the commission, depending on what the allegation was associated with. The other observations noted on the slide are from prior engagements that are either in process or have actually been completed. An internal audit will follow up to make sure what's been implemented alleviates the risk associated with them. Any questions?
I was gonna say, you hate to see fraud, but I guess that's why the systems are in place. And, you know, it was a lot of money, but it wasn't an excessive amount. And I think those systems, I mean, we didn't always have those systems in place. So that's, you hate seeing it, but it's good. It means that the process is working. Can you also explain kind of to everyone what the Go Gas system program is, or cards are? I mean,
Yeah, so the Go Gas, it's called WEX. That's the company who manages it. We issue it through a third-party vendor called Ecos. And that's how we manage the transactions and track the transactions. So, and then it's a live tracking system for transactions. So you can see those transactions in real time to the exact location and what was bought, how much of it was bought, that kind of thing, by the card holder. The cards can be issued to specific individuals. They can be issued to vehicles. They can also be issued to like a project type of thing if necessary. Does that answer your question? Or, okay. Yes, sir.
Man had said the fraudulent activity was pretty confined. Because you looked, if I remember right, you looked at a wide several years Ghost Gas cards. Is that correct?
Yeah.
For
So
several years, there was nothing. We boiled down to just
yes.
issue here at hand.
Correct. So, and I will say that $30,000 that was identified, those transactions were from 2012 through 2024. So we're talking about, yeah, and even like a very extended time period. We have a lot of cards out there. And so for only, you know, and I don't want to minimize fraud ever, but for only $30,000 worth of transactions being highly questionable, it does speak to our staff and what good staff we do have.
But I wanted to point that out to the
Yeah.
commission. Know that you looked at what, 12, 14 years.
For the cards that were being investigated, yes, we looked up for as long as the card was in existence within the ecosystem. So they were issued in 2011. So we went back to 2011 for the cards that were being reviewed. For the audit, we looked at fiscal year 2024, and that was approximately 16,000 transactions that were reviewed within those divisions. So there were questionable costs identified whenever we reviewed those transactions, but they didn't allude to fraudulent activity. A lot of it was just kind of card process updates needed.
What I want to say is been pretty clean for a extended period of time. This one case made up a bulk of the amount that's missing, if I remember right. And there were repercussions, and they've been referred for law enforcement, if I'm correct. So it was dealt with when it was determined.
Yeah.
I just want to clear that it's not a wholesale deal.
Yeah. Management did they did take action for the cards. And just to kind of make this caveat and make it sure that this is kind of clear. Internal audit will never make a personnel action recommendation. That's a management decision. All we do is present the facts to management, but in this case, management did immediately address the concern identified.
So the 30,000 was spread over many years, but also several cards or individuals or vehicles, not one bad actor over all that time.
For the $30,000 that was proved to be, and I want to kind of make sure I explain this accurately. The $30,000 means it's highly questionable transactions. There's the potential there was less, there was potential that there was more, but those transactions were really outside of operational norms, if that makes sense. But it was only associated with one card. There were other cards reviewed, but those were determined not to be fraudulent.
And the way the checks and balances system works, Commissioner, she'll do a determination, she'll send the finance chair and chair and vice chair and management. They'll get all that stuff and follow. That's the way the checks and balances works, you know, based on what her job as internal auditor reports to the commission, which is what the law requires to be done. The commission has that fiduciary responsibility. I'm just damn glad she's here.
Are there any other questions? So to give our administrative update, so as I mentioned, internal audit has had turnover. The prior person that was in the position decided to return to their home state for personal reasons. We were fortunate to be able to post the position, and Sanjay Nair, he's over there if he wants to wave. He is joining us from the private sector. He has a bachelor's degree in informatics, and his work experience is primarily in IT. And we're very happy to have that IT skill set because, you know, IT risk is just ever expanding, as well as pretty much any process we look at, including cards, has some sort of IT component associated with it. So we're excited for Sanjay to be here. With that being said, if you look at the pie chart, it kind of gives an overview of how internal audit has spent hours since the beginning of fiscal year 2026. We typically like to keep that administrative bucket even lower than this, but due to just the hiring nature, it's more than what's preferred, but that's just the nature of it. There was some time off. The prior person in that internal auditor one position elected to use all the time that was accrued. I had to take some personal time as well. That was unplanned. And then if you look in the technical assistance bucket, that is associated with the Dave Act information request, as well as the Office of the State Auditor is conducting a single-wide audit of our federal grants, and some time is spent towards that. And then the QAIP bucket, that's when every year we review our processes, our procedures, make sure they're effective, efficient, and alignment with standards, and that's what that bucket represents. But that's kind of where we've spent our time so far this fiscal year. Any questions?
Questions, administrative update. Move on to key performances.
So for key performance measures and status, internal audit is required to set and monitor key performance indicators. We do already kind of do this in a lot of different ways. One of those ways is our quality assurance reviews for standard compliance. So we'll do a self-assessment maturity model, which will be presented on the next page. That's called the SAM, that's Council of Internal Audit Driven. We also do a quality assurance review both internally and externally. The external review happens every 5 years, with our next review scheduled for March of 2026. We also have a 5-year strategic plan that we monitor and measure, but these performance measures are meant to be on a more continued and comprehensive basis. So the KPIs on the screen were developed based on best practices, as well as to mirror some of the measures that the Council of Internal Audit presents as well. So they're being provided here as feedback before we start setting up all the dashboards and monitoring these data measures. So if there's anything that is on here that you don't like to see, or if there's something you would specifically like us to target more in the future to present to this committee, this is something the updates and status of these KPIs will be routinely presented here.
Any questions?
So with that being, this is our final slide here, a status update. Every year, we are required from the Council of Internal Audit to do a self-assessment, the self-assessment maturity model. It's called the SAM. And what that is we assess ourselves over 40 different topics within 13 different sub-themes, and that all roll into 5 major themes, and you'll see those as the points on the pentagon. The goal is to receive at least a 3 rating, as this indicates conformance to the standards. And this year, we're at a 3.1. So any questions or concerns? Yes, sir.
That's been right since you've shown this map here.
Yeah.
That's great.
What did you say? What's the range again?
The range is from, the range is from 0 to 5. You're not going to really see 4s and 5s unless you're in a large, highly mature internal audit shop. Just because you have to be able to have a lot of staff to do some of those measures at a higher level. So to meet the standards, what we're required to meet, we need to be at a 3. Last year, we were under a 3, but this year, we're meeting the standards.
Any further questions? Anything else, Liz?
Nope, that's it.
Just echo, Commissioner Wyndham, you're doing a great job. We appreciate it. Handed off a good committee to me, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for that. But you're a great addition to the team. We appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Okay, this time, Jason, our Chief Financial Officer, I'll turn the program over to you for view of revenue expenditure and endowment fund balance asset allocations.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll kick off with a fairly typical presentation for Finance Audit and Compliance Committee. What we're going to do is look at our year-over-year comparison for general fund and capital fund revenues and expenditures. Again, all this data is as of August 31st of 25. September data was not yet available as we prepared these exhibits. Our total revenue in the general fund category as of August 31 was $28,314,304.59. Expenditures in the same, $28,872.65, leaving us with an overall fund balance of $21,317,573.95. Looking at the comparison year over year for anything that was variance greater than $1 million, I'm noticing federal funds. We had a question about that. We were able to begin our federal draw process much earlier this year than we were last year. And so I think last year we weren't able to draw any federal funds until September 1. So that's the reason we saw that increase this year. Running down the list there, I don't see anything else that looks like it rises to the level of $1 million variance. On the capital improvement side, total revenues as of August 31 were $3,916,196.12. Total expenditures in the same were $1,989,897.06, leaving us with a fund balance of $6,401,031.62. No material variances that I see in excess of $1 million requiring an explanation. Federal funds would be the same explanation as referenced in the general fund category. Any questions about this data before we move on to the next slide?
Question?
All right, moving on to our endowment fund. And again, this is as of August 31. Fund balance is now $230,621,675.69. We are still holding steady at around 85% equities, 15% short term. That seems to be the sweet spot. Looking at our expendable income earned, it's now approaching $90 million. There was one last minute amendment to this slide you should have received in your packets, but I'll draw your attention to it just in case. We have increased the amount of endowment income allocated for the Setzer renovation. We just last week got the formal approval to increase by about $9 million that project. The construction estimates have come back higher than anticipated, particularly as we had to put that project on hold to address Armstrong. So we've gotten a formal approval from state budget to move ahead and increase that project. So after taking that into account and with the new agency requests that were approved earlier this year, we've got about $33.5 million remaining in expendable endowment income.
Well, no, before we move forward. let's
Yes, sir.
talk about this for just a minute. The General Assembly, when we went to them and talked to them, they put $20 million for Setzer. We have to pay the remaining balance. That was the agreement.
That's correct.
So as a General Assembly was capped at 20, as costs escalated,
The agency is tasked with absorbing that.
we got tagged with the bill for the additional increase.
Yes.
So that's why it's gone from, it was originally at somewhere around 20 million to 20 million, around 40 million. Now it's up to, we're gonna do
33, I believe is what we're looking at.
The actual bid was 27 with contingencies, right?
It's,
That's
yeah,
including contingencies.
the low bid came in at 46.6, and with the contingencies, it's a little over 52.
Yeah, so, but we don't know that we're gonna spend those contingencies, but it's
We know
27.
some of it will be.
Yeah, we know 7 and then contingency you always use, but I wanted to point that out, that was the increase, and that's, an increase in our balance in the endowment fund has come at a good time to absorb that increase. And also, as we've talked about many times before, when we go to the legislature, talk about it, get additional funds, the first thing they bring up is endowment funds. We clearly been able to show how the state benefits from there, et cetera, and with San Joaquin, and San Joaquin's paid for now, right? So that's completely off the books. So should be, go ahead, expand it.
So is that money coming from the short term? So you go back a slide real quick.
Sure.
What's in the short term and how much is coming out of the short term? I guess.
I'll let him tell you that.
So we've got a balance in the short term now of about 33.2 million. And I think we're looking at another 33. So we can transfer more into the short term as needed, depending on how quickly we need to access those funds. But ideally, I don't think we would pull all 33 million down in one shot. So we'd still have some balance remaining in the short term for other agency priorities.
So are we gonna be, does the finance committee plan to shift more to the short term future?
Well, I mean, that's something we're talking about right now. We'll do it obviously to meet these funding.
I think the last discussions we had internally was looking at about 9 million that we would draw down from that short term to move into the Setzer project. And the remaining balance, let's say 24, would be there to access as we need it.
I was just thinking, I'll let Brad opine on this, but obviously when the market's doing well, is what he would shift from there to short term, but that's your discretion.
Soon, but maybe not quite yet.
That's the definitive answer. That's really lies an awful lot of guidance. We appreciate.
Well, and those moves that you all made a year and a half or so ago set us up in a position that we don't have to worry about tapping into the equity investment now.
Oh, you have a question?
So, did we ask for more and 20 is what they gave us, or we asked for 20 and that's what they gave us?
We just 20 was what said they were gonna do.
Okay.
And they were capped at that. And didn't we have to go back and get permission to even spend more than what they?
Yes, and that's what I was referencing. We just got that formal approval within the last week or so.
So, yeah, we got asked we asked to upgrade. So we took what at the time was our worst case scenario, which we thought was 47 million. So we will need to go back there in the short session and increase what we can spend again. One more time now that.
Yeah, I know you probably can't answer this. Like, I'm assuming we're in the 40 million range. This sucker's gonna last us a long time.
That is the plan. I mean, the last one has lasted a long time, so I'm hoping that this, throughout any of our lifetimes.
I am too.
Yeah.
And it's in an ideal situation with the dams, on the river, all that is static now, that was a problem on the front end, and we had to hurry to get that done with the bad at that time. So, it's, yeah.
The new facility will create operational efficiencies that will help us financially as well.
And more travel.
Going forward.
Now, are we able to tap into any of the 290 million money to help with either stream restoration upstream of this
Yes.
or for?
Yeah, so one of the projects we identified was looking at the Forest Service Road that goes up above the hatchery. We've seen a lot of siltation coming from there. So one of the projects we're talking about trying to look at addressing that. And that would be
all the debris cleaning, everything that can be done to make that.
Yeah. Deviate some of that sedimentation, that erosion that's happening at
that'll be a piece of that 290.
Fantastic.
Did you tell me we taking care of the dam above and the dam below?
I don't know, I told you that.
What did you just say?
We had a dam, there was a question whether we were gonna continue to divert water that existing dam, because there were folks that are opposed, they want the dam to come out. And right now, we redirect the flows of that dam to use to support the hatchery. And we were able to work with the Forestry Service, overcome that and go through an environmental review and be able to keep everything static like it is. And that was one of the issues I talked to the legislature about. We got to strike now because if it changes in their opinion about what can or cannot be done with that dam in the future, it affects the entire, you don't spend $40-some million because that dam really is not operational without, if I understand it correctly, without being able to divert water from that dam. Okay, that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Good.
100%.
Okay, we're out of time, but we got one issue we really got to address now to have prepared for December. So go ahead, Jason.
All right, I'll blast through it pretty quickly. So we're gonna revisit the issue of the CPIU license fee increase. And I know some of y'all are thinking, didn't we just do this? Well, we did, but we've decided, I think, as an agency that it's in our best interest to revisit these increases more frequently and minimize the impact on the constituents. I know I heard, and I'm sure many of y'all did as well, some sticker shock when we went up by 18, almost 19%. And the reason we want to bring this up to date now is we've got a real tight timeline if we want to move through the legislative approval hurdles to get this enacted for July 1 of next year. It was July 1st of 24 that we implemented our last fee increase. Prior to that, it had been several years since the previous assessment. At that point in time, as I just stated, our cumulative CPIU increase was 18.75%. Of that, we only saw realized revenue increases of about between 11 and 12%. So what you could say is of our projected revenue, we realized about 60% of it. I bring that up for demonstration in the next slide. As I stated, we must begin now if we want to meet that 7/1 implementation deadline. At our December meeting, we'll vote to notice. At our January through March of 26 will be open for public comment. April of 2026 at our commission meeting, we'll vote to adopt. May and June will be at the Rules and Review Commission, and then ideally, again, implementing July 1st of next year. At this point in time, as of August 31, our last stats available were about 6% increase in CPIU. So we'd be looking at a 6% fee increase. A bit more palatable, I think, to most folks than what we saw last time around.
What's CPIU stand for?
Consumer Price Index, with the U being the urban segment.
That I would remember, but I didn't know if it was a wildlife term or not. It is. Okay, cool. Thank you.
And yeah, it's that information is published monthly by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Right now, with the federal government shutdown, there are no new monthly updates. So August is all we'll see for the foreseeable future and may likely be where we stop our calculation. So using that 6% as our sort of base, we can look at a couple of popular licenses and the impact on those. Annual Sportsman would jump from 63 to 67. Annual Inland Fish and State Hunt from 30 to 32. Annual Big Game from 17 to 19. And again, those short-term licenses, that impact I think is less noticeable. When you look at the lifetimes, that's what I think gets the attention of the customer, that jump from 630 to say 668. But looking at revenue projections, assuming we saw all 6% of that increase realized, we'd be looking at about $1.6 million in general fund revenue, and potentially $500,000 in endowment fund or lifetime license revenue. If we followed the pattern that we saw with the last increase and only generated about 60% of that projected revenue, those more realistic figures might be $950,000 or just shy of $1 million in the general fund, and possibly $300,000 additional endowment revenue.
Landon, want to go for it? Landon.
Yeah, I was just saying, just public service announcement. No matter how, these are increased, it's always looking backwards. So even though we're going at inflation, we're still behind, we're still lower than inflation because it's not looking forward or using current months. So even though there's going to be a price increase here, it's good to remember it's still lower than actual inflation is. Is that correct?
Thank you.
John.
Just why are we only realizing 60% of projected?
We don't know. With as many, and I see your hand going up there, as many variable licenses, we have 99 or so different license types. So those trends from one individual license to another are kind of hard to, hard to identify trends, I should say. We may see that get closer to the 18, 19% over time. It's difficult to grasp much out of that first year's data set.
Wondering, I mean,
Resistance is absolutely
fire
a piece of it. You know, and people trying to, I mean, inflation's affecting everybody. And I mean, that was one of the things that we heard loud and clear the last night.
I said, if we kind of learn that we're only at 60%, should we like use that knowledge going forward on our projection?
Well, we would hope that the buyer resistance would be much less.
When we did, and ask Commissioner Alexander, when we started this, we were given the choice to choose which CPI index we wanted to use. We intentionally chose the CPIU because it generally gave the highest return. So that was the reason we made the decision to use that as our consumer price index. And so that's what, and so that's where we're tied to that. All we can do is just to decide whether to do the increase, and it's absolutely tied to what that CPI is, CPIU.
Michigan or Pennsylvania one, I'm not sure which, went through their price increases and stuff like that and saw a definite correlation in downturn in license purchase. Have we looked at that from our perspective?
We do know that we have seen fewer licenses sold over the last year. Once we had the price increase. Obviously not so dramatic because we are seeing a revenue increase for that time. But it's definitely something we have to watch. We don't want to price out our consumers.
And I will note the 18% increases are not, because
Oh,
we got out of that every 2-year deal that the commission had unofficially agreed to look at, because at that time we were before the legislature trying to get substantial amount of money to fund additional officers. And the Setzer deal was all tied into that. And we didn't want to cloud us asking for additional revenue to what we were asking for the legislation. That was and so that's why we got the big hit in the bump. But if we can go back on the normal schedule now, looking at it every 2 years, we will be like Landon said, we'll still be behind the curve, but we won't be looking at those large increases.
And
Cautionary tale of at some point, Michigan went boom, Pennsylvania went boom. Not on out-of-state license, in-state license.
I think if you look at our fees compared to what other states already play, we're hell of a deal compared to what other people charge. I still think we're a great value.
We are. There's no question.
We haven't gotten to the point that I think you're talking about.
But we need to be aware.
Watch out. I agree. That's a legitimate point. I saw hand Jim.
Just the math's been done already though, to assume that if we get that 6% number, that holds true. The amount of money we get from the government that Robinson believe it's not going to be greater. We're not going to lose a greater amount on lower license sales than what we're going to gain back. Wait to look at that soon. So come out ahead.
Yeah, so PR and DJ are a little bit funny just because of how so much of that's tied into what other states are doing as well, because it's all based on the total number of licenses as well as the land area. But if other states are seeing the same or similar declines or increases, then we don't.
Sure, there's a bigger pie that somebody's looked at that, I assume, to kind of see where this might fall.
Yeah, and again, though, I mean, and without knowing where they're gonna land. Right. I mean, we just don't know. Hopefully, we don't see that 60%. I think that goes to what Commissioner Wyndham was talking about. If we see that with a lower price, then we need to be more cautious the next time. If we see less, because less fire resistance, then it probably means we're managing that pretty well.
Okay, Brian, one more question. Go ahead, because we're over time.
We might look at statistics from enforcement division. If people are foregoing purchase of a hunting or fishing license, does that mean they're not going to hunt or fish, or they're going to see if they can get away with it without a license? That might be, people will be more willing to take that risk in state out of state.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'll wrap it up here, but at this time, I do think based on, commission's prior actions to move forward. Good, good. Oh, my Lord. I thought I had it turned on, I'm sorry. Ask the finance committee, motion in a second to direct staff to bring draft language back December to start the schedule to, increase our license fees by, what the CPIU is in that time.
I so move.
Second motion and second. Got it. It was Brad and David. Are there any further comments or questions? You're none, all those in favor of the direction, direct staff to bring back language to move forward with this, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Meeting adjourned. Okay, since Commissioner Crump ran over so long, will be a October 15th, big game meeting. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. The recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncy. At this time, I'm gonna ask Margaret Victor for a roll call.
Gonna do a roll call for our big game committee members. Committee Chair David Coyle.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Wes Seegers.
Here.
John Coley. Tom Berry. Steve Wyndham.
Here.
Bonnie Crump. And ex officio members Mark Craig.
Here.
And Wayne Zimmer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm gonna call on Chris Craig.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, we've got action-packed agenda today with a lot of good stuff. I am not going to take much time. I'm not going to try to steal anybody's thunder, but I am going to pose a question and try to set the stage a little bit for what's coming up here a little bit later. So what is deer management? But just stop for a moment, and when you hear that term, what comes to mind quickly? And what kind of challenges come to mind quickly? So I made this list pretty quick when I thought about what does deer management mean. And these are all things that our deer committee, our biologists working internally, we struggle with, and there are challenges with each of those. When we think about general regulations, you think about flipping open the regulations digest. It's a matter of number of days in the season, number of doe days in the season, those type of things. That's I won't say there aren't challenges there, but those are not the big hurdles. The big hurdles are also not in our deer management assistance program. We say DMAP lots of times, and for the most part, that's traditional hunt clubs, quality deer management, fostering older bucks. I'm not saying it's easy to have older bucks. There's a lot of hard work involved in that, but that's not where the big challenges are. We sometimes adapt that DMAP program to deal with non-traditional type hunt clubs, community type situations. And we've got some examples where that works very, very well. We've got some other scenarios where maybe that's not achieving objectives as much as we want. Y'all have heard me talk lots about the challenges associated with chronic wasting disease. We won't go into that too much today, thank goodness. But there certainly is a lot of science behind that, a lot of research going on, a lot of adaptations going forward. Same is true for depredation type situations. We have laws that cover those situations, that allow people to do some things to deal with problems. But Brad may touch on it later, ways to adapt our DMAP program, other things we might do that we're not sure how to do best. And so that brings us down sort of to this last, that is the topic of the day, urban deer management. And we've been working sort of in general as an agency for the last decade and a half or so with a couple different studies, looking at various components of what does urban deer management mean? What does that mean in the context of our mission statement that's right up there on the wall at the front of the room, conserving deer, programs to assist folks in the state. The snapshot there is of one of our recent studies that was completed, and just the number that I'll pull out from that study has to do with the huntable lands in North Carolina. You know, we tend to rely on hunting a lot. That's a challenge for deer management, is places where hunting is not an effective tool. And kind of drawing from some of those studies, NC State folks here today, they were very, very involved in helping us work those numbers up. But somewhere in the order of a third of the state is not part of the huntable landscape anymore. So deer management means lots of different things. There's lots of different challenges. The ones that we're going to hear about here for the next little bit really was this urban deer project that came into fruition just several years ago. There's various components for it. Even though this is a long topic on the agenda, this is longer than normal meeting. I kid you not, this is really compressing a ton of information down, even just into these talks that we have here. So we're going to be unpacking and using this information for years. And just to set the stage a little bit, not to steal anybody's thunder, you know, we're first going to hear about the study that Ashley Lynn did, you know, and really answering questions about how many deer are there in these urban areas. And when we say urban areas, that's not a single area. That's a gradient from a rural area all the way through suburban zones into, you know, into downtown Durham. So how many deer are there? And how does that vary across that space? We're also going to hear from Micaiah. She's a PhD student on the project, you know, talking about how does that urbanization affect survival, mortality? Those kind of questions are going to come up. Jared's going to tell us about his part of the project that was also looking at population dynamics across that urban gradient and hunter harvest, susceptibility to harvest, all those type of things. Really, really fascinating information. And then probably one of the most difficult parts of deer management is, you know, I'm a biologist. We tend to focus on deer. That's not the hard part of deer management. The difficult part of deer management a lot of times is the people management, understanding what are people's thoughts about deer hunting, deer issues. And Hannah's going to unpack that for us at the end of our talk. So I'm going to stop right there. I'll turn it over to our first speaker that's going to fill in for Ashley.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I am not Ashley. My name is Nathan Hostetter. I'm filling in for Ashley today. Ashley was a master's student on our urban deer project. She unfortunately can't make it today, but for a good reason. She did her master's work on this project, graduated, finished, and got a full-time job, which is always what we want to see for our students if you can't make it today because of that job. I'd also like to note Liz Korepka, who was her major advisor over at NC State. Liz is a conservation geneticist, museum and natural sciences at NC State University. And Liz couldn't be here today either, so you're stuck with me about this one. And then I'd also like to thank on this one then Chris Moorman, Niels Peterson at NC State University, and Heather Evans with the WRC, and John Kilgo with the U.S. Forest Service for all their help on this work, which is part of this larger big picture urban deer study that Chris was introducing, that you hear more from the other graduate students on this project, which is a large collaborative project between NC State University, NCWRC, the North Carolina Museum of Sciences, USGS, Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit, and the Forest Service. So across the next few talks, you'll hear about this urbanization gradient, just this concept of how these rural landscapes are turning into suburban and urban areas all across North Carolina. You can see that by these still shots here, and also when you're thinking about looking at satellite images of the area, those rural areas, thinking about forested landscapes, developing into these lower density suburban or higher density suburban areas and ultimately urban areas. And as Chris mentioned, the new challenges that presents for thinking about wildlife management across this urbanization gradient. And deer are a classic example of this, as their ability to adapt to these landscapes and utilize suburban and urban areas makes them a good species to think about how populations and wildlife may change as these landscapes develop in these regions. So this brings us to Ashley's part of this project, where her master's work then was to focus on estimating how deer density varies across this urbanization gradient. Now, the overall study was focused on Durham County, and this was selected in the original proposal and ideas working back and forth with the WRC because it presents this large urbanization gradient that gives us a chance to explore how these different phases about deer and deer management, deer ecology vary across this area. As you can see on the map on the right-hand side, this is Durham County overlaid by what's called an impervious surface layer. It's a national layer produced by USGS and the National Land Cover Database. And the areas that are brighter yellow in this one are areas of higher impervious surface, extending out to areas of low impervious surface in the dark blue, which is really a proxy for the urbanization gradient. Think about impervious surface for reflecting things like roads, buildings, housing densities, all the things we think about development. And it gives us this opportunity then to look at how things change across an urbanization gradient. So for Ashley's work, she ended up selecting 7 different sites that are shown by these circles. At these different sites, then they covered different areas of this urbanization gradient, from areas in the far north, that's actually Hope Forest, has a very low impervious surface, representing a more rural landscape. The one right below it there that you can see is actually the Treyburn area. If you're familiar with that one, it has some housing development in there. And then on the very other end, there's some sites down here near downtown Durham that are high impervious surface or very developed urban landscapes, with the impervious surface values in that one range, above 40 and 50% for the overall area. So this is how Ashley selected her sampling locations across the gradient then to look at how deer density may change. At each one of these sites, she sampled multiple plots, and they actually sampled for fecal material from the deer. They're actually going for a mark recapture approach, but they were using this fecal material to get the genetic information so they could use the genetic IDs to do a mark recapture without ever having to physically handle the deer across this area. And she's going to be able to use that information then to estimate deer density and how density varies across this urbanization gradient. Now, this approach of a spatial capture-recapture method is a common sampling approach for wildlife. Generally, though, it's oftentimes used as what's called a transect sampling, where you walk through a long transect, hundreds of meters long, then you're collecting the fecal material along the way to estimate density. Ashley quickly realized this was nearly impossible to do when we're thinking about urban and suburban landscapes because of the land access challenges. So she modified this approach then to use what was called a plot and cluster design. So instead of doing these long transects, she set out quarter-acre plots across the landscape that they would do area searches in to collect the genetic information. This works really well in rural areas like the one on the left that's shown, where you can pick these quarter-acre plots across the landscape, but it also works really well in the suburban and urban landscapes on the right, where she can contact and work with landowners to get access, and then sample the yards that are associated with that. So we maintain a consistent sampling approach across the entire urbanization gradient. To do this, though, Ashley had to put in a lot of work and a lot of cooperation from the community. She ended up working with more than 120 different private landowners across Durham County. This included more than 100 single-family homeowners, HOAs, churches, schools, city parks, game lands, and just a tremendous amount of collaboration with our state agencies, county agencies, and federal partners. So again, to do this then, once they identified these locations, she and her crew would go out and they would go and sample for the fecal DNA, as the DNA exists on the outside of the fresh fecal pellets, take them back to the lab to get the genetics for individual identification. And a big part of this then is she was able to sample all across the gradient without having to capture or handle these deer. Back in the lab, when they take them back then, she would run the lab work for the DNA extractions, PCR amplifications, microsatellite fragment analysis, and ultimately end up with this idea of this deer was at this location. We get a capture-recapture history for it from that fecal information. She would then use that information in a capture-recapture framework to estimate density, and she estimated density and how density changed as a function of this impervious surface, our proxy for an urbanization gradient, which allows her in the end then to present a couple of different really important results that I wanted to share with you today, which is this idea of you can then use that to predict what's called a density surface map, or a prediction of how deer density varies across the urbanization gradient in Durham County, and then sum that up to get an estimate of the number of deer that are across the landscape. So I actually did this work in February and March of 2023. So this is a post-harvest estimate. Overall, she was able to sample 353 plots across their 7 different sites, ranging from 33 to 63 plots per site. Each of them were visited 3 times to gather the recapture information needed to estimate detection probability. Quick note is that the 2 suburban sites, S2 and S3, were actually visited 4 times due to a weather event during one of the visits. During all the sampling then, Ashley was able to collect 642 fecal samples, which resulted in 439 unique deer identifications. And of those, there were 380 individuals. 380 individuals detected at 439 times. And as you can even see on this map on the right, this is the unique individuals that were detected at each of the different locations. You can see how the number of unique individuals detected is even starting to decline across this gradient. From those rural areas in the north in green that had a high number of individuals, decreasing through the suburbs in blue, and the urban areas in the more purple, down to only one individual detected at the most urban of areas. And when she fit this model then to estimate how density changes as a function of the gradient, it came back immediately and said that yes, deer density does decline as urbanization increases. You can see the 2 points here on the left of Hill Forest and Treyburn had extremely high deer densities, but as we became more suburban and urban, or that impervious surface that we're talking about, as that increases, urbanization increases, our deer density declines almost down towards 0 by the time you get to the most urban of areas. And when we talked about that density surface map, then we can use these results to predict what the deer population would look like across Durham County. That's the map here on the left. The darker the blue, the higher the densities. And then you can sum up these densities across the overall area to get an estimate of roughly 23,000 to 24,000 deer across Durham County, with the highest densities being in the more rural areas and down towards 0 deer per square kilometer in the most urban areas towards downtown Durham. You can even take this a little bit farther then and zoom in on certain areas. This is the site at the very farthest south point of Durham County that had a nice example of an urbanization gradient with inside of it. So you can see in the satellite image on the right, there's these areas of large tracts of forests and greenways surrounding these lower density suburban and high density urban areas. And that map on the left then is the same density surface map we were looking at before, but zoomed in here. And so you can see how the deer density varies even at this smaller scale. So for instance, in these areas that are made up of largely high impervious surface areas are the areas where we're getting the lowest deer densities, almost down to 0. And these areas that are more rural are the areas that are going to be supporting your high deer density areas. And so that's how this combination then of these sampling sites exampled here on the right can expand back out into the overall estimate of deer density and how density varies across all those different. So bringing all of Ashley's works together then, she was able to do a large intensive spatial capture recapture approach to estimate deer abundance and density across Durham County and identified how deer density declines as urbanization increases, providing us with a quantitative metric to think about how we can predict future deer changes to urbanization as that continues across the state. This plot-based sampling approach also demonstrated a great way to be able to sample wildlife in urban settings that allowed access to these areas. But it does take a lot of work and a lot of cooperation among landowners and multiple agencies. So although Ashley has moved on to her new position, she is still working on publishing this work and also some exciting ideas of future efforts to incorporate a little bit more of the telemetry information you'll be hearing about next from Micaiah and Jared, and thinking about ways that we can link these ideas of deer space use and deer density to better understand the effects of deer across this area and management opportunities. There's a whole lot of people to thank for all of this work. I'd like to particularly thank the deer study team, the other graduate students, Micaiah Carver, Hannah Darroche, and Jared Lamb, our assistants from the Wildlife Resources Commission to make all this work possible, volunteers with NC State and Museum of Natural Sciences. So thanks. And again, this is all great work done by Ashley, the master student at NC State.
From these scat samples, can you tell anything like the gender, the age, or the health of the deer?
Yeah, so we do actually have it. I wasn't able to bring it today. We can get the sex out of that. So we actually do have sex-specific estimates behind these. This is total deer population on those. We are able to get a sex marker on them to estimate sex-specific abundance. Yes.
Or health?
Not age or health yet. Heather, I don't know if you have anything you want to add on that one. There's some hope for an age eventually, but it's not really looking pretty possible for males.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
I noticed there are twice as many males as females. Anything you can conclude from that?
Yeah, so there was a couple of things that happened with that. We did detect a lot more males than females. And when we go back in, and we won't see this today, but Micaiah found this also with the telemetry data, we found that the male space use is much larger than the female space use. And so part of that is just that there's more males exposed to the sampling than there are females to the sampling because they're covering more of the plots within their home range. So we ended up having an estimate that said that there actually was a skewed sex ratio in the overall abundance, but it wasn't as extreme as what we saw here because we were able to account for the fact that males use more area than females.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone.
Right. Well, good morning. I think it's still a morning. Good to go. Cool. My name is Micaiah. I am a PhD student, wrapping things up, but today I want to talk with you a little bit about some of my dissertation research that focuses on urbanization and its effects on survival and mortality of white-tailed deer. So I think Nathan really set this up and teed this up really well, but we know that deer are common in urban and suburban environments, but we don't actually know a ton about how their survival and mortality might change as we go from a really rural area to a pretty urban area. And understanding these patterns and differences is important to note, because it might be important to change how we manage deer differently in urban versus suburban settings. So looking at this photo on the left, it kind of illustrates that deer in more urban settings often have access to alternative food resources. They're protected from hunters. So it might be kind of more of a refuge for them. But as the photo on the right shows, there's kind of a trade-off here, because these deer in these more urban areas are more likely to encounter roads, which increases their risk for vehicle collisions. And so again, as Nathan kind of teed up, we developed this big study in collaboration with the Commission to better understand how urbanization impacts various aspects of deer ecology. And today I do want to focus on just one of our objectives of the project that really focuses on determining annual survival and cause-specific mortality of adult and neonate deer. Now I'm going to focus really in on our adult and yearling deer, and Jared will briefly talk about the neonates in his presentation. But to address this objective, we needed to first capture deer along the gradient so that we could monitor their survival and mortality in these different areas. So how did we capture deer along the gradient? Well, to capture deer in more urban areas, we most often use drop nets. And so this video you're about to see illustrates what a drop net capture kind of looks like. So on the left, you can see our team is stationed in a nearby truck. The net is situated nearby. Once that net drops, but we're gonna listen to that. It's a little chaotic. But anyways, we rush in. It's worse than it really is. But once these deer are restrained, we do administer a drug cocktail that will put them to sleep within a few minutes. Once they're asleep, we untangle them from the net, work them up, and send them on their merry way. In more rural areas, we are able to dart deer. For reasons you might imagine, we kind of reserve this method for more rural locations where we have a lot better access, because the drugs that we use, once they get administered, it takes about 10 minutes or so for those drugs to really kick in. And so a darted deer can run pretty significant distances. And so we don't really want to use this method in more urban spaces, but we do reserve it for rural locations. And so this is a lovely video that Jared took of a deer being darted. So once we have these deer in hand, what do we do with them? Well, we attach our collars, and I did bring some just for reference. So this is what an adult collar looks like. So it's pretty big, pretty weighty, but that's an adult collar, and I will discuss the neonate stuff shortly. But we take a handful of measurements and samples. We monitor their vitals to make sure that they're doing okay. But this is really the basis of how we get the data that we need. And these two photos on the left and the middle highlight a little snapshot of what the deer workup looks like for a net on the left and darting on the right. Now for female deer, when we work them up and we put their collar on them, they also get an additional piece of equipment called a vaginal implant transmitter, which is shown here on the left. And what happens is we have the collar and the vaginal implant transmitter, and they sync together. And so once we've collared her, she goes off with her equipment, and the collar and the VIT will communicate with one another while it's deployed. And when she gives birth, that vaginal implant transmitter comes out and tells us when and where she gave birth, so that we can then go in and put collars on the babies. And so we we have done neonate capture. I won't really be talking a lot about the neonates. Jared will talk about that briefly in his talk, but these are the collars that we put on our neonates, and they do have expandable pieces. But anyways, so that's kind of how we really get our data, is from these collars. And so these maps, Nathan showed you already a version of this map with the impervious surface raster underneath, so the black and gray scaled map underneath. But these are all of our capture locations of deer along the gradient. And so we've got females on the left, males on the middle, and neonates on the right. And so you can really see that we were able to capture quite a few deer in lots of different areas along the gradient. And this is really truly the foundation of all of my dissertation work and Jared's work. And these collars are super important because they allow us to also not only assess, their survival, but it also allows us to track their mortality and their movements. And so each of these collars are equipped with a mechanism that will notify us when a deer has died. And when we get that notification, we go out and conduct a field necropsy to hopefully try and determine the cause of death. Now, for the neonates, our smaller deer, a lot of times predation is a common cause of mortality. And so we worked with Heather Evans and her team to try and identify predator-specific DNA so that we can know what types of predators are killing neonates. But specifically for adults, it's not a super common cause of mortality. So we lumped a lot of our adult causes of mortality into one of three categories, and it was hunter harvest, vehicle collisions, or other. And like I mentioned, I'm really going to focus on adult and yearling individuals and the survival and mortality of those individuals for males and females. Jared will talk about the neonates, but we really looked at how survival and mortality differs across harvest and non-harvest seasons and across the urbanization gradient for what I'm going to share with you today. And this map is highlighting the mortality locations of where deer died on the gradient. And I think that this really tells a neat story. So what you can see here is our gradient is underneath the, it's the black and gray scale with the lighter gray areas representing urban spaces and the darker gray black areas representing rural locations. And our hunter harvests are the purple dots, our vehicle collisions are blue, and green are other. And you really do start to see a spatial pattern emerge the more you look at it, where in our more rural locations, hunter harvest is really kind of dominating as the main cause of mortality. Whereas in our more developed spaces, we really do start to see vehicle collisions emerge as a primary cause of mortality. Now, we also wanted to determine, okay, well, what time of the year are these deer dying? And so this is just a simple figure that shows when deer died for these different causes. So across the top, we have our males, and along the bottom, we have our females. And this is just pure count of mortality throughout the year. And we recorded 35 hunter harvests over the span of the last few years. 33 vehicle collisions and 20 deaths classified as others. And that includes depredation, malnutrition, predation, poaching, and unknown causes. And something to really kind of take away from here is that for males, mortality was really heavily skewed towards the latter end of the year, particularly October through December, which is probably what we might expect with those vehicle collisions and hunter harvest really stacking up. But then for males, female mortality was a little bit more distributed evenly throughout the year. It's not a perfect distribution, but we do see it peaks in November, but females are dying a little bit more in earlier times of the year.
So.
Oh, yeah.
All those deer were collared.
Yeah, these were just collared deer. Yeah. So you're probably like, why was there only that many?
That hunter knew he was shooting a collared deer.
100%. Yeah. Yep. All were collared at the time of death. So yeah. And then, we've been talking about this urbanization gradient and how do we incorporate that into our analysis? Well, and this is some variation. I know you guys are probably tired of seeing this, but this is our study area. So panel A is showing the capture locations of our female and male adult deer. But what I want you to look at here is that those yellow spaces are urban spaces and the blue is more rural. So panel B and C, what we decided to do to incorporate the gradient into our analysis is because we had these collars on the deer, so we knew exactly where they were living. I took their GPS locations. So B and C show those little dots are the GPS locations, and estimated their home ranges shown by these purple polygons. And essentially what we wanted to do was look at those home ranges and overlay it with our impervious surface raster and determine how much of the yellow, so our urban spaces, exist within that polygon. And what we did is we calculated the mean value of the yellow spaces in their home ranges to get what we called an urbanness value to determine how the gradient really affects their life. And so panel B, that individual was a more urban individual. So their urbanness value was higher at 21.7. Whereas in panel C, that individual was a more rural individual and their urbanness value was much lower. So this is really how we objectively incorporated the urbanization gradient into our analysis. Now, before I dive too far into the results, I do want to break down a plot to highlight some main elements here. So we have the urbanization gradient here along the x-axis with values closer to 0 representing our rural spaces and values closer to 40 representing urban spaces. Our y-axis shows our weekly probability of mortality, with males and females are going to be shown on the far right, and then age classes are going to be shown along the top. And then finally, these categories of mortality that we've been talking about are shown in these different colors. So looking at this figure in particular, we are seeing the weekly probability of mortality causes for adult males during the harvest season. So that's what this figure alone is showing. And I want to draw your attention here to this purple. And what this is saying is that hunter harvest was a primary cause of mortality for individuals in rural areas. But as individuals got more urban, so as they go from 0 to 40, from left to right, their risk for mortality due to hunter harvest goes down because that space occupied by the purple is decreasing. Now looking at the blue, this is vehicle collisions. We can see that there is some risk of vehicle collisions for adult males in rural areas, but that risk increases as they get more urban, right? So we're seeing that blue space increase. And then the final thing I want to point out here in this figure is that for adult males, survival actually increases a little bit as urbanization increases. So in other words, adult males in more urban spaces generally have a little bit higher survival rates than those in rural areas. And so what do these figures look like for all the other groupings that we looked at? Well, when we look at yearling males during the harvest season, we see that they do face some level of hunter harvest risk in the rural spaces, but they're also at pretty fairly high risk for vehicle collisions in these spaces as well, as shown by that blue. And as we move into urban spaces, we see that their survival actually decreases a little bit because their risk for vehicle collisions just gets so high, right? So our yearling males figures look a little bit different from our adult males. When we looked at the females during the harvest season, we do see that they do tend to face a little bit of hunter harvest risk for adult females, but that risk pretty much tapers off as you get more urban. But the interesting thing to note between our males and our females is that our females just have higher survival than our males. And then this is looking at just the non-harvest season. So we can see that the hunter harvest, the purple, does get taken away in this season. And as you get more urban, their risk for vehicle collisions just goes up, especially for our males. Now, this figure, I do want to take some time looking at. We combined all of those estimates across the entire year to calculate an annual survival. And so that's what we're seeing here. You'll notice that the annual probability is shown on the y-axis instead of weekly. And we have a new gray color block that actually represents survival that we've stacked with our mortality causes that we've been discussing. So I want you to focus here where the points, where the purple and the gray lines kind of meet each other in each panel. And you can see that the gray lines might shift a little bit across the gradient, but overall they don't change a whole lot. And this tells us that annual survival stayed relatively constant across the gradient. And the reason for that is because hunter harvest and vehicle collisions essentially balanced each other out as mortality causes. So as hunter harvest declines, as we get into more urban spaces, vehicle collisions are just increasing. And so even though these causes of death are really shifting, these risks across the gradient, there's this pretty interesting trade-off that we're seeing that's keeping survival consistent along the gradient. And just to prove that point a little bit, looking at the two ends of the spectrum here for adult females, in rural spaces, we estimated their annual survival at 77%. And in urban spaces, we estimated it at 81%. So just not a whole lot of differences there as you get from urban spaces to rural. Now, as a final wrap up of some of our findings in related to survival and mortality, I do want to highlight how dispersal reduced survival in our yearling males. So over the last few years, we were able to monitor a handful of yearling males that dispersed. And for those who successfully dispersed and established a new home range, it took them about 2 weeks to do so on average. And so we looked at survival for these yearling males at a 1 week, a 2 week, and an annual time increment. And so survival probability is shown here on the y-axis. And in the purple on the left, I think you can see, those are our dispersers, so our individuals who dispersed. And then the blue, those are for those who didn't disperse. And you can just see the main takeaway here is that survival did influence, or excuse me, dispersal did influence survival, just supporting this idea that dispersal is a risky time for our deer. And to wrap everything up, there's a few key takeaways that I want to leave with you. One, we observed a complete trade-off in mortality causes along the gradient, keeping annual survival relatively stable. Two, as hunter harvest declines, vehicle collisions increase, particularly in urban areas. Three, dispersal does significantly influence survival for our yearling males. And four, as North Carolina continues to urbanize, it's going to become increasingly important for us to understand how the gradient influences deer and wildlife populations when it comes to developing management strategies. And just to prove that there are some big bugs out there, Commissioner Coley's daughter, Caroline, shot this one last week. He was a participant of our study, as you can tell by that lovely ear tag. And yeah, did you want to talk anything about this, Coley?
Sure, absolutely.
I'm done. So anyways, I thought I've got a fun, oh, there's more. Oh, Brad put more photos in here. Okay. I think this one's my favorite. I think this one's my favorite. But anyways, I figure I'll leave this one up here as I'm done. If there's any questions for Coley or myself.
Questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
For the component other, that's primarily predation, disease. How much of that could be a vehicle collision that didn't immediately kill the deer and it moved farther from the roadway? Perhaps the carcass was scavenged. How soon do you get to those to determine whether it was an injury that caused its death or predation if it had already been scavenged?
Yeah, those are great questions, and all things that we need to take into account, right? So the collars themselves, they have a 4-hour mortality setting. So if the collar sits still for 4 hours, that's when we get the notification. So as you might imagine, if you've got scavengers moving that carcass around, sometimes that is a delayed notification. And so sometimes, unfortunately, if we get to the carcass and it's just bones, we can't definitively, even if it's close to a roadway and we suspect, yeah, it was probably a vehicle collision that was then scavenged, because we can't definitively say this was what it was, we do lump those into unknown territory. And so again, same thing with particularly for our neonates, like if we're not totally sure if it was predated upon versus scavenged, sometimes we do have to kind of lump those into unknowns if we're not fully certain. So actually a lot of the others were unknowns.
Do you get many recovered collars without the carcass? Like someone may have picked a deer up from the roadside, cut the collar off and taken the deer away?
We've had a few of those. And in those instances, unless we know the collar was on that deer at the end, we don't definitively define that fate. So unfortunately, sometimes those things get censored. Yeah.
I don't like that picture. You don't even want to see the high fence behind it.
And my son JT is here and he helped back when he was actually even in high school with the deer study and so forth. And so even though we hunt up around Trayburn and so forth, this was actually right by I-40 and 15501 on some apartment land that Tommy and I will be developing there won't be a tree on it 60 days. So I was just driving by there a month ago and I saw what I thought was someone's archery target in the front yard of this abandoned house we own. And I thought that's an odd thing. And then I saw its ear twitch. I said, oh my gosh, that's a live deer. It was like at noon. So I went back and put a camera up and kind of patterned it and told, you know, JT about it. It was an old abandoned house. I went and put a couple of chairs. I found upstairs and put some chairs in there so we could sneak in and out. And he actually snuck in a few days before with his bow and he passed that deer up. He was watching it and said, Dad, this deer's got a tag in its ear. It must be from our study. So he texted Jared, right? I think to say, hey, I got number 78 out here in front of me. And Jared sent him back the location of where it had been captured and so forth. Jared can talk more about that. But I think it was over behind the Wegmans, about a mile away or something anyway. So he didn't shoot it. He passed it up, you know, because he knew it'd be a good one, you know, good kind of opportunity for my caller. And so she'd been after me to get her a deer. I said, well, I got one that'll make you famous.
Doesn't enforcement have decoys that have tails and ears that twitch?
There's one right there.
We anyway, so we went back on Thursday because she got on her fall break from UNC Wilmington. She's a freshman there, and we shot it with a crossbow, and we were able to recover it less than 100 yards. So, of course, we took some with the tag, and then because people might think we was in a high fence or won't believe it's North Carolina, we kept the tag out, which the tag is on my mantle, which and so forth. So we got some with number 78. So when I called the number on there, all of a sudden, name comes in because she's in my contacts is Micaiah Carver. I'm like, so she answers like, John, what's up? I was like, well, I got some news for you. Got number 78. And what is your number doing on the ear tags? You make that mistake. So Dad and I looped Brad in and so forth and sent him the pictures and everything. So anyway, that's kind of how that all happened. But I think the irony of, you know, that how that all came to pass right here the week before final results. And
How long ago was it tagged versus when you killed it?
What was that?
How long ago was the deer tagged?
He was tagged in 2022.
He was a year and a half. 4.5.
I was thinking 5.5 that you had told it. Anyway, interestingly, she put it on her Instagram or somehow she got DM'd or however it is from a hunter who shot number 79. I think maybe last year. It was in Velvet, a 10th winter that still had the collar on it. And he was hunting this deer. And there was another 2 comments or something of folks who had seen this deer. So it was, he was hunting just right across probably 200 yards away on a little 10-acre tract. This was like an 18-acre tract. But it, you know, made me, when they all that say that other people had seen the deer, is I don't know of any property that doesn't have somebody hunting on it at some point. Just about every piece of property must have somebody hunting on it because this deer had been being watched. It was being actively hunted when we get it. So anyway, thank you, Micaiah, for a wonderful presentation and congrats on such a great job.
Congratulations.
Hey everyone, my name is Jared Lamb, and I'm going to talk about the population dynamics of whitetail deer across the urbanization gradient. And before I get into it, I just want to thank everybody again, all my co-authors listed on the left, all the organizations listed on the right, and the technicians at the bottom, but especially you all for funding this research, and we can't thank y'all enough. And so we know urbanization affects wildlife, and it could ultimately affect deer vital rates and population dynamics across the gradient. And Micaiah just talked about how we looked at survival rates of adults and yearlings. We also looked at the survival rates of neonates, which I'll get into those results in a little bit. But also on top of that, to be able to account for the population growth rate of whitetail deer, we need to look at reproduction, which is something I looked at as well. And so my objectives for this specific chapter, my thesis, was to estimate the reproductive rates of whitetail deer across the gradient, synthesize all the vital rates that we've accumulated over the course of the study, and then we can project the population growth rates from that.
And what makes this study so unique, and no one's really ever done this before, is we did so across this continuous urbanization gradient. And so we talked about how we captured these deer, implanted them with vaginal implant transmitters, and then we would collar the neonates, and we'd also count how many neonates that a doe produced. And I also used a similar method to calculate urbanist value for these individuals, so we were able to quantify where they were across the urbanization gradient. And so with reproduction, we were interested in two specific variables to be able to calculate fecundity. And that was the probability of producing at least one live neonate. So that's, you can think of it as like a successful birth rate, whether the doe is pregnant and whether she actually produced a viable fawn or neonate, sorry. And then we also wanted to estimate litter size across the urbanization gradient and whether that varied or not. And we can take these two variables along with multiplying it by the survival rates for yearlings and adults. And we divide that by 2 as we assume a 1-to-1 sex ratio with neonates. A doe has a 50-50 chance of producing a male or female fawn. And we only did this for yearlings and adults because we assumed that neonates did not produce neonates in the same year. And that's how we got fecundity here. And we used a projection matrix. It's a 3-stage projection matrix. We're using neonate, yearlings, and adults. We take the survival and fecundity, we do a whole bunch of math, and then that gives us the the population growth rate at each urbanist value that we observe with captured deer across the study. So overall, we captured and vitted 99 females over the course of the study. Unfortunately, deers die before they give birth. They pull the vits out, the vits malfunction. And so we only included 66 individuals in this live birth analysis that I mentioned. Of those 66, 63 gave birth to a live neonate. The 3 missing here, 2 of them gave birth to a fully stillborn litter, and 1 of them actually was not pregnant. And that gave us a probability of live birth of around 0.95, which is what we typically see in the data and other literature. And then for the litter size analysis, we only included 48 mothers in this due to we censored individuals in which we caught the litter after 24 hours. And that's because as neonates age, even a couple hours after birth, they become more mobile. The mother can split those fawns up further apart and harder for us to make sure we capture each sibling there. And so to avoid underestimating the litter size, we censored it at 24 hours. And overall, we had 41 adults and 7 yearlings here. And lower sample size on the yearlings just because they're harder to monitor with vits. Not every yearling can accept a vit. And so that's where that low sample size comes in. So we found out that litter size significantly increased with urbanization. This was really interesting for us to find. Females in more rural areas were more likely to give birth to singletons, and then females in more suburban and urban areas were more likely to give birth to twins. The points you see at the top and the bottom of the plot here are just our raw data points of where these individuals were across the gradient and how many fawns they gave birth to. And that little cluster of purple at the top, there's a significant amount of individuals in that cluster at that urbanization value. And here the purple is yearlings and the blue is adults. And we didn't notice a significant difference between the age classes here, but this generally reflects what we see in the data of the biological difference in fetus counts and litter sizes between yearlings and adults in other studies as well. And so I also mentioned that we conducted analyses on neonate and fawn survival. We split these analyses up into 2 different sections. So for the neonates, we looked at individuals from 0 to 16 weeks of age. And then for the fawns, we looked at individuals from 17 to 52 weeks of age. And then at the end, we can multiply these 2 rates together and get the annual survival rates and predation risk and non-predation risk across the gradient. And so starting off, we have neonate survival. That declined as urbanization increased, and that was due to, surprisingly, an increase in predation risk as urbanization increased. And this is likely due to less hiding cover for neonates in these urban areas and coyotes, which Ms. Heather Evans kindly helped us with identifying that that was the only predator that we documented across the study knowingly. And so coyotes were more effectively able to search and find neonates in these more urban and suburban areas, driving that decrease in neonate survival. And the non-predation mortality risk here is mostly disease and malnutrition that occurs within those first couple of days of life. No vehicle collisions really at this life stage. For fawns, survival also declined across the urbanization gradient, but it wasn't due to predation. It was due to a significant increase in non-predation mortality, which was mostly vehicle collisions here. And the logic behind this is as neonates age and become fawns, they become more mobile. And the ones who don't figure out how to navigate these urban landscapes often pay the price and get hit by a vehicle. And then once we multiply these rates together, we can get the annual survival rate of 0 to 52-week age deer across the landscape. And that declined from 0.41 in more rural areas down to 0.07 in the most urban areas that we observed, which is really low for fawns. And so I wanted to show here just all the vital rates that we accumulated over the study and how these compare to one another. These are adult survival rates, which Micaiah just showed us actually, that didn't change too much across the gradient, maybe a slight decline in the more rural areas just due to hunter harvest pressure. Yearling survival rates, same thing, not much change, maybe a slight decline in more urban areas. Neonate survival rates, which I just described here, decline across the urbanization gradient as well. And then fecundity for adults and yearlings was driven by that change in litter size. And so the question we wanted to ask next is, how do these rates contribute to population growth rate across this gradient? Because you can't really get a feel for what it's going to do here. And the question is, it produces this the answer is, it produces this non-linear growth rate across the gradient that peaks in these generally suburban areas. And so on the line here, you can see that blue areas are below 1, green areas are above 1. Below 1 typically suggests that the populations are declining. Right at 1 means it's stable, and then green and above 1 means that it's increasing. And this was really interesting to see. We saw high variability in this because we were able to incorporate the uncertainty between each vital rate in this analysis. But the main take home here too is this trend across the urbanization gradient and how it peaks in these suburban areas, which is generally what we see anecdotally across the landscape of areas where there's just so many deer easy to catch. We can't keep cording out our bait sites. And so it really reflected what we saw in the field. And we also projected this onto a map, and those areas around like Eno River and Trayburn really reflect that highest growth rate, which is cool. And so just some take home points. We're not quite sure why that litter size changed so much across the gradient. Our theories are that it probably is due to the increase of supplemental feed on the landscape. Anecdotally, we know almost every other landowner in some of these suburban areas tended to bait deer and feed them. And so this may improve body condition for mothers throughout the year and they're able to produce more neonates. It also could due to age structure of deer in these communities. But again, we didn't directly test this. And then, of course, suburban landscapes maximize population growth, which was really cool to see. And we can further apply this with density estimates and projected urbanization estimates, really see what deer populations will look like in the future. And yeah, that's all I have time for today, and I'll take any questions.
So did y'all track any of the movement? Like, were most of these does staying in the urban area, or did they?
Yes, so Micaiah actually did the movement analysis more in depth. We didn't have time to get into it today. You can speak on the home range size and the movement estimates.
Yeah, like a deer in the general area, they're not necessarily moving from like urban to rural spaces. They're kind of staying in the same general space.
If they were born in the city, they staying in the city.
Unless they're yearling males, and then males, and then they'll disperse.
They generally stay within wherever their adult range is. They're pretty.
Could you evaluate the difference between predation by coyotes and dogs, particularly in suburban areas?
Yes, so we did do the DNA analysis, Heather. I think we might have one dog DNA show up on a collar at one point. We think that it was probably just the dog sniffing around the collar though. We didn't have any concrete evidence. Most of our predation events with concrete evidence of a bite mark on the neck or something like that, it was pretty obviously coyote. But predation by domestic dogs does happen for fawns, so important to consider.
Just had a question on the home ranges, I'll just say out around Traver of a buck versus a doe. About what did you find as far as a buck's home range, how much it traveled?
In Trayburn, I'll have to get back to you on specifically in that area. But generally on average, our home range sizes were about a square kilometer. And so that's about a little less than a half square mile. So they were pretty small. With some variation, obviously you're gonna have your outliers, and some individuals have pretty large ones. But I'll have to get back to you on specifically your property.
And was I looking at the chart correct, that it looked like over the course of a year that buck mortality was about 50-50 between hunters and vehicles
Over the gradient.
over a 12-month?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, you're definitely getting compensation. So like, depending on where these bucks are, they're either gonna get harvested or they're gonna be hit by it, keeping survival at a pretty stable.
And predation was way low, certainly as they got older. Really, hunters or vehicles.
That was, yeah, those were the main driving.
So how many adults were depredated? Of all the adults we had monitored?
By predators? 3, yeah.
3. So we had two of the fawns that were 17 to 52 weeks were killed by predators. So once they get to 16 weeks, the chances of predation is almost, it's very good. And I would say that the male home ranges were larger than the female.
Male home ranges are larger, yeah.
Short decline of it by the time April 15th, May 15th, was there a peak in that for uniform?
Yep, and our peak was around May 24th, 25th. I think it was pretty consistent across the years. But really that peak in that May 24th season. And we actually looked at probability of predation and so forth, depending on the time of year that you were born in our fauna analysis as well. And we're working on that in our manuscript that'll come out, be in the final report as well. So.
Right. And when she drops 2 fawns, did you notice males, females, half of the fawns were they?
It was pretty close. We observed around, I think it was like 0.6 for males and 0.4 for females, but that could have just been due to our limited sample size. Generally, most studies that project population growth rates assume that 1-to-1 sex ratio. Interestingly, though, we did, like with the twins, it's pretty common, but one was always heavier than the other as well, which was interesting to see, like on the ground. So,
any other questions? Yeah, I got it. On the vehicle strikes, I'm just kind of remembering. If the last I recall was around 19,000 to 20,000 vehicle strikes a year, is that still about right? Yes. And so proportionally in urban areas, and I guess I'm looking at all urban areas, is that, what is the distribution of that? I mean, it's like 30% would be in urban areas, 70% rural, or if y'all look at that at all?
Yeah, I mean, we have that. I don't know the exact percentage, but because we had a continuous gradient. What would you say the percentage? Well, you could go back to the slide and show it, like the probability.
For, yeah, it's there's definitely more common in the urban areas, but exact percent.
Well, and you know, the kind of the odd, I guess, way to look at that too, when the rut starts in rural areas, it really, I mean, you see a lot. I live out in the country and we see a whole lot more vehicle strikes during the rut than we do. And is that somewhat common in the urban areas as well?
Yeah, we definitely see a up spike in vehicle collisions now during the for both all of us.
Okay. And that dispersal time period. Dispersal time period, that's where the little bucks are running all over the place getting plastic. Okay, like maybe a variation on Wes's question. Percentage is much higher in urban areas, but absolute numbers, would that still be higher in rural areas than urban? The number of deer rather than the percentage?
Oh, I don't know if I have the exact off the top of my head on that one.
So we can actually, with this projection matrix analysis that I did, we actually get the stable stage distribution of deer across the landscape. So the proportion of different age classes. And we can apply density estimates to that to get an actual number of different age classes, different proportion of deer across the gradient. And we'll be able to further tell like where these populations go, but that's more analysis involved.
I think that's a great last thing. Mr. Chairman, did I understand you to say that in urban, you were finding that they were giving birth to 2 and in rural, it was 1. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, so what we think, we can't definitively say what we think and hypothesize about is that the amount of supplemental feed on the landscape in these urban and suburban areas of landowner putting out corn in their backyard year round is giving these does a nutritional boost in condition, and that allows them to have more neonates per litter.
Less stress in urban. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
All right. So I'm happy to be closing out our main portions of the talk today by talking a little bit more of the people side of things, like Chris mentioned at the beginning, which can be tricky in a lot of ways. My name is Hannah Derashay, and this is based on my dissertation work, which I defended and graduated in May. So for a quick overview of what I'll talk about today, we'll start with an overview of the white-tailed deer management acceptance for the people in the landscape, looking at, again, that urban to rural gradient, before talking about this updated huntable land model that we've been working on. So in that presentation Chris did right at the beginning, we saw a map with huntable land predictions. That was from that 2017 report. We worked to do a 2025 updated version. So I'll talk in more detail about that, as well as a version of that huntable land prediction using both landscape and landowner variables. So to get an idea of what urban, suburban, and rural means in this more social, people-focused context, we ended up using Durham County GIS zoning definitions. So I think it's important to note that we use this more social definition or construct of urban because we are looking at people. So we sent out surveys across this gradient, so to residents in general, in even amounts for urban, suburban, and rural. We also had hunter surveys in the same area, which were done online, as well as surveys to our businesses, again, divided up across this landscape. So in the survey, we did ask about different management strategies for white-tailed deer. So you can see the 6 options that our respondents got, and they were asked to rank these individually on a scale from not acceptable to very acceptable, but we ended up grouping these into our 3 broad categories, which you can see here at the bottom of hunting, which is both archery and firearm hunting. This category that we called lethal professionals, which was the other lethal options that were not done by hunters themselves. And then anything that was non-lethal got grouped into this passive category here. So we looked at the differences in how people ranked the acceptability of these management strategies across the gradient. So you can see in the darkest color here on the left, our passive management was the most acceptable in amongst our urban respondents. And that passive management acceptance decreased as we moved to suburban and rural areas. And the opposite trend to that was our hunting acceptance. So hunting was by far, in a way, most acceptable amongst our rural respondents, and then decreased as we moved to suburban and urban areas. And I just wanted to draw attention to that last category for lethal professionals remained consistent across the landscape. It was not acceptable to almost anyone that we talked to. So it's not necessarily that urban folks are against, or they're not just by across the landscape saying no to lethal management. There is still some preference toward hunting, which is above that neutral middle ground. So it's differences in degree of acceptability rather than differences in fully accepting it versus not. And then, so I'm going to move to our huntable lands model because I think this will be interesting differences to discuss. So that 2017 model used landscape variables to predict whether or not each parcel in the state was hunted. But from the beginning, it did take out municipal areas. So we wanted to see if we added those back in and did the exact same process, what did our model look like? So I'll be referring to these as the 2017 model and the 2025 model, but each of these models is actually composed of two. One is industrial and one is non-industrial. So those put together are going to be the 2017 versus 2025 comparisons that we're seeing. So the actual model variables that went in to predict whether or not the property was hunted were very similar between these two models. Property size was the biggest model variable for both, as well as housing density and road density. The only difference in the variables that we did see was that the distance to the nearest municipality was important for the industrial model in our 2017 version. But in terms of what the accuracy was, there's a huge difference when we look at the entire landscape when we're using that old model. So that 2017 model, when you took the numbers and input our 2025 information, it only correctly predicted whether or not a parcel was hunted at about 20%. So we used our survey responses for the parcels. So we had these about 1,000 parcels where we knew if they were hunted or not. And we were able to compare what the model said versus what we actually knew to get these numbers. Our 2025 model, by comparison, was about 88% accurate. And I think it's important to see this visually here, that most of these incorrect predictions, which are shown in red, are in those urban areas. So that current version of the model that we're using from 2017 doesn't do a great job about predicting accuracy of whether or not a parcel was hunted when we're adding in these areas. So the 2025 model is still not perfect. We're seeing some incorrect predictions, but they're more evenly dispersed throughout rather than this huge chunk of red that we're seeing with the 2017 model numbers. And then to look more at depth at the 2025 model predicted across the entire county and surrounding areas, we can see that the probability of a parcel being hunted, which is shown here in red, is more common among the rural parts of the county, and then decreases as we move from the orange, the light blue, and then the lowest probability of being hunted here in this dark blue. So it matches up pretty well with some of the other maps we've seen today in terms of whether or not a parcel can be hunted in these areas. And then just to see this at a closer scale, we can see if we're looking at the top right part of Durham County, that most of the land in this rural area is predicted to be hunted using this 2025 model. So again, the red is high probability of that parcel being huntable. But compared to the suburban, we're seeing a lot more of a mixed bag. So to orient ourselves here, we're in the left middle part of Durham County. We can see there are still some areas, the red parcels, that are being shown as high probability of being hunted, but we're also seeing a lot of these lower probabilities when we're getting to the developed suburban centers. And then finally, looking at Durham Center, the most urban parts, it's pretty much universally low, if not zero, predictions of huntable probability. So that is our general 2025 model using just the physical barriers and landscape level variables to predict whether a parcel was hunted. We also created a version of this model which took into account the landowner characteristics from our survey, demographics like education, income, age, gender, and political identity to predict hunting access, looking at property size and those important variables, and also who is making the decision about that landscape level access. So we saw that our property size and other landscape variables were still the most important predictors with that hunting probability, increasing with property size and decreasing with road density. But we also saw that there were significant landscape variables or landowner variables as well. So again, who is making that decision about hunting access is important, not just the characteristics about the parcel. So for example here, landowners who are more politically conservative, who are older and who are male, were more likely to have higher probabilities of hunting access on their property. So for the actual, the outtakes here, it's still important to look at increasing hunting access with those physical barriers, looking for large parcels, looking for those with not a lot of road density in the area. But it's also important to think about who we're talking to when we're looking to increase hunting access. So those who may be underrepresented or have lower probabilities due to these landowner characteristics for a parcel that might otherwise be hunted. We can use targeted outreach material, try to work to maybe create connections between hunters who need land access and these landowners who don't currently provide access, and work toward that private land access for hunting. So that's all I have time for today. I'd be happy to go back to any of these maps or answer any questions that people might have.
Questions? I had a question
Yeah.
about the color coded map.
This one.
Yeah. What, the probability is divided into four equal sections. What accounts for the fact that orange is so underrepresented compared to all three of the other colors?
Yeah, so the original version of the model used these probabilities and put it into sort of concrete yes or no if the parcel was hunted. The output itself with probability, I think, is more interesting because it shows things like this, where we're not seeing a lot of middle of the ground decisions about hunting. Our cutoff would be at about 0.56 based on optimal cutoff that we calculated for if a parcel was hunted or not. But it seems like things are either not predicted to be hunted or they are. So it's pretty concrete based on the variables we're looking at right now.
Between a liberal landowner and a conservative.
They're self-identified based on the variable we're using. In terms for actually using that, it's not, I mean, you're not going around asking people how they identify politically necessarily when you're talking to people about hunting access. It was more of a, at least at this point, academically interested. We just asked based on these 5 categories. Some people just didn't answer, so maybe they were some other secret category, but from those options, people just picked, here's what I identify with most, so. Yeah, it did affect some of the things like management acceptance. So that was part of one of my dissertation chapters. So it's showing up more than we were expecting as in combination with some of the other important demographics, like things like gender and age, which we see a lot in the literature. It's a really important social identity for people, along with those other demographics. Yeah.
Got a question. It might go back to Micaiah or Jared, but that insert that goes into the female, does that hinder the bucks or reproduction at all?
No, it happens after the rut. So
Okay.
January through April is when we capture. So they're already.
And it discharges when the baby, when the bone comes out.
Yep.
And then you're able to say, I mean, it's out there and it's sending you a message, come find me.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Y'all did a great job. Anybody else anybody got anything to add?
Just one thing, there was a lot of consternation about what this study was going to cost several years. And there was discussion, it was substantial, but from what I've seen today, it looks like it was worth. I know there was a lot of heartburn. You will no problem, Steve. Are you ready to present this vow with the broad now, 5 years later?
I am extremely, I do have one point, the same point you made. What identifies a conservative landowner versus a liberal landowner?
I'll discuss that with y'all.
Thank you.
Niels, go ahead, Niels. Yeah.
In terms of the data, we just ask people on a continuum, how do you politically identify, and they choose themselves. But, and in some ways, it's kind of an interesting question, but the flip side is like, how are you gonna use this, right? And there are, I think, some ways to use it, right? You can make a heat map of political identification on the landscape pretty well without surveying people. And we found some important patterns there, right? Like people that identify on the very left side of the continuum often don't know other hunters. So one barrier they just reported, like, I don't know anybody to do this with. And if you're looking at R3 in these areas, social networking is valuable because they're not actually opposed to it in principle. They just don't know anybody. And so connecting them would help. They're also more concerned about safety risks. Also because of lack of familiarity, right? Like if you're thinking about risk, think it's bigger if you don't understand. So R3 efforts that address concerns about safety in these areas can be very effective, right? So there are some practical uses.
You know, I guess my takeaway of all of this is we wanted y'all to study this and come to these conclusions. So what recommendations would y'all have to us as a commission? Either modify, change, consider the rules and laws that we go by?
That's the next year.
That's
That's what we're fixing to talk about. But that's a good question, and they're going to be engaged in that conversation as well. And
we gonna beat him up. Is that
right? Yeah, they've done what they signed up for. But no, that's you know, yeah, Commissioner Sigrid, you know, that's the perfect question. That is actually the perfect question that we're going to move into just. But before I do that, I do want to step back. I want to acknowledge Niels is here. Dr. Chris Moorman's here. You already met the other person that's there. We'll get into that later. But I want to say something. This is a big study. It was, and I'm going to go pretty quick, Mr. Chair, because I know we're getting close to the end of time. But this was an enormous undertaking, and you know, I can't say how much that, you know, what these folks have done from the staff and the professors at NC State. There's other people that are over there working on this behind the scenes that we did, you know, some of them's names were on those slides. To the students that were involved in this, I mean, to say they overachieved is an understatement. They came up with stuff that we didn't even know we were looking for in some of this stuff. So I just want to acknowledge everybody that participated in this and just kind of give them all a pretty big hand, because I didn't even really think they could catch this many deals. You know, and you know, and Commissioner Seegers led us right into what, and I'm going to go pretty quick through this because I'm going to do something, you know, as a true scientist, I'm going to give you a presentation with nothing but questions and no answers. Based on what we're doing here. But you know, this is a map of that impervious surface layer of North Carolina. And you know, this a lot of what we're working on here, it went from the urban to the rural, and quite frankly, that's our management conundrum, to be honest about it, for the next foreseeable future. I think everybody's aware of this is the infamous Piedmont Crescent here, you know, goes from Raleigh all the way down to Charlotte. And what I want you to not focus on is that red and orange, because I mean, we know what's going on there, but look at all the yellow across the Piedmont. That's the little dots in there, Kyle, that you can, but look, that's all impervious surface layer. That's housing developments, that's small towns, that's little things. I mean, it's scattered all over the landscape, which means there's interaction and stuff. And you think about some of the stuff that Jared talked about, and productivity layers and the probability of areas being hunted. You know, this is the challenge we're facing as we move in. So Chris touched on a few things about our programs, you know, and so over the next year, our Deer Committee, working, you know, in cooperation with this research and what we found out and more things to come from it, we got questions. You know, our urban archery program, we kind of jumped on the bandwagon with this over a decade ago when everybody else was doing it as well. And was like, oh, we're going to get the hunters into the cities to shoot more deer. You know, we need to look at it. Can it be better? Does this study suggest where it would likely be effective and where it's probably not going to be effective? I think it did. I think you saw some answers to that today. And then we're also already considering, you know, thoughts about how cities enroll in the program with the administrative components of the urban archery season. How can we make that easier for municipalities to get into? Chris mentioned the community DMAP program. This is typically targeted at, it's kind of targeted in the suburban environment. And that's really where this is focused. Homeowners associations, collective landowners getting together. We got lots of options with our deer management assistance program. But we want to take what we know here and look and see, are there any changes relative to that program that we need to work on? Outreach and education. The first question is what we've learned from all of this stuff is outreach to who? To whom? Should this be part of our green growth toolbox, pitch when we talk to counties or cities and county planners and say, here's what we know about deer and deer movement and deer populations. And you should take this into account as you're planning. And of course, based on the last presentation, how, do we change our approaches to encouraging hunting? We got in a little bit of a discussion right there about how are we targeting people to see if they're interested in hunting and getting them? And then can we just make changes to our messaging regarding deer management in general? You're going to hear CWD all the time, but what will we have to do to adapt when CWD management gets into urbanizing area? And if we are going to do that, how do we do it based on what we know about CWD management? And I say this because these are the positives. And that's Winston-Salem sitting there, just sitting right underneath it. So CWD is not too far from a pretty highly urbanized area. And what do we do when that disease gets down closer to them? Population management. I thought there's two things I took away from this, and this is a problem across the landscape. How do we facilitate harvest of does where we need it? Is there a role with conservative health cooperators to help us with that? Do we need to be looking at expanding economic incentives for processing and donating harvested deer? I think if you go back and you think about what Jared, and I forget all the different ones, one of the things that took away from me is like, yeah, I see the harvest susceptibility. What I also saw was we're not shooting enough does in northern Durham County. Even where there's hunting going on, we're not shooting enough does. The survivability of does, I think, was like 70, 80%. They were surviving annually. So there ain't much harvest pressure on does up there. And we need to look at why that is and what we can do and we've got other places across the landscape that we need to increase harvest pressure as well. So that's real quick. I mean, like I said, this is what we're going to be working on for the next year or so with our staff, the Deer Committee, and trying to come up with ideas and solutions. So we're probably going to be coming back and we're very much like to hear your perspective on it and what you think, what direction we might want to go. And we're going to be coming to you periodically with ideas and some of them might get way outside the box. So hold on to your hat. But anyway, any questions for me from that?
Outside the box include reintroduction of larger predators like wolves and lions.
I answer that one, right? What? Back,
California handles mountain lions in urban environments.
I'm going to suggest we probably don't explore that for another 7 to 10 years. Because Brad ain't going to be here. But no, I mean, I did think it was interesting the predation rates on the adult. It's just not there. It's simply not there. But
May, I do have a question, Brad, and say first of all, what a great study that was. Commissioner Wyndham and I were discussing it. Have we not been doing a study like this on the black bear population and kind of what they're doing? And I thought we were going to get an update on that like a year ago.
We're getting there.
We're getting okay. Thanks. There you go. I'm sorry.
You're good to go. And it's very opportunistic because one of the people that are working on that with us cooperatively is here today. You want me to jump on into that?
Before we jump to the bears, let's go to lunch. We have
this be pretty quick. This is just a quick statement of where we are with it.
Deer, before we jump to the bears, right quick. Okay, jump on the bears.
Colleen, you want to come up and sort of tee it up, or?
I got one question. Yeah.
How much did this study cost us, total money?
We've allocated 1.2 million, right? When we started years in 2002.
It came in under budget, I can tell you that much.
Best money we've ever spent, Stephen, all I can tell you. Whatever the number was.
It was,
They don't like to eat asphalt.
it was 1.2 million.
If you got more cars, you have more collisions.
0.2 million.
We're gonna study the speed limit versus the collision. Hold on, we're not done. Okay, I'll let you jump on the barrier right quick.
All right, yeah, great way to tee up talking about how actually this study has some overlap with the urban bear study that we conducted. That urban bear study is complete and the results are going to be used towards making recommendations in our update to the bear management plan. But in addition to that urban bear study, of course, we're doing the coastal bear study. And the researcher that I guess will not be named today for some reasons, did you want to give an update on that coastal bear study?
He came on purpose today.
So we've been working on the coastal black bear work for the past few years with Holly and the WRC and our collaborators down at Mississippi State University. We sampled more than 1,200 locations across Eastern North Carolina in 2023 and 2024. Again, with tremendous support from private and public landowners. So similar to what we did in the white-tailed deer study here, where we did a spatial capture recapture approach. We did a very similar approach for the black bears that was also done in Western North Carolina years before. All the hair that we collected from that, more than 10,000 hair samples that we collected, went to Mississippi State then to do the genetic analysis. We got those results back this summer, and now we're compiling that for our abundance and density estimate so far. So everything's been going really smoothly on that one. Again, tremendous effort. You can think about 1,200 sites all across the coastal plain of North Carolina. And then we'll end up with similar to what you saw here with those density estimates for deer. We'll be able to make similar maps for coastal North Carolina in the future with those changes too.
No, except that in addition to getting the population and density estimates across the whole coastal bear management unit, we also will be looking at the data to see how can we improve how we monitor the bear population long-term in the future. Again, mainly monitoring by population growth rate. So that'll be an additional component of that study. But, you know, with the bear management plan being updated, there's going to be a lot of inputs we use to make recommendations. But probably the four major ones are going to be the coastal bear study that looked at density estimates, our mountain study from a few years ago that also did the same, as well as the urban bear study and the human dimension surveys that we did of the public, as well as our hunters to get their thoughts, perceptions, desires regarding bear management in North Carolina. So some pretty major projects that are all going to be wrapping up about the same time, end of this year, early next year, that will be very impactful towards updating that bear management plan.
We'll have an update, like we'll have some numbers in the near future.
Yes, we'll have some numbers in the future. Yeah. And one thing to note, you know, it's interesting with the deer ecology study, hearing about as urbanization increases, of course, you see an increase in vehicle collisions as the main source of mortality. You see an increase in deer fecundity. Boy, that sounds so similar to the results of the urban bear study. So it's pretty synergistic between the urban bear study and the urban deer study.
Yeah, and sort of you get to your point, Commissioner, this is all going to play into the bear plan. So we'll be using it to evaluate the zones in the coast. We'll be using it to evaluate the potentially zoning in the mountains based on population dynamics and those kind of things. So next year will be the year of the bear. So it's going to be interesting. With that, I think unless there's any more questions.
We give you 60 seconds.
Yes.
And we are all aware, professional deer guide JT Coley is here today. You may not know about JT is he served for the last 4 years on our North Carolina Youth Outdoor Engagement Commission. JT will come up for a second. Ms. Reed, we very appreciate you for your dedication to service to the Wildlife Resources Commission's appointee to the North Carolina Youth Engagement Commission for the last 4 years. We want to thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And hopefully one day you'll be seated around this table.
Yes, sir. Hope so.
John and JD, if you'd like, stay for a picture, we'll do that after.
Anybody got anything? Adjourn.
Campbell said.
I'll call to order the small game committee meeting of North Carolina Wildlife Commission. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded in the public record. Recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. And with that, Margaret, would you please give the roll call?
Good afternoon. Going to do a roll call for our small game committee members. Committee Chair Jim Ruffin.
Present.
Committee Vice Chair Steve Wyndham.
Here.
Tom Berry. Ray Clifton.
Here.
John Stone.
Here.
Tom Hayslip.
Here.
And ex officio members Mark Craig
Here.
and Lynn Zimmer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have the floor.
And with that, I'd like to introduce John Eisenhower, who is with the Wildlife Management Division, Wildlife Habitat Coordinator. Did I get that right, John? Close, I hope.
That's close. Good enough. I'll respond to that.
He is a very busy man, doing a lot of great work for us. I've had some personal experience with him out in the field, and he is top notch. I'm awful proud to have him as part of our commission and up here to speak with us. John, just so you know, is feeling a little bit under the weather. He's come here anyway to give his presentation because that's important to him. That's just the kind of person he is. So I want to thank you for making the effort, John, and that.
Well, I appreciate y'all's time this afternoon, talk a little bit about private lands efforts and opportunities, and appreciate you inviting me to come talk. And one of the few times I've gotten to talk in front of the commission, but hopefully we can enlighten y'all to some things that we've done and plan to do in our private lands efforts. Because as many of you know, about 80% of North Carolina's land mass is privately owned. And you can tell the yellow covers a huge component of the state compared to the black. And we have a lot of opportunities to impact management on private lands. And actually that's addressed in the current draft of the Wildlife Action Plan. And I'll just read this real quickly. Key agencies and organizations involved in private lands programming in North Carolina should strive for better program coordination with the goal of providing clear and consistent leadership for options and benefits to private landowners. So, that's what is important as far as reaching private landowners. And this is not a new concept. We've been working with private landowners for years and years and years. But even Aldo Leopold realized back in 1934 that conservation will ultimately boil down to rewarding the private landowner who conserves the public interest. And that's what we do when we work with private landowners. We try to find those folks that are willing to manage their property to enhance the public trust for wildlife. And our efforts can really be broken down into two different components: technical guidance and assistance, and outreach and education. And we'll go through each of these points real quickly just to let you know what we do and some things we have in mind to hopefully do in the future. From a technical assistance standpoint, we have the Wildlife Conservation Land Program. This is a program that offers a property tax deferment for landowners who enter into an agreement with the Wildlife Commission. I think that it's important to realize that this is an agreement. This isn't a plan that are consulting forestry rights. This isn't something where they show $1,000 worth of agricultural income. This is an agreement with the commission. All right. So the program originated in 2009. It expanded with Criterion 3 in 2019. It was tweaked a little bit in 2022 also. It's similar to the valuation that's provided for forestry and agricultural present use value. All right. Depending on your tract, it could be anywhere from 80 to 90% reduction in your annual tax bill. There is a 20-acre minimum contiguous habitat, not just 20 acres of contiguous land. It's got a qualifying habitat type. And the land can qualify under criteria 1 for species, criteria 2 for habitat, or it can be considered wildlife reserve land. As you take a look at this map on the top, you can see that there's a lot of interest in this program and has been for years in the western part of the state. The red dots are all the agreements that have been written for WCLP since 2009. The blue dots are the ones that were last year's agreements. So even though we're starting to see a little bit of interest further to the east, this has still really been heavy in the western part of the state.
you start looking at these charts just a little bit, you can see that before 2019, when criteria 3 was added to the legislation, we'd kind of reached a plateau and actually started to sink a little bit with interest in the program. 2019, the opportunity for wildlife reserve land came along. Our interest increased, as well as the acreage that we were enrolling in the program each year. So it definitely made a big difference on the interest in the program, the tracts that were eligible whenever we added criterion 3. Another thing that we do when we're working with private landowners is farm bill assistance. USDA Farm Bill is a huge funding opportunity to get habitat on the ground on private lands. We provide direct assistance and guidance in planning and implementation of practices that qualify for Farm Bill. So if somebody wants us to come out and develop a plan that's going to enhance habitat on their property, we not only give them the specifications of what they need to do, we also offer opportunities to help them enroll in Farm Bill programs. We give direct guidance to USDA field staff about their practices that they're funding Farm Bill with Farm Bill dollars. Oftentimes, we're a bit more familiar with some of those practices than their own staff are. We also participate in the state technical committee, as well as regional and national committees that help impact and shape the Farm Bill moving forward. Right now, we're kind of in between farm bills. Of course, with the government shutdown, everything with USDA has pretty much come to a halt. But we are providing guidance and requests through the national committees, especially to try to make Farm Bill a bit more beneficial from a wildlife standpoint. We have a native warm season grass forage program. So this is where we actually go out and work directly with private landowners to help them convert a portion of their farm that might be in fescue, Bermuda grass, other non-native grasses into native warm season grasses, the grasses that were here when the elk and the bison were here. The structure of those grasses are more beneficial from a habitat standpoint. They're very nutritious. They're very drought tolerant. Just trying to figure out a way that we can incorporate something beneficial for wildlife into this working financial management system of forage production. There again, we provide direct guidance to private landowners to help them establish and manage native warm season grasses. We work with partners to collaborate on how to promote native warm season grasses. This is kind of a leftover part of chore in that we're working hand in hand with landowners to get this work done on the ground. To date, we work with about 120 producers to impact about 2,000, just over 2,000 acres of native warm season grasses. We are probably, our agency and staff in our agency, probably are more knowledgeable about getting native warm season grasses established on the landscape than anybody else. That includes with Department of Ag, Extension, whatnot. We've tried this for years. We have had to sell Extension that, hey, this is a viable option for forage production in North Carolina. Our approach has been adopted by the National Bob White and Grassland Initiative. And also we're recognized nationally with American Forage and Grassland Council. We have several of our staff that have been interviewed on their podcast and videos, as well as many of our landowners that are doing this work have been featured on their podcast and videos as well. Wild quail management areas. This originated in 2021. It was amended in 2023. Currently, there's 4 properties enrolled in this program, totaling just over 32,000 acres. That equates to just right about 18,000 acres of year-round usable quail habitat. The program requires a minimum of 500 contiguous acres, with at least 225 acres being year-round quail habitat. If you have larger properties, you have to maintain at least 15% of the acreage in year-round quail habitat. This program provides extended trapping and supplemental feeding opportunities, and it does provide the opportunity for our staff to go out and talk and guide and advise these landowners if they're interested, which sometimes they are and sometimes they're not. Our equipment loan program started out really hand in hand with our native grass program, where we had specialized no-till drills that we would loan out to landowners to establish native warm season grasses, forbs, different kinds of things that are going to be beneficial for everything from songbirds to quail to pollinators. We've got a total of 7 drills now that are commissioned on that we can loan out to landowners across the state. We also work with soil and water districts to help landowners if our drill is not available or close by. We've recently started a loan program where we're providing a UTV that can be loaned to landowners for use with prescribed burning projects, and also a sprayer that can be used for site preparation if we're trying to do plantings or killing non-native grasses, and also invasive plant control. So those are some new additions to our program with the UTV and the sprayer loan program. America the Beautiful grant funds. This was a partnership between Wildlife Management Division and Habitat Conservation Division. This was a multiple state competitive grant application that was put together. It was funded by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, or NFWF. It provides approximately $500,000 for longleaf understory enhancement on private lands. So going through all the hoops to get this money available for us to spend, we've finally got this available. We've started on some projects here in the last few months. We are not paying the landowners directly. There's some tax implications there. So what we're doing is we're purchasing materials, and we're also hiring contractors to actually do the work on the land for the landowners. That way we have a little bit of control about species selection, as well as making sure that the quality of the work and the level of work that we're paying for is getting done correctly. So other than technical guidance and assistance, we do quite a bit of outreach and education as well. That's in the form of field days, tours, and presentations. So these 6 events have taken place with our staff being lead or co-lead on coordinating these since May 15th. So we've had a pretty busy summer in late spring and summer. We've reached a lot of landowners all the way from Green River Game Lands down to Sampson and Bladen County, and a couple in between. What we try to do with these outreach events are bring together partners, our staff, and landowners so that we can all meet and greet. Like-minded landowners getting together and talking is a very valuable outreach tool. So these folks can get to know one another, get to know their neighbors who are doing some of the same work, can pool resources possibly. But it's a really good way to convey the information. We actually get out in the field. We look at tracts that have been managed, talk about the benefits of that management and how this management has been done, so that landowners can get a better idea of possibilities that they can do on their own property. And these have been really, really successful. We submit a survey to get feedback from these events, and they've been well received, and good comments back about how we can continue to expand these outreach events. We're also involved with a huge amount of partnership groups and other professional organizations. The benefit to our involvement in these groups is that our staff is somewhat limited, as we'll talk about shortly. This allows us to work with partners, convey our message to the partners, and then they can then disseminate that with folks that they work with on a more formal basis. It just extends our reach. We can learn from our partners, they can learn from us, and we just come together with a more unified message as far as outreach and education to private landowners. As far as staffing goes, each district has a district biologist and a wildlife conservation biologist. These staff are our primary contact with private landowners across the state. We also have Benji Strope, who's the southeastern focal area habitat biologist. He works Bladen and surrounding counties. He's very instrumental with working with landowners and building relationships. I think that's one thing to really remember. A successful interaction with landowner, to have a successful project, we have to build a relationship. Somebody comes out and gives you a couple pages of what to do on your property and you never see them again, you're probably not going to interact with them. You're not going to implement what they're recommending. So this is a relationship building thing. These good landowners that we try to meet with, that we give guidance and advice to, you have to foster those relationships, or less will get done on the ground. Other folks that have been really involved: Gabriella Garrison, Lisa Davis, Fallon Owens, and many folks across the agency. Chris Turner does a whole lot of working with private landowners because he's got a lot of history with the folks in District 1, and he's very well respected up there. And it's hard to get folks to turn away from you once they know they can come to you. our staff does have lots of other responsibilities that pull them in lots of different directions. And y'all talked some this morning about research assistance and enforcement actions, permanent inspections, guidance to governmental agencies, all kinds of things that pop up in the day of a district biologist or wildlife conservation biologist that can pull them away from working with private lands. And, that really got us to realize that we need to be more efficient and effective with our outreach. And that's what we've been trying to do over the last few months, especially, or look at some ways that we can enhance our outreach and education techniques. And this is one of my favorite Leopold quotes. What more delightful avocation than to take a piece of land and by cautious experimentation to prove how it works? What more substantial service to conservation than to practice it on one's own land? That's how I feel about my little piece of property. I want to know what I can do. How can I make it better? How can I make it more conservation valuable? And those are the kind of landowners that we need to be reaching out to. Folks that are looking for other reasons to manage, maybe not looking at the bottom line financially, but how can they experiment cautiously to make things more conservation value? So what we decided we need to do is find out a little more formal information about landowners. So a couple years ago, Amy Braun came to the table and really helped us develop a survey that we could send out to landowners, and a process by which we could learn motivations and limitations. Everybody has motivations and everybody has limitations. It's just the way of life. And then we can learn from those things to impact our outreach efforts. So to begin with, we held 4 focus groups across the state, kind of the cream of the crop landowners, 4 of them here with their Habitat Cooperator signs. From information we gained at those focus groups, we developed a survey that was sent to 677 landowners. We received about 253 responses, or 37%. And with that, we were able to dig a little deeper into what motivates these landowners that we feel like we can depend on to do good work on their property. So I guess I was going to read this quote first, but I think first we should say, hey, a huge number thought that what we provided for them was very satisfactory. And 81% very satisfied, 11% more somewhat satisfied. Some delusional person must have read the survey wrong and answered somewhat dissatisfied, but it's the way it goes. So there were some open-ended questions. This was a response that I think is really tied to what our staff can offer private landowners. This was from a respondent. I think it's important to have a plan up front. I've had a bunch of ideas. You jump around from thing to thing, and it's hard to pull it all together without having some person sit down with you and get a plan together. That's what our staff can offer these landowners. They're interested. They want to do something. They don't know what to do. They're all over the place with what they're thinking. We can sit down with our experience, knowledge base, develop them a plan that's feasible and practical and meets their goals, but also addresses their concerns and limitations. And that's what gets us 81% very satisfied responses. We also ask about goals and barriers to being able to implement your goals for your property. You'll see these top 5 that respondents categorized as very important. Those are those things that make us feel good: nature, peace, relaxation, game species, non-game species, biological diversity. Those are kind of hard to quantify. That's what I typically find with landowners. Everybody wants to do what feels good. And then they start seeing the price tags on some things, and then they start thinking about what feels good in the wallet, and folks get a little harder to convince to do and implement practices. And that's kind of what our survey shows, that cost, difficulty to obtain cost share, difficulty of finding equipment to do the work. All these things are barriers to implementing habitat conservation on private lands across the state. And those are things that we are going to try to address moving forward with some of our private lands work. Not finally, because it was a pretty extensive survey, but some other things that we did find out that we asked about was, how do they prefer our staff to communicate with them? As you can see, emails from biologists, site visits, and workshops and seminars still rank pretty high. That makes me feel good. I'm old school enough that I still like to be able to go out and visit with a landowner. Getting that FaceTime, seeing their property, learning firsthand what's going on has a lot of value, but it also takes a lot of time. As far as how they find other information that they get for land management, YouTube videos, other landowners, there again, that peer-to-peer communication is very important. Books and publications, still about 50% of folks are reading out there and looking for information in hard copy. So one thing we have done kind of in relation to our survey, but kind of something we've been wanting to do for some time, was put together a video series. I say a series because we've got one done so far, 2 more on the way, one about bird habitat, one about pine management. The one that we got finished was about pollinators on your property. This is housed at the YouTube, on our agency YouTube channel. We received private donations that wound up getting channeled through WARF to contract with Carolina All Out to do the videography and the production work for these videos. Think that they turned out pretty good. If you get a chance, take a look at this one, and hopefully you'll see some really good information. They're short, they're concise, and they can get information landowners. Hopefully in the near future, we can tie these videos back to our website and be able to flesh out our website a bit more. And with that, I think I'm done. I think Fairley's going to talk next about the website, unless anybody has questions or whatever you think, Commissioner Ruffin.
Go ahead, Cam. You and I had talked extensively on the 500-acre requirement for the quail management program. Did we decide that we would like to tweak that and bring it down? I know originally the biologist said that to make it work at all, you got to have 500 acres. You and I had talked about patchwork or the checkerboard and maybe bringing that acreage down.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. That's biologically makes sense. And I think it does, frankly, just anecdotally from what I've seen. But I will always fall back on John and his crew and say, what really works here? We really would like to pull that back. I think you can find a lot more small fish than big fish.
I agree with the find more small fish than big fish. I'm always going to fall back to Hannah about the biological standpoint of it. Yeah, under the bus. But yeah, I think there's a possibility that maybe that 500-acre qualification is not being presented often. I mean, there again, you're thinking about somebody that's more or less giving up production on 225 acres the way it is now. That's pretty tough to swallow for most people.
That's what I was.
Right.
100 acres.
Right. And but along those same lines, there's other than the supplemental food and the additional trapping, there's nothing that says a landowner can't manage those same, as many acres as they want to for early succession. It's just it's tough to find.
Feeding the fire and the predator control, they're the 3 things the whole thing's built on. So saying you got to be able to trap, you got to be able to supplemental feed, and you got to burn.
What was the last one?
Burn,
yes.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, if we can take that acreage down, so it behooves a small person who come in and plant pollinators, do whatever, but that 500 acres, that's a big nut.
It is certainly a major ask for most landowners. And there again, whether it be state-owned land, whether it be privately owned land, giving up that kind of production is just tough for most people to swallow. So that's something that, certainly y'all can discuss more, I'm assuming. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, John. It was meant to be me to be here and hear the talk you just made, because I can personally validate everything he just stood there and said. I have just experienced it personally with Wildlife Biologist District 3, Jamie Sapp. How can validate? I've been calling him and praising Jamie Brown. Anyway, I bought my farm in probably 1998. And somebody told me that the Wildlife Commission would do a free wildlife management plan. We own your land. If you just call them and ask. I called them and asked. Down at Wildlife and Mike Scruggs called me on the phone, came out to the farm, toured all over the farm for the whole day. About a month later, he came back and met with me with a plan about that thing. And he said, Tommy, how are you gonna implement this? I said, Mike, that's a good question. He said, would you let me do it? Absolutely. When are you gonna do it? He said, nice weekend. 5 months later, he said, Tommy, would you like to get this done faster? Yes, sir. And he said, well, I can do that. How you gonna do that? He said, I'm retired. So he retired. He managed that plant until 5 years ago. So now the farm's 27 years older, mature, and there are things that we need to be doing now that weren't appropriate when we first started it, but are now appropriate. So what I do, just what I did before, call on the phone. Jamie Sasser came down to that farm, spent a whole day. John, you and Jamie are identical. There's 3 things I heard you say. I see in you: passion, experience, knowledge. Jamie was he's a new friend. He loved doing what he was doing that day more than I did. So anyway, since then, I picked up that phone and called him on the phone. He's right there. I said, Jamie, let me ask you such and such. Gives you the exact. But anyway, long story short, I spent 5 hours with Jamie, my farm manager, yesterday, going over that management plan. And I'm telling you, in my business career, I paid for a lot of plans, recommendations, studies, so on and so forth. They couldn't touch what he gave me yesterday. There was not 1 page of BS in that whole thing. It was, Tommy, here are all the things you can do, not what I'm telling you to do. These are what your choices are. He told us what all of our choices were. And then for anything that we wanted to do, there was a detail how to. And he said, Tommy, I can't do this for you, but I can show you how to do it. I can come down and help me over and beyond anything I could anticipate. It's the first class experience that I've had with anything or anybody. And I've met a new friend. So I'm just saying, and so the biggest thing we got to do, my farm manager looked at me, he said, Tom, are you telling me all that was free? And he said, and he picked up that phone and called. I think Jamie told you to call me anytime about anything he needs to come back. So none of what John just said is too good to be true. It's all true. And it exceeds your expectations. It is an incredible service that we provide to private entities. I just want to be sure I validated what you said, John. I appreciate you.
Let me echo that. Now, there sits Chris Craig, Chris Turner sitting right over there. They have done the exact same thing. I won't go through that great oration that Tommy just went through, but I had the exact same feeling, the exact same thing. They've come down there and done that with the Lux farm. I've got 2 books, exactly what to do, what to plant, when to do it, how to do it, the whole 9 yards. I'm just waiting for our conservation project to be through, which is just about done. And I will tell you by next spring, we can implement the very thing that Tommy and they came down there to look, spent enormous amount of time. We rode around, looked at it, and I've got notebooks of exactly detailed exactly what to do, and I intend to do it. I appreciate their effort, what they've done, but that's the exact same thing that Tommy's talking about. So here's 2 real world situations that exactly what he's talking about.
Exactly to the T.
But with regard to the 500-acre threshold, does that imply that our staff has excess capacity and we need more people signing up? Or would it be better to keep that threshold at 500 acres and as a lot of those properties get done and staff has more time, then lower the threshold to attract more landowners?
I'll just make a quick comment. I know in the interest of time, I'll need to get some other stuff, but initially, yes, when we got into wildfire management area, the science actually says that 1,500 acres where that would be effective. We wanted to try a little bit lower. We're at the point now where we've got results coming in, digging into that to see what's working, not working entirely.
Is it possible to consider lowering that over time based on the results?
Sure. Yeah, I think digging into the results to see what folks are having success with, where it's working.
If there's a way to do it on a smaller scale. Okay.
I think, promoting that 500-acre threshold will actually move some opportunities a little bit more into the Piedmont as well. Yeah, and I think one thing, Commissioner Stanback, just, the 500-acre threshold is for the wild quail management area. We don't have a threshold, nothing hard and fast, with our technical guidance and assistance. We're looking for those folks that want to implement on the ground, actually follow through. And I appreciate the words of guidance here. Two things came to mind: friend, or you said friend twice. Building that relationship with landowners are critical. I kind of think about it. I don't have enough money to have a financial advisor, but a lot of folks do. You're taking guidance on one of your most valuable pieces of your biggest asset in a lot of instances. Do you want somebody there again that gives you a map, gives you a plan, and walks away, or to build that relationship? So that trust is built over time. I will also tell myself a little bit. I got away from writing really big comprehensive plans because I was spending a lot of time. You give it to somebody and you never heard from them again. So I give them, I always like to give a little spoon fed. Hey, do this. And it builds into a comprehensive plan, building that relationship over time. So there's different approaches to that. Jamie does a great job. Chris have done a great job. But there again, we're looking for opportunities to enhance habitat with our technical guidance and assistance beyond the wild quail management. If that's somebody that's got 50 acres, 25, with WCLP, we go out and talk to folks with 20 acres. So making sure you're not, merging those two things. Habitat on the ground in North Carolina right now, as quickly as we're growing, is important for a wide variety of species, and early succession especially is important for a wide variety of species as well.
If there are no further questions for John, we're probably gonna need to move on. Unless you guys finish up with you.
I appreciate the extra discussion, and appreciate y'all having me come and talk today, and the kind words.
A lot of support and interest in what you're doing. I hope you'll stick around. If there are questions for him, that's the guy to talk to right there. I can tell you, he's thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, commissioners. Oh, you're fine. You're totally fine. This is brief and to the point, but over the next few minutes, I'm going to go over a high level overview of the website development for the project for John and his team for the private lands program. So this is going to include outlining the goals and objectives of the redesign of the program's web presence on ncwildlife.gov, the prioritized steps that would occur over the project's 4 to 5 month timeline, the key metrics that our Office of Communications, Marketing, and Digital Engagement can track to demonstrate the effectiveness, and the post-launch marketing strategies. So our first goal is going to be to simplify navigation on the site and highlight the benefits, including tax incentives, habitat support, and the technical assistance. In collaboration with John and his team, defining what the top calls to action are, we would develop a marketing funnel, which is essentially a strategic tool that minimizes distractions and focuses site visitors on a specific goal by leading them linearly through different stages on the web page. So essentially, potential customers would be guided through a journey on the site from raising initial awareness of the programs that the agency offers to education about various options related to private lands management, to taking action, whether that's contacting a biologist or applying directly on the site to participate. To that end, content would include those top call to actions and testimonials from previous participants in the private lands programs. So as I mentioned, the project will take approximately 4 to 5 months to complete. We'll work with the private land staff to complete the discovery process where those specific calls to action I referenced for the program would be defined, and those will inform the development of the marketing funnel and the specific types of content that need developing for the web page. From there, the design and build out of the web page, and then the final step of testing and quality assurance to ensure everything functions as we envisioned. Part of the content development would include the creation of and embedding of videos such as the ones that John referred to in his presentation, along with others that highlight landowner success stories. So post-launch, after we've got those pages up, certain key metrics will be tracked to ascertain our success as it relates to the new design and the content. This will include things like increases in organic search traffic, as well as increased site visits and engagement, whereby a site visitor spends more time on the page along with reduced bounce rates. And bounce rates, excuse me, are pretty much defined as the percentage of visitors who visit a website and only view one page and then they leave the site. We're also going to look at the lead capture data from the forms on the site. So basically how many forms have been submitted, how many calls have private land staff received, along with how many downloads there are of specific project information. And finally, we'll review to see if there's an increase in landowner participation with the ultimate goal of helping us reach and provide information and resources to help landowners meet their goals to benefit wildlife. So after we get the pages up and launched and we're tracking those metrics, we're also going to do an organic and paid marketing campaign. That's going to include a variety of different strategies to essentially maximize the return on our investment in the website redesign and content development. Those are going to include things like search engine optimization, social media promotion, content marketing that would include things like blogs that would cover topics such as how to enroll, optimal habitat practices, along with general program promotion and agency emails. We'd also do email drip campaigns, which is where we send a series of automated emails over time, all with the goal of driving the recipient to take a specific action. Cross promotion with partners. John went over the numerous partners that they work with across the state. Sponsored placements in agricultural and conservation outlets, targeted Google ads and social media campaigns to reach new audiences based on demographics, interests, and behavior, and ads that retarget visitors that have visited the site but taken no action. And then from all of that marketing work, the metrics that we'll monitor will include the organic web traffic, the lead conversion rates, email open, click, and unsubscribe rates, social engagement, referral traffic, and attribution of enrollments to the various programs. So I kept that as quick as I could. I can take any questions if you have any about that marketing side of the website and getting that so that people are efficiently getting what they need. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You mentioned ads. Is this going to be something that Brownie could advertise in, or Dick's Sporting Goods, or Cabela's, or anything? Is that the kind of ads you're talking about?
No, sir. Sorry. To clarify, I was talking about we will put paid ads on the web, and we'll basically be able to target people by demographic, by there are certain factors that we can pick to target very specific audiences of people and serve the ads up to them to drive them to the website to then educate them.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, the purpose of this is to say somebody who doesn't know grass from the tree.
Right.
Land. They can go here and this will funnel them down
to get
qualify for, and then somebody from the Wildlife Commission can.
Right. So programs they may. Right. So programs they may qualify for, also actions that they can take right out the gate. And then do I need to actually call a biologist? Is that the most appropriate next step based on my goals as an individual and my budget? Yeah.
Further questions for Fairleigh? Thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Brandon Bonner, I believe, is next up on Darren Barnes, excuse me. Is going to come up and talk about Cadwell, is that right?
No, I'm just going to introduce them for you.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Excuse by the way this is written.
That's all right. Yeah, sorry about it. I just want to introduce Brandon Miner, because he hasn't been up here before you guys before. This is our Piedmont Wildlife Forestry Manager. So he covers Caswell, Butterfalls, Jordan, He's gonna talk to you about Caswell, and then, of course, we're gonna hear from Chris Dawes, talk about Taylor after that. Very good. So you can read it. You guys.
Okay, thanks, Darren, for the introduction. I seem to have need some reading glasses here in the last few years, so please bear with me. So good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Brandon Miner. I'm the Wildlife Forest Manager for the Northern Piedmont, and I'm excited to be here today to give you an update on the Caswell Small Game Focal Area and to tell you a little bit about all the good work that's been happening. So without further delay, let's jump right in. Okay, here we see an overview of the focal area. To date, we have performed timber harvests in units 1, 2, and 3. And units 4 and 6 are scheduled to be sold in early 2026, and then followed by unit 5 in 2027. I don't know if you can see that.
You say they're gonna be sold?
Timber harvest. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah, timber harvest. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, as part of the update, I wanted to take a moment to go over the goals and objectives which we set forth in the plan. And these are in no particular order. Number 1, increase the populations of early successional species. We wanted to emphasize connectivity via hardwood thinnings and linkages and corridors. And number 3, we want to develop and maintain greater than 51% early successional vegetation through timber harvest, prescribed burning, forest opening management, and herbicide treatments. So please keep these in mind as we're going through the following slides as it relates to how we're trying to achieve these goals. Okay. Now for a unit, now for an overview of the forest management activities in each unit, going through each unit independently. The unit 1 timber harvest was 245 acres and was completed in 2022. Below the information there is a breakdown of the actual timber harvest types and estimated or Rust estimated the residual basal area. I do want to point out that we have a varying amount of basal area left for each timber type. So, and also below is the timber harvest. Prescribed burning totals since 2021 before the plan was approved. As you can see, we have 336 acres in prescription this upcoming burning season. So that's increased greatly. Here we have the timber harvest associated with unit 1, focal area unit number 1. It was actually already in progress at the time the plan was approved. And I want to point out that we added the hardwood thinning areas while the harvest was actually in progress. So this was done to increase the increase additional habitat and provide those linkages and corridors to already habitats in place. So this slide right here is directly related to the following slides, and I feel I need to explain this one somewhat to make sense of the other maps we have here. So we have the usable habitat index, and this is actually a tool we use to measure the amount of habitat on the ground, early successional vegetation. So let's go through each of these one by one. So most of the year, as the name applies, it's available for quail for the majority part of the year. Next, we have non-breeding only, and that must be available to quail at least 5 of the 7 months between the months of October through April, and this provides wintering cover for the quail. An example of non-breeding only would be a 9 to 14-year-old pine plantation that is thick woody cover but doesn't provide any nesting or brood rearing cover. Next, we have breeding only. Breeding only must be available to quail for at least 2 of the 5 months during the months of May through September, and only provides brood rearing habitat. An example of breeding only habitat would would be a burn block that is burned in January and doesn't green up until May or April or May. And as the name implies, not usable, is generally not usable to quail. And examples of these would be unthinned stands, bottomland hardwoods, and pine plantations that are older than 14 years old. So please keep these colors in mind as we go through the following slides, as they will, like I said, will directly relate to the maps next. As I mentioned in the previous slide, these colors correspond to the actual amount of habitat on the ground. Essentially, the less yellow and the more purple or non-yellow means more usable habitat. And here's a snapshot of the usable habitat in Unit 1. And if you're interested in numbers, exact numbers, acreages, they're in the top right-hand corner. But as you can see, the number that stands out to me the most is an increase of 62.8%, which is pretty amazing. Moving right along to unit number 2. This slide, we see the details of the timber harvest, which began in 2024 and was approximately 82% complete in 2024. This harvest is scheduled to be completed this month, and they're currently working on that as we speak. This harvest was 338 acres, or is 338 acres, and we can once again see a breakdown of the individual acreages with associated residual basal areas there. And you can see, there's a range, and there's not just one particular basal area that we're going for. Again, the prescribed burning totals are also listed below. Again, key takeaway there from 2021 to what's in prescription in 2026 is greatly increased. I did want to point out with this slide that this was the first unit in which we, as part of the planning process, we actively sought out hardwood areas and corridors and linkages as part of the prescription process, and we were looking at that on the ground at the time. So here we see a map of the harvest in Unit 2. As you can see, it's spread out over a broad area. We currently have logging operation working in the southern area of the harvest map there in the yellow portion. And they, like I said, they should be completed. That should be completed this month. Here's another snapshot of the usable habitat in unit number 2. Again, from 2021 to 2025. The baseline was 2021 because that was prior to plan approval. And it's just an effort to show you how much we've increased over the last 4 years there, 5 years. Again, we can see that we've had a good increase from 21 to 25 at 18.7%. And post-harvest, after all the stands come online, and what I mean by come online is they don't become usable until 1 to 2 years after the 1 to 2 growing seasons after the harvest. And after these come online, like I said, we anticipate there to be over 51% of usable habitat in Unit 2. Moving right along to unit number 3. This particular timber harvest associated with this unit is actually going on as we speak. Again, it was begun in June, I believe, of this year, and it was 259 acres. It is anticipated that we'll finish up next year, and we'll have an additional 80 acres to harvest next year. Here we have a timber harvest map of the harvest in Unit 3. Again, the southwestern portion of this harvest is complete now, and again, they will be working on the northeastern portions remaining next year. Again, we have another snapshot of the usable habitat, this time for Unit 3. If you look closely at the maps, you'll notice that some areas that were once considered usable in 2021 are now not usable in 2025. This is because of the active timber harvest that was going on at the time of our survey or our index. But again, 1 to 2 growing season after harvest, they will come online again. And after harvest, once we have the delay, we anticipate there to be 55% of usable habitat in place. Here we have Unit 4 and Units 4 and 6. These will have a combined timber harvest, which will be almost 450 acres. Again, the breakdown of the estimated residual basal areas are below. And as we're moving forward, I should say that this has not been sold yet. And we are looking for ways to enhance the current plan. So one of the ways we're considering enhancing the current plan is to lower the basal area in certain stands, depending on species compositions, topography, things of that nature, and other factors. Again, like I said, I wanted to point out that this hasn't been performed yet, and this will be in the future. Ideally, this will begin harvested next summer, but most likely in 2027. Again, the burn totals are below. This is the timber sale map associated with Unit 4 and Unit 6. As you can see, it's a very large harvest area spread out over many acres.
But part of my ignorance.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
Go back to that last slide.
Okay.
I see that you can clear cut that, and it looks like you've got things going in and out and in and out and in and out. Can you explain that to me, please?
Yes, sir. That is mainly sticking with the current pine edge that's in place, the comp stand composition right now. In that particular area, there's some natural heritage areas that we must stay out of as well. So they will, if you look closer, there's some purple on the ends of those clear cut areas. And we were given permission to thin through these areas, mainly cutting out the Virginia pine and leaving the short leaves and things of that nature.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Another snapshot of the usable index, this time on Units 4 and 6. I'd like to point out that we have some non-breeding only habitat in place here, which is blue on the map. If you recall, the non-breeding only is habitat that is only available to quail 5 out of the 7 months between October and April. And these particular stands here are pine plantations that are in the neighborhood of 9 to 14 years old. So that's why they're considered non-breeding only. And after harvest, we have approximately 40.2% of usable habitat in this area. Last but not least is the timber harvest in Unit 5. This harvest is anticipated to be approximately 225 acres. Again, a breakdown of the acreages with associated basal areas are listed to the right of it. We anticipate to sell this in 2027. Again, as part of enhancements to the current plan, we're considering lowering the basal areas in particular stands, depending on the composition and things of that nature, other factors involved. Also, I feel like that we can provide some additional linkages through some more hardwood thinnings and corridors. But that's something we will have to determine once we gather and do the field work for this sale here. Here we have the proposed timber harvest map for Units 5. There may seem, I know if you look close to the map, may seem like there's a void in the lower portion above what we have proposed as a hardwood thinning. And actually that is an area that we have performed a tremendous amount of timber harvest thinnings. There's a few clear cuts in there. and we continue to burn through. So that is already considered usable for quail. Here we have maps of the usable habitat index in Unit 5. You can see once again that we have some non-breeding only habitat. And again, those are pine plantations that are 9 to 14 years old. And once they are thin, they will revert back to, not revert, but they will become usable 1 to 2 years after the timber harvest. And after that harvest, and again, 1 to 2 years later, we think we'll have a max of approximately 43% of usable habitat in this area. Okay, shifting gears a little bit, I wanted to briefly mention our dove field management. We have 3 creeps of dove fields, which total approximately 48 acres on the Caswell Small Game Focal Area. Each spring, these fields are planted with a mixture of sunflowers, millets, buckwheat, corn, and sorghum, and other small grains. And much of the crops are mowed a couple weeks before dove season. And then during the following splits of the season, we'll once again mow a major portion of that. But we leave approximately 10% of the standing crop throughout the winter for forage and cover and things like that. So some of the edge management involves booming, mulching, pole sawing, and dozer reclamation. This is to push back some of the encroaching woody vegetation. And also we have some hedgerows and native warm season grass strips that we maintain as needed. And getting back to the edges, although we don't specifically plant the edges, once we perform that management, as I just mentioned, we have native vegetation that colonizes many times, and we promote that. Examples of these would be ragweed, partridge pea, pokeberry, blackberry, and other incidental species. And we, like I said, we manage and promote that. So where do we stand today? We have harvested approximately half of what was in prescription for the focal area. So that's about 777 acres, and we have another 725 acres left to harvest. Our burning totals are up, as you can see there, from 2021, 460 acres, and in this year in prescription total on the focal area, we have almost 1,200 acres. The usable habitat is also up from 2021 at 23% to almost 29% in 2025, increase of 5.3%. In calendar year 2027, we anticipate us to achieve the threshold of 39%. And by 2030, we anticipate the usable habitat on the ground to be greater than 51% on the average of the entire focal area. And new for the 25-26 hunting season are rabbit and squirrel point of sale permits. Caswell's a 3-day per week game land on Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. And these permits will be on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, only on the focal area during the months of November and December, during which deer season's open. This will add an additional 22 days of hunting opportunity for rabbit and squirrel. Now for what everyone's interested in. In 28 and 29, we anticipate initiating quail and woodcock hunts on the focal area. This is when we anticipate the usable habitat to reach the threshold of 39% set forth in our plan. We anticipate there to be 7 or 8 hunts, and will occur when quail and woodcock seasons are open simultaneously. And of course, these hunts will be regulated tightly. With that, have any questions?
Success. Restoration.
Yes, sir.
If in the interest of time, because we've gone over this a little bit, Mr. Chairman, if the interest of time, are you going to stick around till our next break where we can ask more questions?
Absolutely, definitely.
That'd be great if you would. And thank you very much. Brandon, that's great stuff. And
I would also like to, I'm sorry, go ahead,
Is that a
sir.
recent picture or an old picture?
Yes, sir, it's recently picture. Yep. I would also like to thank, Chris Baranski and Matthew Williams and Chris Dawes for helping me pull all this information together. They helped tremendously.
Thank you very much again, Brad.
Thank you.
A lot of stuff in there.
Yes, it is.
We've got one more, Chairman, would it be okay to have one more report? Only 15 minutes. Can we do that? We're feeding back. That Chris Dawes will give us an update on Hillary.
All right, of course, I've been involved with the work that's going on at Castle ever since I started here in the commission. Well, I'll take that back. I started in the Sandhills. But after two and a half years at the Sandhills and becoming the forest manager for the Northern Piedmont and for the initial cure program, I worked Castle. Well, since then, we acquired some land with the IP land purchase back in 2007. And Tillery Game Lands is one of those. So I just want to give a little quick update in case y'all aren't familiar with Tillery. And again, with this theme about forest management is wildlife management, you're going to see that when you have a forested landscape, and this land is previously industrial forest land, we can manage for early successional species while still having a canopy of pine. So this little presentation is going to show you that. So where is Tillery Game Land? Well, it's in the Northeast Piedmont section of the state, and you can see the other game lands here and their acres that the Tillery Depot crew has the responsibility for. So they got 7 different game lands spread across 6 different counties, and it totals almost 39,000 acres. The crew that works out of the Tillery Depot also has responsibilities of BAAs and PFAs and navigational buoys, which are up on Lake Gaston, Roanoke Rapids Lake, and on down the Roanoke River down to Scotland Neck. So Tillery Game Land, what's it look like? It's mostly comprised of the industrial forest land that was bought from International Paper. The private land around it is also either industrial forest land still owned by other timber companies. International sold all their holdings in the state, but Roseburg owns a lot of timber resources there, or it's in farming community. So a lot of agricultural production happens here in this part of Halifax County also. Y'all have all heard about our forest optimization model. All of these stands are enrolled in that. So out of the 5,200 acres of Castle, we've got 4,200 acres that's considered manageable. So 84% of the area of Tillery Game Land can be managed for timber and habitats. The rest of it's either the primary areas through how we got the funding for the land. It's been dedicated by the Land and Water Fund and the Natural Heritage Program that we can't touch, or is either already openings or roads makes up the half. But 84% manageable on a game land is pretty high. So as we looked at a lot of the game lands in the Piedmont and the coastal plain here this past year to see what kind of management opportunities we had if we had increased budgets and personnel to do more active management. And this came out as one of the highest ones with that percentage of management. So just how do we manage it? Well, we do it through planned timber harvest. Tillery is one of the areas, especially in the Piedmont area, it's the only area that has a rotation age, a final rotation age of 40 years old. We're mandated because of how we bought the land and what programs that's enrolled in other areas like Castle has a 60-year final rotation age. Falls and Jordan Lakes have an 80-year rotation age because that had to be approved by the Corps of Engineers and because of archaeological resources. But Tillery, since it was industrial forest land, we've set a 40-year rotation. So these lands are highly productive for timber because of the soils. For example, Castle, you're averaging 50 to 65 site index for loblolly pine on a 50-year age rotation. At Tillery, you're averaging 90 to 105. Very productive soils. Productive soils make for what's going to grow anytime you do ground disturbance opportunities. So that's why we're able to manage for herbaceous vegetation underneath these pine trees. Because we're not able to manage every stand at Tillery, because it's one of 7 game lands, and we have a crew of 6 full-time people and 2 temps, we started doing our prescribed burn management in habitat blocks. So this map in the pink crosshatch shows those areas that's in the prescribed burn program now, which is almost 2,000 acres. We burn on a 2-year fire return interval at Tillery. So we're burning basically 1,000 acres a year just at Tillery. Then we have to jump to our other 6 game lands that's left out there and burn also. So the point of this is, yeah, there's more land that could be managed quickly and it could be managed intensively, but we just don't have the manpower and don't have the number of burn days to do it. So we get a whole lot done with the limited days that we do have. So what's it look like? This is our annual burn stand. It's over there where our Dove Field Complex is, for any of you that's been there. That's where we were going to go for our tour stop that we got canceled a couple of weeks ago. But this stand is unique. We have thinned this stand multiple times with our own personnel. The stand's only 25 years old. We started doing work in it back in 2007 when we bought it. This is where we do our chainsaw training at. So any tree that looked diseased, that had fork tops, that's what we'd practice cutting down. Then we burn it every year. Well, now this stand is down to 25 square feet of basal area, and it has been burned 15 times. So that's an example of low basal area stands, lots of sunlight, and what it looks like. So you can see there in the front of the picture, I saw a partridge pea. When you get on out into the stand, there's a little bit of Indian grass out there. You can see the seed heads sticking up. Of course, there's some sumacs, there's ragweed, there's goldenrod. Is there quail in there? Yes. Will they always be there? I don't know. People find out real quick there's a quail hunter where the quail are. And for the last 2 years, they've hit it hard. But we still had one that made it through the last quail season. That's the same stand. This shows another shot of what the vegetation looks like out there. This vegetation is chest high. I mean, it is great. Anything that requiring ground nesting or wants some cover on the ground, along with plenty of natural food sources, this stand has it. So I'm just going to end with this picture. This is right in front of the depot. This is a stand that's 34 acres in size. It's 37 years old now. We've done a first thinning on it. Take out every 3rd row in 2011. We'll come back in 2018. Done a second thinning, took a little bit of chip and saw out, mostly still pulpwood, but a little bit of chip and saw. We put a mid-story herbicide application on it in 2019 because it did have a whole lot of hardwood competition in it, mostly sweet gum, maple, a little bit of poplar. We wasn't able to control that just with fire, even though we're burning every other year. So, hey, how do we knock that back? We've done that mid-story herbicide treatment on it. We burned this stand 6 times now. This stand averages 50 basal area, which is the target of where we're taking most of our thinnings at. First thinnings, we take it down to 50 from about 105. We can thin pulpwood at Tillery because of the soils at 14 and 15 years old. Time they reach 14, 15 years old, and grew at a 600 plus trees per acre, we cut it down to 50 basal area. The Forest Service says, oh my God, what are y'all doing? Well, yes, sometimes we lose trees. If you have a tropical system come in on the same year that you did a timber harvest, and those roots have been compacted and run over, you lose some trees. We're managing for habitat, but at the same time, some supplemental income from forest resources. So far we've got by with it. We don't lose whole stands of trees, you lose spots. So this is what we do on a lot of our lands down there, just like across Across the state, you know, we've got nine forest managers across the state. Those forest managers and the depot crews work hard to manage our forest resources for habitat improvement. We do a good job at it. It takes a whole lot of work. It takes a whole lot of people. The timber harvest part is the easy, maintaining it after it's harvested with the vegetation that's gonna be left is what's hard. So I just wanted to bring this area to your attention and show you the good work that can be done for managing for early succession underneath the pine canopy. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to take them.
The one where he opened managing the timber, you can say, go back a slide. Go back. That one. How many trees per acre? Sam?
34. That's a 25 basal area.
Let me see if you're right. One behind that one right there, I think it's 35.
Yeah.
No, I'm teasing. I'm sure it's 34.
And this stand right here, that's 50 basal area. Can't remember it off the top of my head. It's over in my folder. Should be about 87 trees per acre on a 50 basal area, 35-year-old stand.
We got time for one more question, then we'll have to adjourn.
I don't have a question. I want to take an opportunity, because Chris Dawes is his last commission meeting. He's retired.
That's right, thank you.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, Chris has held every field position in our game land program at one time or another in his career and has done a fantastic job. And so just want to recognize him and all of his work.
Appreciate that.
He is absolutely a pleasure to work with.
I'll second that.
Full of knowledge and, I got a question for you later, but anyway, and he has been a pleasure.
Very good. Very cool. Well, thank you. I'm sorry we ran over just a little bit, Mr. Chair, but I think it was well worth it. It was a great presentation by all y'all. Really appreciate your hard work on that. Being adjourned.
If we want to roll right into this, we want to take a break. Roll on. 10 minutes. Okay. So this meeting is being streamed live.
Yeah.
There's a public record out. Recording of the meeting will be available.
Fine, not, I gotta play for it.
Get that gavel, Tom. I don't think everybody. www.northcarolinawildlife.gov. Now I'm gonna call on Margot for roll call.
Gonna do a roll call for our land acquisition and property committee members. Committee Chair Tom Berry. Committee Vice Chair Brad Stenback.
Here.
Jim Ruffin. Ray Clifton.
Here.
Mike Alford. Joe Bud. Ex officio members Mark Craig
Here.
and Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have
Thank you, thank you. I think we'll call on Ben right now, but let me make a statement before we get started. Because we're gonna roll right through this stuff. And it's big stuff, and there's lots of dollars involved. And if you want us to slow down to discuss something, then we want you to ask a question. It's probably over $50 million worth of land here. And, under other circumstances, it would demand a whole lot more time than we're gonna get it. But we have a system in place that through the state property office, through our system of checks and balances, that it might seem like it's rolling quick, but rest assured, we've already met for 2 hours on all these properties and vetted it. So I just want you to feel comfortable that we have given this thing a lot of fun. And I'm gonna add one thing to this, is that as land values go up, and a lot of these land values we're talking about, the Yadkin River game land, et cetera, are like lakefront properties where their values per deer, let's say, is huge. the land in other places, when it's $3,500 an acre or whatever, the land per deer is much more reasonable. So I want to offer a word of caution and concern that as we look at these properties, you're going to shake your head saying, you know, we'll never be able to afford that. And in some cases we won't, but in some cases we will. It all depends on who these financing partners are and who this we've that we work with. So with all that said, it's all yours, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a packed agenda today. I think we have 17 total proposals to take a look at, and we'll start with 12 phase one proposals today. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, we'll go through these, take any questions or comments, and then we'll take a vote. So moving forward at the end. So we'll start off in the mountains. We'll start off in Graham County. This is the Yellow Creek tract in Graham County. This would be in addition to Nantahala Game Land. And this would be a purchase from the National Wild Turkey Federation. They are the current landowner of that property. The approximate tax value is 2.3 million, and the approximate asking price will be at appraised value. Some of the biological features of the tract and geographical features. It does border our existing game land on three different sides. The tract has really good access off of Yellow Creek Road as well as Oldfield Gap Road. And the property does protect about 7.8 miles of perennial stream on Yellow Creek. And staff noted after their field visit, there was outstanding and diverse terrestrial and aquatic communities that exist on this tract. Elevation range for the tract, it's between 1,500 and 2,500 feet. And we would like to recommend phase one approval of the Yellow Creek tract. Any questions on that one?
I'll just say that the wild turkey, we've been working with wild turkey on this quite some time. I thought Arkansas didn't work out, but it fits a lot of great criteria. Hope we find a funding. Let's move to the next.
All right, moving forward, we'll be in Ashe County. This is a 200-acre property that would be purchased in conjunction with another property that we're working on that's adjacent to it. You may be able to see it. It's in crosshatch in a light red color. The adjacent tract is. This would make a new game land. Tax value of the Temple tract is just over or just under 900,000, and purchase price would be at appraised value. The property has great access. It also has mature oak forest, areas of thick rhododendron cover, and various successional stages of reforesting pasture. Also important to note, there are some rock outcrops on the property that will likely play important for some neotropical bird species here. It also has some protection of Big Branch and some unnamed tributaries. And as I mentioned, the adjacent tract is one that we're working on at the moment with Three Rivers Land Trust. That property is 480 acres. And if you remember it, it was the Bennett Big Branch property. So in conjunction, the two would make a sizable new game land. Any questions on the Temple tract?
Certainly passed the muster test. Let's move on.
Next up, we will get into 4 different Alcoa owned properties at Yadkin River Game Land. And I passed out a map. I think each of you should have a map in front of you that shows the full context of all the Alcoa properties here at Yadkin River Game Land. And I'm going to pause for a second and I'll be brief, but I wanted to give some context to these properties and the game land as a whole. The Yadkin River Game Land in total is 11,700 acres. The commission owns a good portion of that. We own 4,800 acres. That was through the Tuckertown and High Rock acquisitions. The remainder of the game land is still owned by Alcoa and Cube. Alcoa has recently decided to list the vast majority of their property along the Yadkin here. So they have just over 5,000 acres listed. So these listed properties, if sold, would be removed from game lands and they would be removed from public access. They've been publicly accessible to hunters, trappers, anglers, and wildlife enthusiasts for over 30 years. So this one hits near and dear to a lot of our staff's heart. It hits near and dear to some folks I know that live in this area. These lands are heavily used. They're near a high population center. So there's some context to Yadkin River Game Land. if you're looking at that map, you can see all 17 properties that Alcoa has listed. We've done some internal staff assessments, and we've narrowed it down to 4 of those 17 properties that we viewed as highest priority. We've been meeting with any partner that has an interest in working on these properties over the last month. And we're trying to put together a strategy to go in and buy these in strategic fashion. So the 4 that you see are the ones that staff felt were most important, whether that was habitat quality, public use, existing public use of the tracks. But we'll walk through each of these. The first one that you're going to look at is the High Rock Dam Bluffs tract. And the High Rock Dams Bluffs tract was the highest ranking tract in these Alcoa listings. It was also one of the cheaper ones, which is nice. It's the only property on the Davidson County side, only Alcoa property on the Davidson County side of the river. And it is adjacent to the Tuckertown acquisition that we completed a few years back. So 280 acres is that High Rock Dam Bluffs tract, and the list price is 3.5 million. The property has a lot of waterfront protection, as well as a lot of waterfront access. There's also nearly 1,700 feet of public road frontage, which makes good public access. As I mentioned, the tract, this one did rank as highest priority amongst our staff survey. And every division in the agency participated in that survey, from enforcement to inland fish. It's worth noting that we got a lot of feedback from staff. 105 acres of streamside buffer with mature hardwood species would be conserved in this acquisition. And the remainder of the property that's not riparian buffer is excellent small game habitat. Alcoa has cut a lot of trees, and they've replanted a lot of trees. And at the moment, it's excellent small game habitat on this portion of Yadkin River game land. So that's our first one, and I'd be happy to take any questions, but we have 3 others to look at as well in these Alcoa listings.
It's a real deal at 12,500 an acre. It's what we're looking at. But anyway, it's one of the most affordable of what's going on here. Who knows whether they'll be able to afford that or not, but anyway, let's accept that as it is, as you recommended. Let's lose them. Fine. So, excuse me. Go ahead.
All right. No, I noticed the note that says the difference between GIS and sale acres. Is that discrepancy? How's that work?
So the sale acres are referencing the acreage that's in the deed. The GIS acreage is a calculated acreage that ArcGIS calculates. So it's not uncommon to have that discrepancy. But it likely could mean that if we conducted a survey, we would find a slightly different acreage.
Would you get the access? Would it be like a quitclaim or a warranty deed, or how exactly? I guess would you be deeded it where you get the remaining versus them keeping it if it's in our favor?
If we were to get a survey, hopefully we wouldn't be in a position where we had to quitclaim it. But yeah, it'd be a bridge to cross if we got there.
Ben, you keep saying this, so this is actively for sale.
Yes, sir.
So somebody's got to move fairly quick. I mean, this could be gone tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And I mean, that's a good time to mention 2 of the properties, 2 of those 17 have already sold. It was not one of the 4 that we're looking at. And 2 of the properties are under contract. Last that we talked to the real estate agent. So we are trying to move quick, but as a state agency, we're not very nimble. So we're definitely leaning on our land trust partners and other NGO partners.
I think it's important to note, it's pretty obvious, but these are lakefront lot buyers that are buying the tract that want to divide it up, as for the most part. So I'm not sure we care whether it gets caught or not. We'll buy some deer somewhere else that are less expensive. All right, let's go.
All right, the next 3, and again, noting this was our highest priority. This is the one we're focusing on right this second. If we were to be successful in taking this one down, we would begin to look at these next 3 that you're about to see. Next one up is the Flat Creek tract. This is 873 acre tract in Rowan County. So we've crossed to the other side of the reservoir. Asking price on this one is just over 13 million. So we've jumped in price by several magnitudes. The property has multiple access points from public roads. A few of those you can see listed there. This one is the largest contiguous parcel in these Alcoa land holdings. tract is heavily used by the public. I received a lot of positive feedback from every division that participated in the survey on this tract. Also, several natural heritage elements occur on this tract that you can see listed there. Also, again, great small game habitat on this tract. That you see that power line right away running through it. That's made for some really good early successional habitat in that power line right of way. And you can kind of see the checkerboard mosaic in that aerial imagery. Alcoa has done a lot of forestry work here too, making good small game habitat. Any questions on Flat Creek?
I understand the Conservation Fund is considering stepping in and purchasing this to hold it until we can get our act together to buy it. They're gonna maybe raise a couple million from other sources to help them do that. But it's one of the few times the Conservation Fund is willing to put their own money up in North Carolina.
Well,
So
is
they may help at least, you know, foreclose the possibility of somebody else buying it before we can act.
Oh, Wes, where'd Wes go? Anyway, I introduced him to Mike Leonard at the banquet thing the other night, and it's good for them to talk a little bit. But anyway, the fact they're willing to do that speaks volume for the property, and obviously we hope it works out. Yeah. Okay.
And while we're talking about partners, I just did a scan of the room, and a lot of the people that have been in these meetings are here today. Travis Moorhead with Three Rivers, Sarah with Rough Grouse Society and Woodcock Society, Justin with the Nature Conservancy. And if I missed anybody, I apologize, but this is important to a lot of our conservation partners in the state. And I think that y'all's presence does speak to that. So thank you for coming. So we'll move forward to the Browse Creek A tract. This is a 714 acre property in Rowan County. This has an asking price of 8.9 million. The biological overview of the tract, it is accessible from a parking area on Stokes Ferry Road, as well as parking spots on two other roads adjacent to the tract. This is the third largest contiguous parcel in this Yadkin River Game Land Complex. 23,000 feet of shoreline protection. The tract, as all of them does have a good bit of managed timber and has several varied age pine stands, loblolly pine stands, making for good big game and small game habitat. And again, you see that power line right of way that I mentioned a minute ago, making excellent habitat. And monarch butterflies have been documented using that power line right of way in the past. Any questions on Browse Creek A?
Continuous land is important, and let's hope somebody will help us do it.
And we have our fourth Alcoa parcel to look at, fourth and final. This is a 769 acre parcel on the Rowan County side. The approximate asking price is 15.3 million. Property has, again, really good access, also accessible by water, over 23,000 feet of riparian protection. Forest composition is about 240 acres of mature hardwood and about 170 acres of mature loblolly pine. Power line right of way does intersect this property as well. And this property has a history of some prescribed fire and will lend itself well to future management for small game. Any questions on the Tuckertown Reservoir A property?
Speak for yourself. Okay.
All right, we'll shift gears, go to a new game land. We'll be at Scotland County at Sandhills Game Land. This is a 92 acre property, approximate tax value just over 170,000. Asking price would be appraised value. This is a 92 acre in holding within the Jordan Timber Tract that we should be closing on by the end of the month. It's been a great partnership with the Nature Conservancy on this property. It does have a single administrative access road that will provide access to this parcel, but also the surrounding Jordan Timber Tract. Good road frontage along Sneed's Grove Road, which will allow us to develop some public access and parking in the future. And the tract is comprised primarily of pine plantation, and there is a small bottomland hardwood stand along the western boundary. Any questions on the right tract?
So where's the value associated with it? You mentioned, I'll
tax value on this one was,
Is that the only number we have?
all we have at the moment is tax value. We'll order an appraisal if it's approved today.
Right, seems somewhat reasonable. Okay, all right.
All right, we'll stay at Sand Hills Game Land. This one's in Richmond County. This is the United Methodist Foundation property. It is a 495 acre tract, another partnership with the Nature Conservancy. And we do not have a tax value for this one, and the approximate asking price will be based on appraised value. The biological overview of the tract. The tract does fill a 500 acre gap between two existing pieces of Sand Hills Game Land, and shares a boundary with 13,000 feet of existing game land. Access is off two different roads, so great public access. Site is primarily mature loblolly, and there is some unique biodiversity on the tract in the power line corridor, which bisects the property. And staff did note that acquisition of this property will prevent development, which seems as though we're receiving a lot of development pressure in this portion of Sand Hills Game Land in Richmond County. Any questions on this one?
There's no idea about what the neighboring properties have gone for when nobody's done any, we don't have any.
I don't think
information
we've,
what we got.
yeah,
Obviously, we can't pay more than the praise,
correct.
so,
I can tell you, Tom, land in Richmond County right now that's been clear cut is going for $4,500 to $5,500 an acre. It's been clear cut.
it's been clear cut.
Been clear cut, yes. Anson County too. Tract next to me just sold for $7,000 an acre, 160 acres. Just sold for $7,000 an acre. I'm telling you, it's just ballooned, the price of land is ballooned.
As everybody is, we're all running into that anywhere we're looking for land. Okay, it is what it is. We'll just see the economics will dictate what happens.
Yes, sir. We'll move forward to the Covington tract, another Sand Hills property. This one's a 35 acre property. Tax value is just under 75,000. Asking price will be appraised value. The tract will expand access to a portion of Sand Hills Game Land. There's 600 feet of road frontage on this property, and also protects 3,000 feet of Rocky Fork Creek, including the confluence of Rocky Fork and Juniper Creek. And the property is primarily comprised of mature bottomland hardwood. You see it's somewhat filling an in holding, but also bringing our property boundary out to the state right of way. Any questions on the Covington tract?
We didn't have much discussion on it when we talked about it. I think we're just, again, easy to say, we can see what happens.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll jump over to the coast. This is the Sledge Forest Tract in New Hanover County. It is 1,160 acres. It would be in addition to Cape Fear River Wetlands Game Land, and this is a partnership project with Unique Places to Save. We did not find a accurate tax value for the property, and the asking price would be a potential bargain sale or even a donation. Unique Places to Save is still working with us to develop a funding plan, go after some various competitive grants. But just wanted to mention there's that potential for a bargain sale on this one. Access for staff would be through an administrative right of way off of Sledge Road, and that's from NC 133. That would not be used by the public. Public access to the tract would be by boat access only along the Northeast Cape Fear River and Prince George Creek. And the Castle Hayne boating access area is 6 miles downstream. It sounds a little odd to see that the property would be boating access only, but that's consistent with a good portion of our Cape Fear River Wetlands Game Land. The majority of that land is boating access only. The property does lie within a natural heritage area, ranked as excellent. And surprisingly, there was a good bit of old growth longleaf pine on the tract, still a good portion of bottomland hardwood and cypress tupelo swamp, but there were some pockets of really old longleaf. And staff would like to recommend phase 1 approval of the Sledge Forest Tract. Any questions?
Recommendation of harvesting any of that timber. Okay.
Is that the whole sledge track?
No, sir. It is a portion of it. This would be a phased approach to purchase this 1,160 acres. The remainder of the property is just south of there.
How many acres in that other part?
I think the entirety of the property was in the ballpark of 3,000. And on the southeastern end of this property, there is a proposed development. So that's part of the reason the land trust is working to conserve what we can along the Cape Fear, knowing that development is in the works.
Brandon, how far along is that development? You know, they've held it up 3 different times. The sledge track development out Castleham Road on the far side of the GE plant.
I'll check for you.
Thank you.
I think it has been held up in some different zoning
Yeah.
proposals and some other board approvals. That's been the hurdle so far for that development.
Are you able to take a shotgun and a motorized boat on the Cape Fear River in this section?
Yes.
You know, because parts of the Cape.
No, it's Bladen County, you can't do it.
Okay, so here you can. Okay. Discretion on that.
Any other questions on sledge? All right. We'll move forward to Bladen County.
Let's move on. Okay.
This is the Rush Tract. It is a 239 acre property that would be in addition to Whitehall Plantation Game Land. Tax value on this property is just under 200,000, and we would offer appraised value. We've communicated that with the landowner. Access is off of Elwell Ferry Road, as well as boat access off the Cape Fear. The tract is comprised of bottomland hardwood, cypress tupelo swamp, some upland pine, and about 16 acres of open field. And there is 1,900 feet of French's Creek that runs through the north side of the property, and 2,600 feet of riparian protection on the Cape Fear. One of the unique things, Crystal and I actually made it out for the site visit on this property. If you go down Elwell Ferry Road all the way down to the Cape Fear River, it's I think it's one of the last few remaining ferries where you can pull your truck up, honk your horn, and I think it's the last. Okay. Yeah, cable ferry. Yep. That was the first one that I'd ever seen. It was unique. We debated on sitting there and taking a ride back and forth across, but we didn't use a valuable time to do that day. I believe this might be our final phase 1. It is the Edwards Timber Tract in Pender County. It is a 480 acre property. It will be in addition to Holly Shelter Game Land. The approximate tax value on the tract is just under 400,000, and the approximate asking price we've conveyed to the landowner, we would offer appraised value. Good public access off of White Stocking Road. There's about 85 acres of bedded loblolly plantation situated on the upland portions of the tract. The remaining acreage consists of a recently clear-cut floodplain forest. And it's a very wet tract where they clear-cut that floodplain forest. Majority of it was likely shovel logged. And for that area, we would let the forest regenerate over time. We would not come in and plan to do any reforestation efforts in that floodplain forest. Opportunities do exist to convert the upland areas from loblolly to longleaf pine in time. Any questions on the Edwards Timber Tract?
Take a good one.
Can I say something again? If that sledge track is a very, very unique piece of property. It's out of our price range. I totally understand that. But if our conservation partner wants to step up and move on a piece of property, I'm telling you, that is a beautiful, beautiful piece of property.
Sir, and I know I mentioned our partner on that project was Unique Places to Save. And they were the group that approached us, but we found out the further we investigated the property that the Conservation Fund and Coastal Land Trust had also made plays on that property in the past. So if something comes together, it'll likely be 3 land trusts coming together to make that one work. Any other questions? Chairman Barry, that was our final phase one, so I think we would look for a motion and a vote to take these forward if that's your pleasure.
Now to take it and make another motion then, or are we going to do it now?
I think we could go ahead and do them for the phase ones, and then we could do them for the phase twos once we work through those. The second one.
All right,
Just in the committee today.
these is phase one. Second, discussion, all in favor? Committee, okay.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward to our phase two proposals, we have first up the Cardinal Drive property in Montgomery County. This will be exhibit E1 tomorrow in the commission meeting. This property will be an addition to Uwharrie Game Land. This is another excellent partner project. This would come to us as a donation from Travis at Three Rivers Land Trust. The property does protect land along Arnett Branch, as well as Denson's Creek, which are both high-quality waters and outstanding resource waters that have rare aquatic species in them. Protects also a portion of Upper Denson's Creek and Abner Mountain Natural Area. This would add hunting opportunity to Uwharrie Game Land as well. The acquisition plan, again, this would be a donation from Three Rivers Land Trust. And the 5-year stewardship and revenue estimates would be $6,750 for boundary establishment of a parking area, gate install, road maintenance, fire break establishment. A lot of the standard expenses we have in onboarding a property. No total revenue in the 5-year window, and staff would like to recommend phase two approval of the Cardinal Drive tract. Any questions on that one?
Thanks to Three Rivers.
Yes, sir.
Big deal.
Next up, we have the Gentry tract. This is a 1.1 acre property in McDowell County. It would be an addition to Pisco Game Land. Asking price on the property is $117,000. And the property does provide protection to the Catawba, but it would also provide an opportunity for a small boat ramp and public access to, I believe it's the North Fork Catawba. Property appraised at $117,000. Our staff worked to apply for a competitive Duke HEP grant, which is a habitat enhancement program. And as I mentioned in our pre-meeting, these boat ramp projects can be very tricky to fund. There aren't a lot of competitive grants out there to fund these. So it was awesome to see some success there. And thanks to our staff, Paul Thompson and Crystal Cockman, that worked on that one. The 5-year stewardship and revenue estimates are $113,000, and that would be to design and construct a small boat ramp here on the North Fork Catawba. And staff would like to recommend phase two approval of the Gentry tract.
So this HEP grant covers the total acquisition price?
Correct. Yes, sir.
We're good. It's no brainer.
All right, we'll move forward to the Shutt property. This is a 123 acre property in Richmond County. This is a partnership with the Nature Conservancy, and it would be in addition to Sandhills Game Land. The property does protect land along Rocky Ford Branch, as well as it's within a natural heritage area for the Lumber River Basin and the Drowning Creek area. Also protects some rare species, including the Sandhills chub, bog oatgrass, as well as a few other rare plant species. The property appraised at $368,000, and we would propose to purchase it with a newly awarded NC Land and Water Fund grant at $184,000, matched with wildlife restoration funds or PR funds at $184,000 for a total acquisition cost of $368,000. And the 5-year revenue estimates and stewardship estimates are $1,892 for boundary and gate installation. No total revenue. Staff would recommend approval, phase two approval of the Shutt property.
Move for the commission.
I think Crystal nearly was bit by a rattlesnake, went out looking at this property one day in the power line right away. But so it was some temper rattlesnakes out there that day. Washburn Spears property, I think this is our final phase two for today. This is a 136 acre property in Franklin County. It would be in addition to Shaco Creek game land in our Northeast Piedmont work area. The tax value is just under 300,000. Asking price is 422,000. And this particular stretch of Shaco Creek does contain populations of 6 federally listed species, and you can see them listed there. A few of them I think we've seen some presentations on here recently: Atlantic pigtoe, Carolina mad tom, Tar River spiny mussel. The roughly 12-mile long Shaco Creek aquatic habitat is a significant natural heritage area, ranked as high by the Heritage Program. The property appraised for 422,000, and we would propose to purchase with a NC Land and Water Fund grant at 211,000, 125,000 from our NCWRC non-game aquatic fund, and 86,000 from wildlife restoration PR dollars, for a total acquisition cost of 422,000. And the 5-year stewardship and revenue estimates is 29,200 for boundary establishment, gate installation, reforestation to include site prep and tree planting, as well as access road improvement. And you typically don't see that reforestation cost in our stewardship, but this landowner did want to clear cut the property prior to selling. So we will incur that cost soon after purchasing the property. Also important to note, this one was pretty tight partnership and close partnership with our non-game staff in the Inland Fisheries Division. This was one that ranked high up on their list as well. Commissioner Berry, that was our final phase 2. So.
About this.
Yes, sir.
So we acquired it through our North Carolina Water Fund, non-game aquatic fund, wildlife restoration funds. Who is making, we do as a committee sometimes do this, but not so often, determine how much wildlife restoration fund goes into that. It's something we just dream up. We got a committee out here. Tell me, are you God and you making that decision? We doing that, dividing that up.
Our federal wildlife restoration funds are budgeted out each year. When we find out what our annual apportionment will be from the Fish and Wildlife Service, we meet internally with our executive staff, chiefs of each division that utilize that money, and we figure out where the agency priorities are. As we all know, it does cover, our wildlife restoration funds do cover a lot of our operations for habitat management, but we thankfully also set acquisition as a priority, and we'll set aside some money for acquisition as well.
Yes, sir. When we're looking at PR usage across the agency, same with Sport Vision. We first look at operational costs and then what money we have left over after that, and we'll allocate that out for land acquisition or research projects. And then at this point, it's okay, well, what fund do we have?
They do such a great job, but it's interesting that how this all falls down. But one of the concerns that I have going forward is all this, just like Monty, you were talking about, this land's going for $4,500, that's clear cut. And we have a nest egg in different funds, et cetera, et cetera. But as these properties become more and more expensive, then we're going to be asked to put up more and more money in order to cover these acquisitions. And I'm just,
You need to get on that committee to find out how that money is. I already did it.
I'm gonna point you. But that's just the general point, is that these dollars are good. And we had this discussed the other day. And I was asking Brad if he thought that some of these foundations were getting more and more money so they can have to distribute or buy, help, et cetera. And I think we'll just see how that happens and how it unfolds. But I think it's something we just need to just check the box that we talked about and realize that our needs are going to grow exponentially, et cetera. So,
Then since the owner's requesting clear cut and after fact, how far back, since there's so much stream frontage, how far back does he have his setback?
So our staff met with him on site, and he considered our guidance on those stream side buffers, and he sold the timber in accordance to how we would sell the timber. And Chris Dawes may remember what we recommended for the stream side buffer.
A 300-foot stream side buffer, and on the part north of the power line there that has Shawco Creek all the way around it, they're not gonna do any thinning in that part.
Good, thank you.
I'll point out the timber value was not included in the appraisal.
Correct. That's a good point. And Chairman Barry, to your point, whenever we're pursuing a piece of land, our land acquisition team here at the Wildlife Commission, we look at any competitive funding source, external funding source that we could apply to before we start looking at Pittman Robertson, before we start looking at licensed dollars or endowment funds. And that's where you see this property was an excellent candidate for NC Land and Water Fund. We actually applied to some other federal grants for those federally endangered species as well, but we make every effort to reduce the burden on our internal operational money. Just wanted to note that.
It's not the first time we've had that conversation, but it's just always interesting where that number comes.
Yes, sir.
Got 3 different sources and they're all different. Okay, all right, I don't know that we have anything else. You heard, or you good?
Got one right away.
Oh, excuse me.
I think we'll need a motion and a vote for these 4 phase 2s, and we can proceed to the easement.
But we have one thing that's forward in phase 2.
Second.
All in favor, no, say any discussion? All in favor? Okay.
This is our final agenda item for today. This is a easement request at Sand Hills Game Land along Slate Circle. This is a utility easement request from Lumbee River Electric Membership Corporation. The easement length is shown in red. It is 1,950 feet in length and 30 feet in width. And the request would allow the LREMC to come in and install 6 poles on game land for overhead transmission lines to supply overhead power to a new home that you kind of see in the bottom portion of the map. That is a new home that is currently being constructed. They are now working to run power to that home. And the easement value would be determined by state property office. Few things to note that came up in our pre-meeting. I'll unpack this a little bit with a few minutes we have left. The surrounding parcels that are privately owned, there's 2 large parcels there in this little nook of Slate Circle. Those 2 large parcels appear to be owned by the same family. This this new home that's being built in the small corner parcel appears to be a different family. I know that was something that came up. Few other things, the adjacent tract that we currently own does have RCW clusters on it. There is some managed upfield there to the west that you can see just west of that red line. We have no opposition as staff to this request. We feel those 6 poles and the overhead transmission line will not be detrimental to any of that RCW habitat or any of the public use of this existing game land. That was the staff opinion. And I know there were a couple other questions that came up in the pre-meeting. So if we would like to have that open in this open discussion, I'd be happy to answer anything that you'd like to ask.
Yeah, this is not my favorite easement. I'll just tell you, if you put my card on the table there, it's all on our property. And I'm thinking, why on our property? And Ben explained, because it's gonna be easier to get an easement from us than it will be from multiple property owners, and they'll have to pay for that. Probably more than they pay us. But so I mean, there's that component, but I'm also looking at them as a developer. I'm thinking you're bringing power into a pretty good chunk of land that's gonna be ripe for development over time. And I think we're enabling something that we really don't want to occur there, and not in any, we might not want to occur there. And if I was to get an easement, if I was put on my developer hat, I'd look at that and say, well, if you're gonna get the easement, I want to probably have a little bit more control over what you put over there. And that would be where I would be headed with this. I don't know that just selling it to them outright is the right answer without having an understanding of what we could do otherwise. I'm sorry.
I think it's a fair question. Yes, sir.
And I agree with that. And, it looks to me like the quickest way is the south side, which would go through private. That might be quicker and more direct route as well. But everything, Commissioner Ruffin said, I agree with.
So, okay.
Is there any other options?
Yeah, I want to go get to that. Yeah, what
That was my question. No, I was done. That was your.
You know how I feel about it, so I don't even have to say anything. I'm gonna second. You know, there are different ways to do things than giving up our property for an easement. That's just my opinion.
Here's my question, man. First order review. Can a man put a dove stool underneath that power line and shoot doves out of them dove fields we got right there, or are we too close to those houses to dove hunt? That was my question. We talking about
As long as they're 150 yards away from any residents.
Ben, how they drive this piece of property?
Sir.
How they have an access? How they drive into this corner?
So I believe Slate Circle itself is I'm not sure if it's a DOT maintained road, but I think access is open on Slate Circle. And the only reason the power company needs this easement from us is because they chose our side of Slate Circle Drive to put the power line, the transmission lines. But I think they are coming in on Slate Circle.
Why would they choose our side then?
I'm not sure.
So they're gonna get that one faster than they're gonna get the other.
Well, there's no trees on our sides.
There's two property owners, the easement would cross if they chose the other side too, two different parcels. And I believe Commissioner Ruffin, you had asked me before the meeting, and I had a brief second talk with Tripp Steinbacher, State Property Office Agent. And your question was, could we limit the use of the utility easement to only one residence? And his answer to that was he thought that we could draw up the easement in any way we chose to. So that's just something to throw out there and consider.
I address a little bit my concern, which we kind of chewed around a little bit just now, but if they go and start putting houses there, you know, I don't know what the setbacks are there, but 40 feet, that would be a gracious 20 for most setbacks, which means that the rest of that, we say 150 yards would be on our property that we couldn't hunt. And so if we could limit it to one house, because I think you're going to get developed one day, whether we want it to or not. If we can have some limitations there, that would be helpful.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, another point is, the more you charge, the more the power company makes also. So they're not looking to find the cheapest price either. I would make a motion to deny this.
It does follow an existing road. It's going to be poles at the edge of it.
There's a motion on the table. Is that a formal motion?
Yes.
Okay, it's a formal motion. Do I hear a second? Let's have some more discussion. Sorry, Brad.
You made a motion. Wait a minute. Say again.
Motion to deny.
Second.
Deny.
Second.
You're second.
Second.
We're gonna second it. Okay. All right, and the motion. By the easement. That's the motion.
I can't make the motion. Ray seconded it.
Okay. Who seconded it?
Ray.
Okay, yeah, he is on.
So Commissioner Chairman Barry,
Two existing homes get power now.
All right, this says, excuse me?
There's two existing homes there already, correct?
yes, sir.
One compound with one landowner. And you said both of the big tracts are the same landowner?
Same last name, two different individuals.
Put a lot to somebody with a different last name who could also be a family member. We don't know that. If we deny it and they do the same thing on the other side of the road, it's probably gonna limit our ability to hunt that field with, 12 feet, 20 feet instead of 50.
So a few additional points of information that our management biologist just texted me. I think Cody Folk is listening in, but he wanted to bring up that the house is already built. I guess it's already fully constructed. He said Slate Circle is a public road, so that is their access. And he said it's public road all the way around. And to your question about how is that existing residence getting power, if you see that yellow line segment just before the red starts, that is existing primary line that's already out there. So that's how the current residence is getting power, but just wanted to bring that up.
Question then, so should we back up and look at putting restrictions on the easement that we're willing to possibly give them in order to keep that from turning into a development to a single home, by putting a restriction on it being put on our property?
That's an option.
Is that the option that you guys feel comfortable in doing?
I think,
Versus what else?
I think it would safeguard our main concern of seeing that area in a small parcel subdivision.
We also required them to variance, so we put it overhead.
So the motion.
Can we do that?
I think we can.
Are we able to do that? That's another good point.
Oh, it's expensive. But it doesn't make us lose 150 feet of huntable.
That'd be ideal. I
mean, we have a reason to ask that because we're gonna lose huntable land.
Well, we already given them access and they've got a house and they got power. Somebody needs to explain that.
The house at the top
Yeah, I know, but it's
has
got power.
power, the one at the bottom doesn't.
See that yellow line?
Yeah.
I see the power going to the house.
Why would you build a house if you didn't have power?
Exactly.
Commissioner Fumble.
Why would we tell them to put the power on the other side of the road? From start to finish.
Well, am I not right, Ben? I mean, if they're a legitimate power company, they got condemnation rights.
Right.
I mean, they don't have to ask us if they don't want to.
Is it the same clearing cost?
I do not, I'm not sure on the clearing cost, but
For access to a piece of property, this is a utility company. If they want ours or the other people's, they
yeah,
can pull condemnation tomorrow afternoon and put that power line wherever they want to put that power line.
But don't they have the choice to go down the road?
What's what I'm saying, they get to choose. I mean, I don't know why the power company has
It
chosen.
looks to me like they chose that.
But at the end
because
of the
that was
day,
easier
like,
on them.
they pay fair market value, whether it's to us or these other landowners or whatever. If they don't like it, they did not like it all they want to. So I would say they picked our side because there's no trees involved, is the reason they picked our side.
we're one landowner as opposed to they would be crossing two on the other side too.
But I see it differently. I'd say if y'all move it 300 foot over so we can hunt underneath it, you can build that thing all day long.
I suspect the trees are a privacy screen between the red roofed houses and the road. And they'd lose that privacy screen if the power line was put on their side of it. But I also suspect this house down at the bottom is another family member. We don't really know that, but it makes sense.
So is it fair to say that your motion's dead?
No, I'm out. I can't make it.
Okay, but you said, who on the committee?
We're still in discussion.
How many acres is the tract, Tom? How many acres is this piece of property, the whole piece?
The piece where the new home was constructed, the small parcel, or this whole corner?
But does the guy holding power already built a house?
He's already built a house.
Well, they're right there.
I'm guessing house is already complete.
Parcel like this.
I don't know right off. It's small.
Seems like the fear of development's not, shouldn't be.
So, excuse me, John, so do we feel like that it's huntable the way it's proposed now?
If we don't.
If they put in a power line along the red stripe right there, is it huntable?
But if we don't want it on our land, why don't we just tell them we don't want it on our land?
The question.
Put it on the other side of us.
Is it huntable?
Well, the hunting has to do with the structure, correct? So if the structure is there, whether it doesn't matter.
If we give them a right for one house and the fact that we can hunt it, what more do we really want?
I think there you've done what you wanted to do.
Huh?
I think you've done what you wanted to do at that point.
I think you know what you wanna do.
That'd be restricted. It's either limit them to that one house or have them bury the line. Those are two options for giving it to them. That
So that's your motion.
You got a motion.
Got a motion.
We got
a motion to deny.
We got that huntability and leave it where it is. and
You got a
whatnot.
vote, you get a vote.
Motion to decline.
Got a motion and a second. Motion to deny.
All right, and we've had all the discussion and motion denied. All right, we need another motion.
No.
Okay.
The committee only can
But
vote.
the vote, correct, but the vote is for.
To deny the motion. Deny the easement.
All right, okay, let's deny the motion.
Voting on the motion.
No, to deny the recommendation.
You're voting to deny this easement all the way around. You got a motion and a second. You've discussed it. So call for a vote.
Okay,
Chairman, I
so we're
call
not
the
done. Okay, I got it now. I'm sorry, I apologize. So let's have a vote on denying the motion to grant them an easement. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion denied. Is that covered?
Motion dies, or the easement dies.
The easement, the request for an easement is denied.
So Director Briggs, correct me if I'm wrong. The motion was denied by the committee. It'll still go forward tomorrow with no recommendation from the committee. And it'll be voted on by the full board tomorrow as Exhibit F. But denied by the committee, up for vote tomorrow.
We entertain the thought of maybe revisiting, allowing the easement if they would guarantee us just one house would hook up to that line. But to me, that's ideal of what we can get.
If you was hear that going forward. But it's a legal bond.
That way, even if they put the lines in, there won't be more houses. If they end up having to put it on their side, they can still put more houses in and that's going to be more money to keep our line with one house.
Anyway, I don't mean to.
I think that the motion has been denied, with request for an easement. If somebody wants to bring it back up here, they can bring it back. Okay, is that good? We made that motion, and so I don't know if there's any other topics. We're all good. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Committee in the whole. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. Recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. Call on Margo for a roll call.
Gonna do a roll call for the committee of whole members, committee chair Mark Craig,
Here.
committee vice chair Linda Zimmer.
Here.
David Hoyle.
Here.
John Coley.
Here.
Wes Seegers.
Here.
Tommy Bumble. Tom Berry.
Here.
Brad Sambat.
Here.
Jim Ruffin. Ray Clifton.
Here.
Steve Wyndham. Monty Crump. John Stone.
Here.
Hayden Rogers. John Alexander.
Here.
Tom Hayslip.
Here.
J.C. Cole.
Here.
Mike Alford. Joe Budd. Reed Smith. Justin Boyd. Mr. Chairman, you have.
Thank you, Margo. I'd like to call on Corey Oakley for permanent rulemaking adoption.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I will be going over the inland fish rules for 2026, 2027, and the associated public comments. You will see these tomorrow in exhibits M1 and M2 for the business meeting tomorrow for you to vote on. And basically, I'll start by saying that we received very little comment. It was pretty low respondents. I think our highest number was 13 respondents. And today I'll kind of lump a lot of these together because you've seen these several times. The first 5 or 6 are about trout waters. Basically, there's 2 sets. There's basically a group that we're reclassifying because they're on game lands. We're going from wild trout, going from hatchery supported trout waters to wild trout waters. And then there's others where we're trying to name the specific reach of hatchery supported waters. Instead of the entire reach of the river, we're naming the actual reach that we're stocking. So those are the 2 differences. The first one is renaming game lands, 75% support. That's in Rich Branch and Buncombe County. Then there's a whole bunch here where we're talking about that specific reach that we're stocking. You see those listed here. And if you have questions, please stop me, but you've seen all of these. And 100% support for those. Once again, reclassifying waters on game lands, 75% support for this one. And then talking about specific reach of hatchery supported again on the Swananoa, 100% support. This one here is a little different. This is about reservoirs that have hatchery supported trout water designations, and this will allow fishing year round. Currently, you can't fish in hatchery supported waters in that 1 month in the spring, basically time frame, but this will allow year round fishing in those impoundments. And so that's what this is for. And there was 100% support. And this would add Cullowhee Dam to that list of reservoirs that are a part of that program. And that's 100% support. And then finally, another classification change for trout, and it's 100% support. Moving on to largemouth bass, this one is to allow greater harvest of largemouth bass at Lake Camac and Alamance County. It was 100% support. We have a stunted bass population there, and we need to change the rules to try to help that population. This rule basically matches the rule that is currently in Virginia on the New River. This will be in our portion of the New River in North Carolina. And it's to change the rules on spotted bass because we now have Alabama bass in those areas and people can't tell the difference between Alabama bass and spotted bass. And we want Alabama bass to go away, which they won't, unfortunately. But 100% support there. This was to change the minimum size limit or remove the minimum size limit for white bass in the state. This was the lowest support that we received. It was 69%, but we can manage this fishery without a minimum size limit. And this is spotted sea trout. This is a bit of a different rule. You've seen this before. We had a temporary rule on this. This is a permanent rule. It makes it go from 20, you can't keep a fish from 20 to 26 inches in length. It goes from 4 to 3 fish per day per person, and you can keep one of those 3 can be over 26 inches. It matches the Division of Marine Fisheries rule. We had 92% support for it. We did receive a letter from Division of Marine Fisheries that stated that we did not have the authority to do this rule. Just to make you aware, it is in your packet if you wanted to see it. And if you have questions, you can ask me at any time about that. Spawning areas, this is just another addition to protecting muskie spawning grounds in the French Broad River. We had 100% support for that. It basically prohibits fishing in those areas during the spring of the year when muskies could be in there spawning. And then finally, this adds Asian pond mussels and golden mussels to the list of species that you cannot transport, possess, purchase, sell, or stock in the public or private waters of North Carolina. It was 100% support. We have seen these animals show up on the West Coast. We do not want them here. They move rapidly. We have had reports of their spread being quite significant within about a year's time. So we're very concerned over this animal. We don't want either one of them here. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I am done unless you all have questions. And once again, you will see them tomorrow for your vote, M1 and M2.
Questions? Thank you, Corey. We'll next call on Darren Barnes.
Mr. Chairman.
And I will be covering exhibits N1 and N2 that are part of the 26-27 annual rule cycle that will be coming forward with tomorrow for your vote. And going through the public comments here for you. We did have some public comments on some of these rules. We'll get to those, but I'll go through them pretty quickly. So this first one, G1, is the one that changes our allowable camping days based on the change in the turkey season. So we did stop at May 14th. Now it's going to go to May 31st. It will also include the squirrel season that we're proposing. Wildlife Management is proposing on game lands would incorporate that as well. And we got very positive response to that, 71%, but low respondents, but 71%. G2, which also got high support, was our rule to modify the weapons rule on the game lands. It restricts the use of a weapon within 150 yards. So historically, you couldn't discharge any kind of weapon in that 150 yards of a residence that's located on or adjacent to the game lands. And this proposal would allow you to use archery equipment within that 150 yards. still wouldn't let you use a firearm or a muzzleloader, but archery equipment. So we had overall support for that proposal. Our G3, this was this is a rule about our bicycle area on our actually designated trail, mountain bike trail on Butner Falls. And this was just a switching of days based on the turkey season changes. So it switches one day. So Sundays, it was September 1st to May 14th. That's now May 15th. And then it's open from, used to be May 15th to August 31st. Now it's May 16th to August 31st. And we got overall 90% support for that rule proposal. G4 is on Buxton Woods Game Land to allow, well, we do allow horseback riding on the designated trail down there. And this proposal would prohibit horseback riding outside of that trail. So you can horseback ride on trail, but not outside that trail. And we still had 70% overall support. We did have some folks that did not support the rule. And most of those comments, we had very few comments, was 2, and it was mostly just a conflict with hunters not wanting horses out while they're hunting. Proposal G5. This proposal would remove the Chowan Game Land, which is a small acreage game land, like 40 acres, and remove it as a standalone game land. It would add it to Chowan Swamp Game Land. And there was general support with this at 62%. G6, this rule was on Mayo Lake, and that Mayo Game Land, and this was the rule that was brought to us by Duke Energy, basically prohibiting private construction of piers, docks, moorings, or similar structures along the shoreline, because they're not allowed to have permanent docks, because it's actually Duke owns the land around the perimeter of the lake. And this had mixed support for this one, though. There was not really any comments that were left, but they had mixed support, but very low respondents. Only 8 people responded. So not a lot of response in general. G7, this proposal is up in the mountains on the Lutz tract of the Pisgah Game Land. It would prohibit activities other than hunting, fishing, and trapping, and authorized use of posted trails in this area and parking lots, and generally strong support for that, 62%. We go to G8, and here's where we start seeing some difference. G8 is our proposal to restrict fox squirrel hunting on sand hills by permit only. It would be a point of sale permit. It would be a permit that does cost you, but available to anyone to get. And there was mixed support. So 57% in favor and 43% of those 23 respondents not in favor for that proposal.
You can get the permit on the app.
Yes.
Can you get denied for the permit?
No. No, it's available to anyone. It would apply.
How much does it cost?
If I'm not mistaken, I think it's $8, and then you would have a transaction fee.
Well, we're trying to track how many people are.
Yeah, so this initial, there was some discussion about the harvest rates of fox squirrels on sand hills. So this was an effort we require the permit. We'll know who's out there hunting for fox squirrels. We could survey those folks. Wildlife management staff could, survey those folks, get an idea. And then if we find that we don't need it in the future.
I know all the looks, and everybody knows about the fox squirrel, my history with them, but this is not my idea. I appreciate it, but this actually came out of the meetings we had with the deer dog hunters. This is one thing we did agree on. There's a lot of concern about the number of fox squirrels taken there, and it actually came out of that meeting, and we brought it into this rule. I mean, it's free. It's on the app. I mean, I can understand.
It's not free.
It's not free.
$8.
But it gives us an opportunity to find out who's hunting and how many they're taking. Got an idea, balance that against the population. It was not my idea. I paid $8 to kill.
Is there another comment?
No, it's, Put this across the room.
No. No, we're. All right, well, with that will move into a more interesting rules here. Number G9, which addressed PD River Game Land that would restrict the dog or dog, deer, and bear hunting on PD River Game Land to the portion east of PD River, north of US 74 by permit only, and prohibit pursuing or chasing deer or bear with dogs for the purpose of training. So as you can see here, we had 52 respondents. Majority did not support, 62% of that, with a 35% supporting. So just to give you kind of the numbers there, that would mean you had 18 in support, 32 that did not support, and 2 with no preference. And I kind of broke those down a little bit more for you guys. So of the comments, we didn't get comments from every respondent, but those comments were sort of broken down into, you had one person that supported overall the proposal. You had about 4 comments that were all about no dogs, ban dog hunting kind of comment. And then of the do not support, there's about 25 comments related to do not support. And a lot of those comments made other suggestions that included things like increased enforcement, unrestricting the permits. So like if you did put the permit system in place, that there would be no restrictions on those permits. They'd be more open-ended. You wouldn't have a cap, for instance. There was even suggestions to change the number of hunting days from 7 days to 3 days or 1 day a week. And then there was a large number of supporters for about 19 comments that supported the NC Sport and Dog comments that they sent in. And for those of you who may not remember what they were, but there was 4 main things that they brought up, which was they were neutral on a permit hunt as long as it was not restrictive in restricting the number or party size. They opposed any permit system that restricted numbers or party size in any way. They were neutral on restricting dog training, though they recommended we consider October 15th to February 28th as a dog training season, or to only allow it during the deer season. And they did support the piece of this, which this is actually, that's actually in the Sandhills piece, but they supported where we'll talk about that when we go to Sandhills about if a person has a violation, they can't get a permit the next year. That was not in this rule. So those kind of breakdown of the comments for this rule. Questions on this one? All right. So if we move into G10, this was the restrict dog deer hunting by permit on the Sandhills game land, prohibit pursuing or chasing deer with dogs for personal training, and would prohibit individuals convicted of a wildlife or trespass violation while hunting deer with dogs from receiving a permit for hunting deer with dogs in the following season or the season following their conviction. Again, we saw majority of do not support, 72% versus 22%. Those numbers for you for reference, that would be 18 comments supporting, 58 comments not supporting, and 5 with no preference. In this case, we saw the same sort of thing. There was a few more. There were 6 people comments. These are comments that were in support generally of the proposal. Had 6 people. There were no dogs, ban dogs comments, and 76 that do not support for some of the same reasons: increased enforcement, or they felt they offered other options or alternatives to the commission, like increased enforcement, unrestricted permits. In this case, changing the number of hunting days from 3 days to 2 days, because Sandhills is a 3-day a week. And it was like Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. They were talking about taking out Wednesday. And then there was a large support for the NC Sporting Dog comments. About 35 people said they just support what NC Dog comments were put forward. There were 2 hunting clubs, Price Richards Hunt Club, that had about 13 comments that opposed the rule and suggested we have a 2-year moratorium on any changes. to increase enforcement and see the results of those changes. And of course, if we did permit it, they wanted more of a tiered approach that would basically allow clubs to get a club permit to hunt. And then you had another hunting club, 6 Point Hunting Club, that had a number of comments, 5 comments from them that also opposed the rule. And they were wanting or commission leadership to meet with the clubs locally and talk about increasing enforcement. They also proposed a 2 to 3 year stay on new restrictions while they looked at the success of that enforcement effort. So that's kind of general breakdown of those comments for this particular rule. Any questions on that?
Why is this rule worded slightly different?
The
Previous one, even though it's like the same area.
The only difference is that violation piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was just part of what came out of the meeting that they had down there with the hunting clubs. Because in this case, we didn't hear this comment for PD, but for Sandhills, we heard that there was basically out of town crowd, renegades as they call them, that were coming in and doing all the bad activities. And so in their mind, if you dealt with those group of people, you could clean up those problems. But we didn't have that as much as we didn't hear that same thing from the PD discussion.
So from the PD, somebody convicted of a wildlife or trespass violation could still get a permit the next year.
Correct. That's how it's written right now. Correct.
I just wonder if it might be easier for the public.
On Sandhills and PDs, I have a general comment. What we currently have is not working. The commission retains the authority to alter the number of permits, increase, decrease the number of hunters per permit, change the number of days. So we can modify this as we move along. We know that what we currently have is a significant point of interaction that we need to have some change. So I still believe that what's been proposed by staff is a good direction to move in, knowing that we have the flexibility to change that over time.
Yeah, I agree. We need to do something about the problems there. I just wonder if it might be easier for the public to understand if these rules were worded identically.
And Brad, we did meet with our staff, I met with them, we had a meeting, legislators were there. We fleshed all this stuff out. And, and clearly, and everybody starts out, we know we've got a hell of a problem. I mean, nobody denies that. And to reiterate what the chairman said, there's got to be a start somewhere. I don't want to put Ben and them on the spot, but all the things they ask us to do, we've done for the last 3 years. You want to tell about some of the special
The whole thing. It makes me glad I live in the mountains. And
I mean, it's really sad, and I hate that it's come to this, but I think this is a legitimate, and maybe used as a model that we can use in other game lands, see how this works. But it's, I agree with Chairman Austin. I was involved in, and I have also, our legislative delegation there has been beat up over the years from landowners and whatever, and they have seen these regulations and rules, and they have told me they support them.
We support the dog hunters. We want them to hunt. We're maintaining flexibility with the number of permits, number of people, the number of days. We've got to try something different.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I'm just suggesting someone convicted of a violation being denied a permit the following year might be good to apply that.
For both game lands.
In other words, just make those line up on the violation.
I agree. We'll make that, let's make that change, and that's fine.
I move we make that change.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? We'd have to renotice that, so we know what the commission's intent is. So in the future, we'll renotice that.
We go ahead and pass this now.
Yeah. Thank you for the clarification.
We can do things less restricted, but not more restricted.
That's correct.
But we'll do this later on. Thank you.
Continue on, Darren.
All right, my last one then is Robeson County or Robeson Game Land in Robeson County that we were, this proposal would remove it as a game land. It's a small acreage area as well, like less than 40 acres, and convert it into a wildlife conservation area.
And we got a lot of do not support. Again, it's only 12 respondents, but we only had one comment, which was yes, convert, but do not allow hunting. So I don't know. I think a lot of the comments on this was them not understanding what changing a game land to a wildlife conservation actually is, and it's still available for hunting. And so I think they thought there was a net loss there when it's not really. So I think there was some confusion from their comments about what this rule actually did. Any questions?
So it's not, so you can't hunt, I mean, so it becomes a wildlife conservation area, but you can still hunt on the wildlife conservation.
Well, not all, but most wildlife conservation areas, unless they have an additional restriction or have a set hunting season, it's a 3-day-a-week area you can hunt. So
That in the game.
this particular game man had a different season. I think it was 6 or 7. 6.
6 days to 3 days, is that pretty much it?
Yes.
That's it. That's the difference.
Such a small track, that's 6 days.
It was a small track and it had access issues, so we didn't have good access to that track. Yeah, it's pretty small.
Any more questions for Derek? Next up, Brad Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be presenting the Wildlife Management Division rule proposals. Then there'll be exhibits 01 and 02 tomorrow as voting exhibits. As Corey mentioned, most of these we've been through a number of times. The first set of rules are our CWD management area rules. They were generally supported. We had 32 respondents and they were supported. Almost 59% of the respondents were in support. The second rule is the CWD management area rule as well. It establishes a 2-day early velvet season, and we had 57% support for that. The carcass disposal rule transitioning, there was a bit of confusion about this rule, but in general, it was supported. I think most people understood what we were changing here. And this is just to remind everybody, this is making it a statewide rule to dispose of deer carcasses in one of these 3 manners. Make sure the final disposition is one of these 3, and we'll be doing away with you can go to this county but not that county and all of that. There's a little bit of confusion in some of the written comments, and I tried to reach out to some of those folks to articulate that it was not what they thought it was. They thought we were restricting it to every county. You had to do one of these in the county you were hunting in. So. But overall, I was pleased. It's very well supported. And then this is the whitetail deer rule. This is really fundamentally, this is creating increasing the either sex season on private lands in Avery, Burke, Caldwell, Madison, Mitchell, Yancey, and Cleveland, Polk, and Rutherford. And that was, overwhelmingly supported by 70% of the comments. This is the adjustment to the squirrel season, the gray squirrel season. To make sure that we didn't have overlap with the new turkey seasons, and also to expand the spring squirrel season to game lands, and it was significantly supported at 92%. Those are the wildlife management area rules, Mr. Chairman. I'll be presenting those tomorrow for a vote unless there are questions about any of those rules.
Questions? Thank you, Brad. Next, we'll call on Will.
It's me again.
Okay.
It's me again.
We'll
Let's do the wildlife captivity and rehabilitation rules. I want to start off by saying and reminding everybody that we did a lot of pre-work on modifying these rules. We provided a number of meetings and input opportunities for our wildlife rehabilitators leading up to these recommendations. We conducted an online survey to receive input about what we should do, and we had a public hearing for which I think over 60 people attended the public hearing, but there were a couple of questions but no comments in opposition, and we got very little comment on these rules. The first rule was 10H 1401. This was a definitions rule. We had 4 respondents, and they were half and half in terms of their support, and mostly it was because of a little bit of confusion. But I want to make note, because there is a change to this rule in your voting package. We did receive one comment suggesting a change to the definition of the term native, which staff actually supported that suggestion. We modified it a little bit from the comment. And just so you know what the changes were, the current definition of native species in the 10H rules means a wild animal or wild bird that occurs or historically occurred in the wild in North Carolina. We modified that rule, that definition, to say it means a wild animal or wild bird that currently maintains or historically maintained populations naturally in North Carolina and whose range expansion was not solely dependent on human introduction. And so that covers the species that are expanding, naturally expanding their ranges. And that comment and suggestion actually came from the Wildlife Federation. And so, coyotes and armadillos. Who knows what they were, but now we know what they were. And as changing this definition, we decided, well, we spent 30 minutes determining what the definition of non-native would be, but then we realized we didn't need a definition of non-native, so we're striking it. So that is a change to this proposal that you will see tomorrow. 10H, the captivity license for rehabilitation. This did a number of things. Set some conditions in record keeping for apprentices and mentors, prohibited elk calf rehabilitation, allowed rehabilitation of the armadillos and chipmunks could be possessed by apprentices, and did some things relative to the rabies vector species and rehabbers that deal with those. That one, we got, again, 5 comments. 60% did not support that, but the comments in the thing sort of indicated that they had questions about the rabies vector species documentation and some other things. So again, very little comment on these rules. Same deal with the captivity license for holding. Again, the same 5 people commented, and it came out as 20% support, 40 did not support, and 40 had no preference. And again, most of the comments, it seemed, related to those were from people not entirely clear or simply asking questions that will be handled administratively relative to the record keeping and those kind of things. Same deal with the minimum standards. The big confusion here was the commenters didn't necessarily understand what non-farmed cervids were. They thought we were addressing fawn rehab, and that's really not what we were addressing. This has to do with the last remaining facility that the Wildlife Commission had control over, captive cervids over, no longer has deer. So we are sunsetting that rule, and we will not have non-farm cervids from here forward. This is the same thing. It took away the enforcement stuff from the non-farm service, the revocation rules and all that. We don't need them. This change we made changes to the forms for captivity license, defined the information required on the mentor apprenticeship form. Most of the comments relative in opposition to it were they wanted to see what the form was going to look like. Again, we had extensive meetings with the rehabilitators, and they are on board with these changes. Any questions about the captivity rehabilitation changes?
Yeah, that's got a question. What have you asked if there's any support for opening a chipmunk season?
We didn't ask. We can put that on the next survey if we need to have a chipmunk season. They have expanded their range, but I would
maybe we could charge $8 to get a permit.
Hey, it's y'all show. You can make that proposal if you like. I don't get a lot of demand for that.
Get one.
I guess this is a question for Brad, and I'm curious to know, talking about captive, I saw the other day someone posted online that they're moving deer around in different inside their state where they're able to do it in captive deer, and one of them, 2 different ones made a comment about they had tested them for rabies, and then they both mentioned they had tested them for CWD. I'm still under the assumption, and I'm assuming unless something's changed, there's no way to test for a deer for CWD that's alive.
Well, there are live animal tests now. They're not currently, there is no USDA approved live animal test to say, okay, this deer has been tested and does not have CWD, because the live animal test actually only detect positives. So a deer could
have prions. They could have the disease, but not be shed. The first place they show up is in the lymph nodes. And then it's a rectal biopsy that they use for the live animal test. And so it will tell you if that deer is positive. If that deer's had CWD long enough, that shows up as positive, but it doesn't definitively tell you it doesn't have it. So there is a live, and they're continuing to work on that. And they're also working on another testing mechanism, RT, they call it RT Quick, that's actually more sensitive and greater ability to detect. And they're still evaluating that. But as far as so far with the USDA, there's no approved live animal test that says this deer does not have CWD.
How long does it take now for us to get our results back? Are we still in that, period of-
Yeah, we're right now we're getting them back a little quicker because there's not as we haven't overrun the labs. It's still, but we're still telling people 4 to 6 weeks. Is that right, Chris? You're right there. Yeah.
That's right. 4 to 6 weeks for the IHC test, but we're also.
Yeah, I was gonna.
It is much faster.
Yeah, we're experimenting with ELISA, which a lot of the other states are using, and that's a much faster turnaround time. And but it's a bit of a different process in what our staff have to go through to get. It's no longer fixing in formalin, or you fix one in formalin and stuff. But a lot of the other states are using that, getting a much rapid turnaround. We're also getting feedback from the NC State lab that they may be able to do some things. Is that still correct, Kyle? Or as far as we know, so we may be able to get some quicker turnarounds from there as well.
Any other questions? Thank you, Brad. We'll call on Will now for discussion on the conservation access path.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. Please bear with me. I know we've been sitting here a long time, and I'm going to present a lot of information and highlight a lot of work that staff has put in on the Conservation Access Pass project. So I want to start out with a little bit of background information, take us back to the April Committee of the Whole meeting. At that meeting, Carrie and Catherine presented an update on the stakeholder and public input portion of the project. They covered comment analysis from in-person and online public forums and possible next steps to drive this forward. At the time, the Conservation Access Pass was conceptualized as a single all-encompassing pass that would include access for boating access areas, game lands, and shooting ranges. The committee charged staff with identifying possible a la carte options for BAAs, game lands, and shooting ranges. And the committee briefly discussed parking fees and kayak permits, and parking fees were taken off the table at that time because of feasibility concerns. Staff then met in April, June, September, and October to determine which ideas were feasible to implement and potential costs and benefits of each option. So staff went forward. We had those 4 different meetings that I just mentioned, and we decided that it would be most feasible to split these up. Rather than focusing on this all-encompassing conservation access pass, we would instead focus on access options for game lands and shooting ranges. Boating access areas were taken off the table because there was potential legislation related to the boat tax or appropriations for non-motorized vessels in the General Assembly at the time. And like I said, staff focused on these 2 components to move forward. At those meetings, we compiled 3 potential options for consideration. These 3 options, we conducted an in-depth impact analysis similar to what we do for fiscal notes, like we do for other rules. And we estimated relative impacts on the agency. And these range from light to heavy. And it might be worth pointing out that no option generates a significant amount of revenue. I'm going to now briefly talk about each option, highlighting impacts on user groups, impacts on our agency operations, and potential revenue. And so I want to start with option number 1, which is requiring a game land license for all unlicensed users. Under this option, all users engaged in any unlicensed activity on WRC-owned and some WRC-managed game lands would be required to purchase the existing game land license through Go Outdoors. Users who hold a valid hunting, fishing, or trapping license would be exempt from this requirement. Now, staff considered using the existing game land license rather than developing a new product because some users are already familiar with this license that we sell, and it would be easier to implement than creating a new product that would essentially grant the same privileges. And so under this option, impacted activities include hiking, horseback riding, mountain biking, birding, camping, walking, climbing, geocaching, a whole litany of different activities. And so a few benefits of this option include generating more revenue than some other potential options. But making a prediction of that revenue is incredibly difficult because we don't have good estimates of the number of non-licensed folks using our game lands. If we look back to the NC State WRC Game Land project that was completed 2018, 2020 timeframe, we can pull together some rough estimates of the number of visitors out there. That study focused on the number of visits, not the number of visitors, but we can do some back of the napkin math, and we're looking at approximately 350,000 visits for unlicensed activities by over 10,000 users. So if we multiply those 10,000 users by our $19 annual game land license, we could generate about $200,000 per year. But there would be huge confidence intervals on that revenue estimate because, one, we don't have a good idea of the number of folks out there, and two, we don't know the number of folks who would actually buy this product because a lot of those folks are not tied in to our network. I will say that staff met with 5 other state agencies: Colorado, Georgia, Virginia, Louisiana, and Oklahoma, because these states implemented similar access passes for their properties. And some of these agencies sold as few as 400 passes per year, and none of them generated more than $100,000 per year. Another benefit of this option is knowing who these users are and what recreational activities they're participating in. We would be able to better communicate to these folks. We'd be able to better market to these folks. Additionally, we could include them in our social science research, and we'd be better able to direct our enforcement and land management resources to improve public safety and potentially user satisfaction. This option also has a number of different costs associated with it. Unlicensed recreation on our game lands is high, and public opposition to this option is potentially significant. Compliance is also expected to be low, and law enforcement could envision challenges with this option based on stakeholder engagement during the Access Pass project. Users generally do not understand what game lands are. They're not familiar with our agency or our operations, and they're not connected with our existing communication channels. So if we put this into place, it would require extensive outreach for us to notify them that this is a new requirement. And I'll just add that during the 2025 public listening sessions on a potential conservation access pass, 55% of folks opposed a all-encompassing pass for unlicensed recreation on game lands. And so given these costs and these benefits, staff recommend not moving forward with option number 1 at this time because of the number of unanswered questions related to game land use and potential revenue, plus challenges with implementation and enforcement. So I'm going to transition to option number 2, and this is requiring a game land license for users engaged in high impact activities only. And high impact activities include horseback riding and mountain biking. And so this would require users engaged in these 2 activities on WRC owned and some WRC managed game lands to purchase our existing game land license through Go Outdoors. And we could also add a questionnaire in Go Outdoors that would require folks to tell us if they were participating in horseback riding or if they were participating in mountain biking. And so some of the benefits of this is that these uses are focused generally on about 30 game lands. And so that would make enforcement and compliance a little bit easier, and it would ensure consistency in our management and regulation of activities on these properties. Currently, 4 game lands already require the game land license for horseback riding, and implementing this option would ensure consistency across all our properties, requiring the game land license for horseback riding and mountain biking. Based on data from previous use studies, observations from staff, we could have a rough estimate of potential revenue. We're looking at new revenue less than $100,000 per year if we implement option number 2, and that's subtracting out current game land license sales, so less than 100,000. And additionally, one of the benefits would be getting user information, allowing us to better communicate, market to, and survey these folks in the future.
What is the fee for the license?
The license right now is $19, I believe, plus a transaction fee. And so there's also some costs associated with this. Communicating this requirement would involve some targeted outreach to mountain bike groups or horseback riding groups. We would also have to update rule language, game land maps, and signage. That way there is consistency across all our properties and the public was informed about, what the requirement is on their end. And it would require some time on the enforcement side for them to check users engaged in these activities, make sure they have licenses and ensure compliance and constituent education. And so given those costs and benefits, staff recommend consideration of option number 2. And the third option that staff came up with is requiring shooters to purchase a daily or annual shooting range pass. And this would require individuals age 16 or older using WRC ranges to purchase a newly developed range pass. The passes would be sold through Go Outdoors and would be specifically for access to WRC shooting ranges where fees are not currently charged. And there are a few alternatives that you all should consider to this proposal. For example, we may not want to charge folks who already hold a hunting, fishing, or trapping license and only require that pass to those unlicensed individuals. Additionally, we could charge different fees for youth and adults. Running down a few of the benefits of this option, assuming no change in buyer behavior, which is not 100% realistic, but for the sake of this revenue projection, assume no change in buyer behavior, a daily or annual license could generate between $150,000 and $500,000 per year. And that's a huge range. And that's primarily because we don't know what we would charge for this. Staff came up with a number of different potential scenarios for daily prices or annual prices. And that's why that range is so big. Additionally, we don't know who we would ultimately require to purchase this. Like I said, unlicensed folks or everybody at the ranges. And we don't know how many folks would instead choose to go shooting at other private ranges or other partner ranges rather than continuing to use WRC ranges. In terms of compliance and implementation on this, we expect compliance to be generally high and enforcement and implementation to be relatively straightforward. All shooters already must sign in at the ranges, and shooters are familiar with this sign-in process, and they could be educated on the requirement before it went into effect during the sign-in process. And then the sign-in process can also check compliance, right? We can check to make sure that shooters had purchased or will purchase a shooting range pass during that check-in process. Additionally, there are some costs like any of these options. So communicating this rule to shooting range users would require some outreach, but like I said, primary education could occur at the range itself by range staff. Additionally, range staff may spend additional time selling licenses and educating users about these new requirements. And it could require us to invest a little bit in our infrastructure at these ranges, particularly internet connectivity, if we want to be able to sell them on site. Many of our ranges don't have good, reliable internet right now, and some of them don't have cell phone connectivity. So selling on site could require a little bit of investment in infrastructure. And then lastly, there's kind of this unknown cost. Shooting ranges are built and managed with federal grant money. And if we decide to charge a daily or annual pass, that revenue generated would be considered program income. And so this could potentially impact our grants and would need to be reviewed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service before proceeding. Program income can be used to meet cost sharing and matching requirements under certain circumstances, and that would potentially free up some of the money that we're currently using for match. But like I said, we'd have to sort these details out with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service before moving forward. And lastly, this could dissuade some of our users from participating in shooting at these ranges and instead push them to game lands, where we don't really want to encourage folks to target shoot because of littering, safety, and habitat degradation concerns. And so looking at the cost and benefits of number 3, staff recommend proceeding with additional analysis and decision-making on this option. The option requires further decision-making prior to any sort of talks about implementation. We need to decide who we would want to charge, all shooters or just those without hunting, fishing, and trapping licenses. And after that, we would have to determine what we would charge and then analyze costs and benefits and potential impacts to the agency. And so, like I said, staff recommend discontinuing consideration of option one, considering moving forward with option two, and like I said, proceeding with additional analysis and decision-making on option three. I know that was a lot. It was very quick. I'd like to open the floor to discussion. There's a lot of staff in the room that were part of this decision-making, part of coming up with these options, and we'd all be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. No, nice presentation. Let me ask you this, for the last one, you said, do we get federal funding to remove lead? Is that what it's for, or how does that work?
So we use the federal funding to operate.
Operate it. So I guess where I'm looking at is there's an added cost to the range, which I mean, I think it's great for citizens to be able to go there, but there is an added cost of that lead contamination of the property that will need to be.
We do remediate.
And that's pretty expensive, right? Okay, so I think that's a great opportunity, but what you mentioned earlier, I think your best opportunity here is not necessarily the income, but to engage folks who typically aren't our main constituents. And the only knock on numbers, not including option one, is you've got all these folks who are engaged, you can get more data on, get more information on, and I hate leaving them out or not getting the information or data from those individuals who, would not otherwise be engaged with that. That's the only negative about going away with option one is, it's not necessarily the income, but just the information and engagement and hoping to grow and, foster those relationships is my one major positive I see.
Okay, yeah, and I 100% agree with that. And I think there could be, if the commission's interested, is an incremental approach to something like this. Right now, option two would kind of be that stepping stone. And then as we get more information, we learn about a little bit more about who's on our game lands. We have better revenue projections and how many folks this might impact. Maybe then we could move to option one in the future. There could be a stepping stone kind of ramp up implementation strategy.
How did you come up with a $19 fee?
So the game land license, that's the current fee for this. I'm not sure how that was established way back when that license was established, but that is what the current fee for that license is.
Mr. Whitten. Just looking at it, stepping back, it seems to me, if you go with just one option out of the three options, we're picking on the mountain bikers and horseback ride. Just looking at it from outside in, well, why can they go shoot or why can they park when I can't ride my bike or run my horse on lands that we designated in the pack? I'm just throwing that up for a thought.
No, that's an excellent point. And I think we did give it some thought about why these two groups were chosen. And it was specifically because these two groups have the heaviest impact on infrastructure.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna do some additional investigation option three, I'd like to look into, especially if if somebody goes there and not aware they need to buy something, we need to make it easy for them to buy it, and that would be online. So we need to figure out how to do that. That's part one of that. Part two is there's a huge safety issue there. If there's an accident, we can't get a hold of first responders. It'd be like we need to have internet access there or some kind of cell phone access or something. Just from a safety issue as well as being able to buy license. So in investigating option three, if you could come back to us with a number like, here's what's going to be required.
We have reliable internet service out there at this time. We got Starlink, a lot of, we started using Starlink last year, realizing that. So we had to go in and start selling, definitely using that. That's where we're pushing it down. But safety wise, and for safety, we're fine safety wise right now. It's just adding up to the so.
Well, and I'm glad here we've got a safety issue covered, but I still think if somebody shows up there, especially if they're not a constituent, how aggravated they would be sitting there. Now I've got to leave and go to Walmart or wherever to buy a license. So we need to solve that problem.
My biggest pain is we've picked the option that brings in the absolute least amount of money of the three.
And I still go back, and I know this was hard. It pains me that all the cars that are parking at our boat ramp that aren't paying a fee of any kind, and a guy pulling a boat can't find a place to park. And we ruled that one out all the way around, and that goes back just to limitations of space and land availability and whatnot. But telling you guys, we need to work on that one and figure that one out. We got boat ramps that there is not, I mean, we got people parking a mile down the road, walking by because there's 19 people parking a car and getting on one pontoon boat.
You know, we had a potential legislative fix to that with that fee.
We did.
That's not dead
And
yet.
that's, yeah, it's not. dead
It's
yet.
not dead yet.
And if it is
Yeah.
dead, then we
We need to come
that
back
issue.
and have a discussion.
Understood?
I agree with David.
Hey, hey.
That's not the reason I raised my hand. I just think it's for. I raised my hand was, no, I agree with what Landon said about engaging more potential constituents in capturing that information. But we're talking about money, raise the fee to $25. That would increase revenue. And you can give them an option, and this may, I don't know, there's probably some problems. Give them the option of getting that, all the conflicts that gangland has for $25. Or a dual gangland and fishing license pass for $25. A lot of people would say, oh, I can go fishing too, I'll just split this. Then you can get sport fishing money, you get federal money. I'm on a fishing, and $25 is what fishing costs. Right? Then the fishing
Yeah,
license.
it's a little more than that. Plus the CPIU, we couldn't change the game land license right now. That was, all we can do is CPIU. Anything other than that would require legislative action. So if you wanted to move it from 19 to 25, the legislature would have.
Okay. The, with the, what's, you know what the cut is, we get the things from sport fishing funds.
It's all variable depending on, what the excise tax brought in and then based on how it apportions out across the 50 states, 6 territories.
Yeah, but it seems like it's significant. Like
It's not insignificant, but
so that would go from like $25 fee to $50.
no, I don't think you'll get that much out of it, but
So
per user, I mean, it's a couple of bucks maybe at the outside. I don't remember.
it would be interesting to know what that number is, see if there's some way of doing it.
So everybody's got some time to digest this. I've seen a little bit sooner than y'all, so I'll give you real quickly where I'm at. I don't like any of the options. There's not enough rate, enough revenue to be worth the headache. I think there is some real value in us being able to build a deal with Finley. Well, we have constituents other than hunters and fishermen that we get license money for that utilize our facilities, our land, our access. And so it gives us more than just enforcement, safety reasons to get general funds. If we've got these other group of folks that have access that are paying through their tax dollars. If there was bigger numbers projected, I'd be seeing a different too. Right now, I'm not sure any of those three are worth it. I do agree that the parking and its sweet easy solution could be. But that's where Mark's head is right now. This is the first time y'all have seen it. I don't think we should ask staff or do anything more until we have time to digest it. Although I would like to add one comment. If we're requiring people to sign in at the shooting ranges, let's ask them, do you have a license or not? And if you do, write down your license number for us. And then we will know after a year cycle, how many of our people using the ranges actually currently have a hunting.
We have that, I don't put a number off the top of the head, but you have that currently asking that.
Good, that would be excellent to have, because that would let us again know whether or not the revenue source is there. And finally, the people using the shooting ranges are the ones that are probably contributing the most to our PR fund, because they're shooting up ammunition, which we get a cut of. And a lot of them are shooting up a lot of ammunition, so we would be indirectly punishing some of our constituents there.
I'd just like to say I completely agree with you.
But I've heard Commissioner Wyndham use this many times. Is the squeeze worth the juice? With that being said, where does the juice worth? But we're trying to raise money, but when will these people be allowed, if they were to buy one of these things, the option number 1 or 2, when would they be allowed to use the game land? Anytime they want to, during hunting season, out of hunting season? Yeah, but because I wouldn't be real happy if I was in my deer stand and a guy comes riding by on his mountain bike or they're hiking with their, looking for birds. I wouldn't say, I mean, we're gonna put some parameters on some of that stuff or?
I think one thing you need to realize right now, Ray, and the whole commission, based, and you referenced a study we did at NC State, 2019, 2020. Already more non-users use our game lands than licensed. We've established that fact 5 or 6 years ago. And we've been talking about for 5 or 6 years, how to get folks that are non-users, that our hunters and our fishermen and our people who buy a vessel registration, that we're subsidizing these people who use the game lands for free. Is there a way to quit that subsidization or close that gap? That was the whole premise behind the last several years. Look, and if we don't want to do that, that's fine. But I'm just saying that was a premise, but we don't, I think we're making a mistake to overlook the fact that there's more non-users, non-payers than people that are paying.
I
that are out
understand.
there. And I agree completely. I think it's most egregious in both access areas.
I just don't wanna be sitting in my deer stand and David buy a $19 license and come riding by during deer season on his mountain bike, and wave to me and mess up my deer.
They can do it
I
now.
just- I mean,
I mean, they can do it now, though, right? I'm all for it to do it now. They just do it.
When they do that permit, that's going, that you say is, I mean, can we not?
I mean, you can do whatever you want to, but I think we're in the weeds here too much. It's a matter, do we want to legitimately find a way to reduce the subsidization we're doing to non-users? This, I don't think is fair to the people who pay the bills, or do we not want to do it?
We
And
encourage
if we
them to
either
buy
do or we don't.
license.
I mean, that's.
Encourage them to buy a hunt
That's
license.
not the numbers we
Yeah.
presented today.
Yeah,
They were talking
yeah.
about
I know.
$500,000.
Yeah, yeah.
And that doesn't.
Yeah.
The number I heard was $200,000. Why don't we encourage them to buy a hunt license?
But the fact is, we don't know what that number is, and we won't know till we do something. Period.
If we charged a fee for all users of game lands, could we charge a higher rate for high impact users? Or would that require General Assembly to?
Yeah, we can't change the license fees more than the CPIU, so, and if we wanted to create something, well, we could probably create some things on our own, but if we wanted to go up on an existing license fee, some substantial amount beyond the CPIU, we'd have to go to the legislature.
If we could get the legislature to do, Mr. Chairman, that what we want to do.
Yeah.
That makes a substantial amount of revenue.
Yeah.
$700,000, $800,000 a year, and then we can more than trump what we think may or may not, even the combination of all three of them.
Agreed.
And I think until, we understand whether we do that or not, there's really not a whole lot of reasons to go forward, keep beating it around
But
until we
I
know
would like to
exactly
know
what to
the
do.
number of license studies. Advice you.
Can they ride horses today without permission or permit? Like, can they ride horses just like a mountain biker can ride a mountain bike today?
On certain game.
Yeah, all that stuff's kind of confusing because I rode my horse up to Jordan one time and some lady said, "Where's your permit?" And so I don't know what the deal is.
Depends on the game land. Look at the game land rules to determine.
So if somebody got caught, one of our guys gonna catch him and just say, you gotta leave? Or is there a fee, a fine?
They can be cited. I mean, that's a violation. So, I mean, the same thing, if we went forward with the option one and some
If we ever.
60-year-old lady walking the mountain to sea trail through one of our game lands, she could be cited if she didn't have one.
That's only a few.
Yeah, well, that mountain sea trail cuts across, but no, I mean, that would apply if they're walking across Bandit State.
I'm not opposed to it, but I've heard
It's me head that in.
question about it. Could we pass something that said no horseback riding, no license, riding during turkey deer season?
So what staff had talked about with the option two would be that it would be only a horseback riding and mountain biking would only be on designated trails or open roads, and we would specify what seasons, much like we do with camping or other things. So it would probably not be during deer season, except
That
During maybe Sundays, like we did with other things like Darren proposed, not during turkey season. So outside of that time, they would be able to, but only on those designated areas or open roads. And if a game land didn't have one of those, it wouldn't be allowed at all.
And the question is that of value to our constituents? Does that open up more territory for them, or is it charging for territory that they're currently using?
It, a little of both of those. Yeah. But it would make it clear across the board, because right now, but it's like was said, there's 4 game lands that you can horseback ride, but only with a game lands license.
So, Mr. Chairman, I understand you to say that we don't know how many people are using it that don't have a hunting license. Is that correct?
The rifle ranges or the game?
No, the game lands.
We do not.
We do not. So there is.
But we're estimating it would generate $200,000. So, I mean,
We're basing it on data that we've collected previously, but it's a guess.
But they also talked to 5 other states about how much they would collect. So we got information from our neighbors that are currently doing this, and it's pretty underwhelming.
In some states, you just simply simplified it, you gotta have under fishing license, be on their game land.
what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
That's the easiest.
What's wrong with that?
That's the easiest.
That's what several states have done.
You use our game land, you buy a hunting fish license.
Makes sense to me.
We don't have to worry about any of it.
Let's hold that
Hold
thought.
that thought.
All right, let's move on to the next.
Thank you.
Kyle, Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know it's getting late, so I won't read all these to you, but staff have tried to compile the best dates for next year's schedule for commission meetings, trying to avoid as many of the known conflicts as possible. Happy to answer any questions or any concerns on these dates. If not, it will be it'll be a voting exhibit tomorrow.
Anything else? I would like to thank all the committee chairs, the committee members and staff for their hard work. As y'all know, Wednesdays, and the days leading up to Wednesdays is where the real work comes in. So thank you very much for being committed to North Carolina in the process. And any other further topics?
Mr. Chairman, it's probably a little bit different, but a month ago, I attended an event in Chatham County, District 5. Been going on for years, and it's called Back in the Woods Again. I don't know how many of you folks are familiar with that, but it's the kind of event that makes the hair stand up on your arm. This group in Chatham County this year sponsored 68 handicap hunters, and most of these are in wheelchairs, or they used our track thing. And they take them 2 or 3 times to hunt different places, and you wouldn't believe the way the community supports it and what it means to these guys. So I just wanted to bring that up, that our staff enforcement runs the checking and handles all that. Our biologists do the checking for the CWD. And it's just covered with wildlife folks, and it's a great event. Chatham County loves it, and if you get a chance, you should go.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
I just wanted to, I didn't realize how old I was till I saw where the colonel was retiring, and I remember when he was trained in my county, which is the tip of the spear. And that's how he actually got to be the colonel, because he trained in the best county and. He moved to 36. But I appreciate it, Dave. Like that, I've known you since the day I started, man, and I appreciate y'all's support. I truly have. It's taken all over the mountain, too. I learned.
You will be missed, and you've got some big shoes to fill.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you ever take my phone, do better job than I did.
No way. You've done a great job.
Any other business? If not, see y'all tomorrow morning. What? 6:30?